esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome in everybody to another great day of Dota. We're going to get started here with the Pinnacle Anniversary Show. Once again, we are in the playoffs. And Tomo, we've had the group stages coming through. We're now into the final final session of the event. Has anyone impressed you coming through the groups that you've been watching so far?
I mean, I thought Falcons looked really good. This is a team that was just obviously with the team that the names that they had, they were expected to do well. But yeah I mean, they dominated the tournament. Team Tickles also looked really good in their group. That was kind of like which team is going to come out in Group A, and Team Tickles was ahead. But the other two, like the top of the teams, kind of expected, right? We knew VersePro would do very well. So I say Falcons expected to do well, but also kind of crazy to see them go 8-0. I think they were undefeated. So Falcons looked really good.
I think they were the only team to do it as well. The Dudley Boys got close, but they won 8-1 in terms of games. VersePro there as well. Both of them just dropping one game in the series, but obviously winning every single series. So yeah, Team Falcons, VersePro, Dudley Boys at the top there. Team Tickles as well from every group. So you know they were the ones that kind of rocked it in their groups. And top of the pops there as well. If we take a look at the actual playoff table, I think we should be able to do that. Yeah, there we go. As if by magic. So Team Tickles and VersePro do move on. Falcons and the Dudley Boys there as well, who, like I say, are going to be the favourites at the top of each and all the groups. And on the other side now, we are going to be going into the elimination rounds here. It's going to be SIBE versus Yellow Submarine to start us off, and then Navi versus Alliance in the second session. That's going to be our 2 matches this morning. And then we've got another 2 Percasters taking over, Namiga versus Level Up, and then Team Clee versus Bait to round it off in the evening. And looking at these 4 matches, anything specific you're looking forward to? You know, maybe some old El Clasicos in there that you might be a little bit hyped for?
I mean, there is the TI3 finals right there in front of us, right? It's Navi versus Alliance. I thought B8 versus Team Clee just because Dendy recently won the EPL, so it'd be cool to watch it, but we're not going to be there. SIBE team versus Yellow Submarine. I think Yellow Submarine is going to take it, but we could be in for like a more even matchup of the day. But Namiga versus Level Up, I haven't been like following either of these 2 series too far. But I'm excited for R2. I do wish we got B8 versus Team Clee, but our R2 looked pretty good, I gotta say.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. Yellow Submarine, obviously, me and Bowie were talking about it yesterday, you know, unofficially. The Team Spirit Academy team there as well, with Satanic playing on the carry. And maybe they're just doing a little bit of scouting before it's an initial an announcement on that. Or maybe that's just how they want to keep it. Yellow Submarine, you know, it's a distinct name. You know, it's not as boring as, the Academy team. And, you know.
Spirit Junior, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're having a bit of fun with it, and Yellow Submarine. They did have some good matches yesterday. You know, if you look at the score against Team Tickles, the 2-0, it wouldn't tell you the complete story because Yellow Submarine put up a really good fight. They just weren't able to close out the matches. You know, Team Tickles got a couple of good team fights, and they were able to take those games. But SIBE versus Yellow Submarine, I think, is going to be an interesting match today, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays out.
Yeah, and I mean, we know that Yellow Submarine is a team that is made up of people who have a huge amount of competitive experience. You know, like a lot of these players are just sort of dipping their toes into it. Like, apart from like Absolute Massive, he's got like 1,000 games, but the others, they are fairly new. So it is cool to see them come in and do really well. Same thing with like the Navi Junior squad, although Navi Junior hasn't quite had the same success. And one of these are the players for Yellow Submarine. I think there's been a lot of talk about Satanic. Isn't he, 15, 16 years old? He's very young.
Yeah.
He's very young, and he's doing really well for himself, and it's been a really good showcase for him. I also like that we get the elimination matches. Yesterday, I wasn't casting, but it was all upper brackets. No one went home. But today, we get the tiers. And you know me, I love the tiers.
You're ruthless. Yeah, no, I forgot that. Yeah, you want to see them. You're like the Emperor standing in the Colosseum, you know, with the thumbs up and the thumbs down, as we will be able to move through to the SIBE roster as well. Just to take a look at how they match up. It's going to be Nesvia, I want to say that's Pro, Class and Crusoe, Emptiness, and Rain here taking up the squad of SIBE. So they are looking to move on up against the Yellow Submarine. And yeah, like I say, fairly interesting team because they did fairly well in the groups. They went 2-2 in terms of series. 4-5 in the actual games won lost. So, you know, there is room for improvement there, and they might be looking to take it today. You know, it is an elimination, so it is on the day how you play. And, yeah, they're going to be looking for a good start here in the lower bracket run.
They have a bit more of an unorthodox draft for SIBE team. Like they pick we've seen the Keeper of the Light mid, support Hoodwink, support Bat Rider, which is, it's not like these things are never been seen them as they have, but they have been kind of phased out right now, where we're seeing durability is prioritized over everything else on all the core picks, and supports are like either save or have some form of heal. So it's it does feel like SIBE is going kind of off grid with their draft, and I'd like to see if they're going to stick to that or they're going to bring something else, because Yellow Submarine looks like a pretty tough challenge for them.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing that I've been seeing. Teams haven't been, well, I mean, SIBE does it more than other teams, but teams haven't been afraid of going off the meta at the minute, because with the recent letter change as well, teams are still trying to figure out what is still strong and what's adapting to the new patch as well. So yeah. We'll see just where they want to go with the draft. Maybe they do go for something a little bit more orthodox here, because it is a knockout match to come through in the playoffs.
Yeah, knockout. We like that. To be fair, Yellow Submarine, they have drafted a lot of the same heroes in most of the games. There's a combination of Kunkka Centaur, which we've said, like tanky, durable heroes that you want. They take Morta Care whenever they can. Phoenix, Dark Willow, and Tusk are usually their supports, because Phoenix gives you that amazing percentage heal. And when everyone's building tanky heroes, your percentage heal looks really good. Tusk for the save, and Dark Willow, I feel like that hero has phased off a little bit. They still pick for Yellow Submarine. Some other teams I've seen it come out, but it's not the Hand of Midas into Aghanim Scepter that we used to see. Now it's like they're going Yule Scepter to Glimmer Cape, and it's boring again, and I don't like it.
Well, with the change to how Shadow Realm works, that extra 2 seconds on the cooldown, you can't have that 100% uptime on that anymore. True. So we're not seeing those position 1 Willows anymore. Teams are just thinking, we'll leave that behind. We had a good run with it at TI, but it is a little bit with the nerf now. It's a little bit underpowered, so it goes right back in the trash heap.
No, that's what I'm saying, right? It's like people come up with this really cool, innovative way to play a hero as a support who does damage.
Not cool, not innovative.
Very
broken.
Cool. It's really good. It should be like it should be like that. Instead, they remove it, and I don't like it. I don't like when he does that. He could have reduced the damage of Shadow Realm, then it becomes a little less oppressive. But the cooldown just now we have to get an Octarine core. Do you know how much farm we're gonna be that we have to do to get that?
But what's the point in if you remove the damage or lessen the damage? It doesn't matter, because there's literally no way to deal with the hero outside of something like a Chronosphere that you can stop it as the Shadow Realm's wearing off. It's just 100% uptime. That was no fun for everybody. It's I
liked it. Hey, it's nice when people see position 4 Dark Willow roll up with the Hyperstone Moon Shard equipped, and you're like, oh yeah, this is going to be fun now.
But yeah. I love seeing that in my pubs. You know, it was one of my favorite heroes to play against when you're literally untouchable unless you had the perfect draft. You know, yeah, I loved that. How much MMR did you win with it at the Dark Willow? Was that you ruining the high level pubs with the Dark Willow position 1?
No, but to be fair, when I had Dark Willow on my team, it was offlane Dark Willow who dies the entire game and never gets his items. So it's a bit different for me in the pub scene. But yeah,
fair enough.
I mean, why there are very people who are asking like, where's the drafts? Like, we'll start the draft when the teams are ready. We are not just like delaying them on purpose. Although we are doing that also, right? We are kind of like being mean.
Yeah, no, we're just waiting for the players to get into lobby now. So you know, we aren't just making you look at our pretty faces for no reason. I know how much you enjoy that. So yeah, no, we're not just here waffling for no reason. We are waiting for the teams to join in, and hopefully it won't be too long before we get ourselves into the lobby. So we'll be able to take a look at the groups to see how it broke down throughout the group stage. You know, how that group stage broke down to get us into the playoffs, and see who actually played up where to get here. So we can see Team Falcons at the top of Group B. Yeah, the only team to go +8 here, go 4-0 in terms of series, and not drop a single game.
Yeah, I mean, they just were undefeated. This is what we expect out of the Skeeter, Crit, Snaking, ADF, Malrine lineup. You know, 4 of these players have either been to like 6 internationals, won a couple of majors, won a TI. Malrine is a little bit less experienced, I say, than the other 4, but you know, he had a very good showing for himself. I think that's going to be the thing for Falcons, like how does their mid stack up to other people. But Yellow Submarine and Navi came out even, although Navi, I believe, because their losses were 0-2 rather than 1-2, that's why they get in third place, and Yellow Submarine takes second.
Yeah, and that's why, so that's how the point system worked. If you won your series 2-0, you got +2 points. If you won 2-1, you got +1 point. If you lost 2-0, you got -2. If you lost 2-1, you got -1. So that's, you know, depending on how you win. Team Clee were the surprise to me in Group C. Especially with SIBE, Marsbet, and Boom being there. You know, Team Clee are, you know, they were the dark horses of that group, it seems like. Dream, Young G, Lades, 1J, and H2O. It's players that I have been watching for the past couple of years in the Eastern European scene, and they brought it together here. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do going forward as well.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get to cast a couple of teams I didn't get to cast about is like Team Clee, and Boom Esports. Boom Esports is the one that's very surprising. Isn't it like some of the best players from South America? Maybe there's like ping issues or something going on, but I was very surprised to them go 0-4, you know, in this group. Because as we mentioned, like, yeah, Virtus Pro, I can see, you know, Boom Esports not being able to go against them, but Team Clee, CBA, Marsbet, yes, they've got good players, but it's not quite the caliber of what I thought Boom Esports had.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, the gap is closing between what was in the DPC effectively Division 2 and Division 1 teams. It looks like that, you know, they are comfortable playing up against each other like this. They don't, you know, there's no fear coming into the matchups, and you do really try and play for the win.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's like Sacred is there. You got Pakaz. You got the members. You know, I think they were former members of Beast Coast and Evil Geniuses. These were the 2 strongest teams. I know, it's kind of crazy. But going back to the next group, we have Team Tickles all the way to the top. Level Up and B8 equal. And KZ Team and Navi Junior. Navi Junior, I don't know. I kind of liked watching them. I thought they were just hesitant to go high ground, but I enjoyed what they could bring to the table. It's a new team. Again, this is their first team that they joined. Not the first tournament, but it was kind of cool to watch them for sure.
Yeah. And moving on to Group D, Dudley Boys at the top. Alliance, they started off really strong, Alliance, and then they kind of just petered off towards the end of it. I think they won the first 2 series and ended up losing their last 2. And yeah, so they went 4-4 in terms of games won lost. So yeah, they won the first 2 2-0, and then they lost the last 2 2-0. So big surprise there, they didn't put up a fight, especially against Keat Stars that were playing on ping and didn't seem to be able to, you know, not that they were bad, but just couldn't manage with that ping issue.
You know what I'm very surprised about is that how often Alliance lets Spirit Breaker through the draft. Because I think I've seen them do it like twice or 3 times. It seems like they don't really respect the hero as much, which is just, I don't know, it's kind of crazy to me. They let some strong things go through that they believe that they can beat. And sometimes it works, to be fair, but it feels like taking a bit of a risk. And did you see the announcement that they made that they're having tryouts for Team Alliance?
Yeah, for every position.
for every position. Yeah, that's kind of crazy to me, right? It's like your team's coming in a tournament and you're like, listen, we're having trials. They said they're going to be doing this twice a year. So if anyone's in chat and thinks, hey, I can go competitive, well, there you go. There's tryouts right there. You can make what, $2,000 a day if Lewis spending 10K a day. That's how it works out for the team.
I don't think that's the way it works at the minute. I think that was, when Alliance were playing up in like the Division 1, playing up for LAN, stuff like that. So, maybe going to be a little bit different. But yeah, we all know that everybody in chat is at least 11K, 12K up there MMR wise. So they can, definitely go for those tryouts here in, for Alliance that they are going to be doing. I think they just ran those. So we'll see what the results of that is going to be, maybe going forward into the next couple of events. But I think we're going to throw it to a pause. Yeah, there's some technical issues going on the player side. So we are going to throw it to a break, and we'll be back when we have our draft. So we'll see you soon.
Hopefully.
Welcome back in, everybody. We're going to get started here with the draft in just a moment. There was a bit of a delay, and I'm being told SIBE are going to receive a level 3 draft penalty. But as we get ourselves into it, yeah, we can see the 20 seconds on the reserve time for SIBE, and it's a bit rough for them, but well, we start off, we get into it, and we move on. As the Primal Beast as well as the Conquer ban out for SIBE. And on the other side, it's going to be the Treant and the Pugna, the Nature's Prophet being taken out from Yellow Submarine. So, Otomo, coming into this, the match, especially with the draft penalty, how does SIBE, how do they want to draft into this Yellow Submarine lineup? Apart from quickly.
Oh yeah, I think it's actually pretty tough because this is the team that we're saying is not the favorites going in. So now you have less time to think about it. I guess you have to go into one of your pre-made drafts. If you ever play competitively, you'll be like, okay, our opening picks are always going to be like these 3 if we can get them, and you have to work with that. But SIBE team, they do have potential to take a Spirit Breaker if they want to. There's a pretty good amount of heroes that haven't been bad. You have the Grimstroke, you have the Spirit Breaker, Centaurs in the pool. We'll see if they want to go for it. But yeah, it's a bit tough when you only have literally your reserve time is already going at this point.
Yeah, they ban out the TA, and like you say, they do have the Grimstroke to pick up the Spirit Breaker if they want to go for that there too. Dark Willow, Weaver was banned out by Yellow Submarine, so they don't want to see that here today. Centaur is still in the pool as well, one of the stronger offlanes. In fact, probably the most popular offlaner at the minute. Yeah,
I mean, I feel like if you can get to the Spirit Breaker, you always take it. Can go 3 or 4, gives you global presence. You can pair it up with a Spectre if you want, which is a very popular hero. And of course, you have to take the Spirit Breaker. If you're Yellow Submarine now, you might want to take the Spectre. Oh, they take the Centaur. Hey, we each got what we wanted.
Yeah. Woo! So gonna see both of those on the board, and the Spirit Breaker, like I say, given that global presence. Centaur Warrior being one of the harder heroes to deal with. What's still in there as well? You've got the Tusk is still available. Well, we might not get through the second part of the draft, but yeah, the Tusk, the Mortar is still there as well. So there is still some big picks left in the draft here, and we'll see which ones get through the second phase of the draft.
Necrophos as well is here, and Morphling. This is actually, I think, a hero that Yellow Submarine has played a little bit of. I didn't notice anywhere, but I think they picked it a couple of times. They do like it. It's not quite the standard meta, but it is coming back. In general, I feel like agility heroes are coming back as cores with the hard-taking nerfs. It used to be just like Chaos Knight whenever you can get him. Sometimes even carry Bristleback. But now it's like, nah, we want a bit more damage. And we're seeing TA and Weaver come out especially.
Yeah, and what do you think? I mean, looking at this lineup, like you say, the TA and the Weaver against strong, the Dark will always give you the ban with the Muffin here. What are you looking at in terms of carries? Because, like you say, that Mortar has been being picked up, but it seems to play the 4, even when it is an open pick. It seems to come out as the 4 more often than not. So, what are you looking at in terms of carries here for both teams? Weaver is another really popular one. I think the Luna is up there as well at the minute. Is that something that we might be seeing today?
I think that both these teams have picked Luna in the past, but in general, if you can get Spectre is good because the way that when they changed from Haunt to Shadow Step, you have a 1 minute cooldown at level, and it goes down to like 40 seconds. If you pair it up for either team, you're going to be very happy. With Yellow Submarine, you have Centaur as a combination. They have 2 global spells. SIBE as well. Spirit Breaker charges in. You get Vision, and then the Spectre can just be get on top of people very easily. So I think both of these hero teams would like the Spectre if you can get it.
Yeah. Why is the Wraith King dropped off as well? I was seeing it in the early parts of the groups, in other events as well, just before the Pinnacle Anniversary show started. I was seeing the Grimstroke Wraith King combo coming out, but now I'm seeing a lot of Grimstroke, but the Wraith King doesn't seem to be pairing with it all that often.
They did nerf the hero a little bit, didn't they? I'm gonna have to check.
Nerfed the skeleton damage by 3. I think that was the only change to the Wraith King.
To be honest, it's like one of those things where it's like we have a theory about it, but maybe the pros have a completely different. But it's like they all came to the consensus that the hero is not really good enough. I think as a carry, you kind of need a little bit more. If you go Armlet, it's not amazing. If you want to go Radiance and Hanamites, it takes a long time. They're better heroes for it. But I feel like he still has a niche as an offlaner with Aghanims. I think that's going to be an option for them. And SIBE team, they don't want the Spectre. They take the Luna that we mentioned that each of these teams has taken. They put the Phoenix, which if you look at Yellow Submarine, apart from Morta, the other 3 are pretty garbage egg hitters, although Morta is amazing at it. And it is going to be Morta carry. Earlier when you mentioned seeing the hero as a position 5, because we only had solo casting until now, we have been casting very different games, very different series. And I've always seen mostly the Morta as a carry, and that is what she's going to be in this game.
Yeah, we're going to see the Brew coming out for SIBE, so we'll see how effective that's going to be. I mean, of course, if he gets caught out here in the calling, God, that spell is just ridiculous. You've got yourself, a slow, an attack slow, a silence, damage if you get hit by the Revenants. It refreshes as well if someone dies inside it. And with the Tusk Ice Shards coming through as well, Brewmaster's not the quickest to escape a trap like that. So if you get a good couple of levels on the Mortar Tusk in this lane, you could see the Brewmaster being really punished here. Yeah. So you have to be on your toes if you're playing this Brewmaster.
It also means the Spirit Breaker is going to be position 4, by the way. Phoenix is going to be 5, or they could turn it out. But I'll be honest, I think Spirit Breaker needs the 4 way better than a Phoenix. Like Phoenix, you just want really levels, and the Shard, you're good. Spirit Breaker, a little bit more items. I'm looking at SIBE team, and I'm thinking what you really, really would like is something like a puck to hold people in next to the egg, next to the Luna damage. You don't want people running away from you, so I feel like puck is really good for them. Especially with the Kunkka being removed, there's not a whole lot of mids that bring you that control, like AoE control that you want.
Yeah, I was looking at it as well. Maybe the Spirit Breaker running that 5 just to be protective of the Luna in the lane. The Phoenix being able to Sunray the Brewmaster if he does get trapped out. But Spirit Breaker 4, Brewmaster 5. Brewmaster 3, not 5. Wouldn't surprise me either, just to see the try and overwhelm that Mortar lane. Try and keep on top of the Mortar and do the damage that way. But the Invoker is going to be the next ban, so both teams looking for mid laners, it looks like. The Lena's going to be taken away here as well. Looking at mid laners in general, I've been seeing Storm Spirits are still pretty popular, a couple of Dragon Knights in there as well, a Queen of Pain or two. Is there anything you like for either team to finish off this draft?
I want SIBE team to go for the puck, but another hero that has gone completely unnoticed, which you were talking about, is Necrophos. We've seen Necrophos mid come out. It's not amazing, I feel like, for either team. If you take it for SIBE, you're up against Morta. There you go, puck's gone. But you will have the Phoenix healing you. If you take it for Yellow Submarine, it's like there's a good amount of percentage damage coming out and mixed damage as well. I think there's a Dispel from the Brewmaster's Storm Spirit, so it's like it could work, but feels a bit risky. But I'm like the Yellow Submarine removed the puck. They're thinking along the same lines as, well, what I believe, which is that SIBE has no way to lock people next to you when the egg comes out. Yeah,
I'm just thinking as well, like you say, that maybe Yellow Submarine are looking for someone that's got a bit of right click in them to try and, if they can deal with that egg, with the help of the Mortar, because you do have a lot of barriers here with the Spirit Breaker as well as the Brewmaster split coming out. You've got the Cyclone in there. Spirit Breaker's pretty much their entire kit of the Spirit Breaker. Just the Brewmaster in general, the Toss Boulder as well coming out, that is going to keep the Phoenix safe. So that's Supernova. Yeah, I think you need another, maybe like say that Storm Spirit, that backline diver that can get to the egg and try and crack it.
I don't like this last pick keeper, man. I don't like it. I mean, but it does give you, if you can get that Will-O-Wisp, is pretty good, but it's not really what I was looking for. So I don't like this Keeper of the Light. It does discourage the Necrophos a bit more as well, but I don't know. I see Keeper of the Light come out last pick. I'm not a fan. Queen of Pain comes out for Yellow Submarine, and I was all on the SIBE draft in the first 4. Then Call comes out, and you're like, hey. Really? You're taking Coddle now?
Yeah, but another hero, like say the Queen of Pain Blink, has a really, really good attack animation as well. Does a lot of right-click damage. Being a mid laner, you think, it's all the magic damage. But Queen of Pain, if you can build that right-click up with your items as well, can do a lot, really good animation on that. So it's an egg breaker. I do like that. And yeah, I think I don't like the Keeper of the Light mid. I just think that it's going to get taken advantage of. It doesn't have a lot of mobility, gets caught out. If it gets caught out, it gets killed off fairly quickly. It's susceptible to mid lane ganks as well. So, yeah, I think I prefer the Yellow Submarine draft coming into game number 1.
Same. I mean, again, it was very neck and neck for me, or neck to neck. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, there were necks involved in the first 4 picks, but... And the last pick, then you look at it and you're like, Coddle? No, I can't go with a Coddle mid on this. So maybe he'll surprise and we'll all be wrong. If you are a SIBE team, you're great. The best thing you can do is fight next to enemy towers, right? Because if you fight your own towers, they can always, you throw an egg, they run away, and you're like, yay. But if you fight next to the enemy towers, they have to defend them, especially when we get to those tier 3, those barracks. But for Yellow Submarine, it's a decent amount of mobility that they have on their side. The Queen of Pain and we're gonna go into the game. The Queen of Pain, you mentioned she's good, an egg eater, and I like that because when you have high mobility, you are pretty good at taking the egg.
Yeah.
So like Storm Spirit's an amazing egg bringer, egg killer. Even though he doesn't have the whole lot of attack speed, just he can show up anywhere and just hit it.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm looking forward to, or looking to see how it plays here on SIBE, is the Luna. Because the past few days, I've seen Luna's solo win matches. It's looking bleak, it's looking not great, and then you get this Luna coming through with the Silver Edge or the Daedalus, the right-click damage, the Butterfly, something like that. It can rip through heroes single-handedly if you get the control out from the rest of the team. So I am looking forward to seeing how they're going to try and play around this Luna, but I do think that is the win condition. If it gets shut down, SIBE are going to have a really hard time in this game.
And to be fair, it's a pretty solid Luna game. Like the enemy team is not super tanky. Morta, Grimstroke, and Queen of Pain. Yeah, it's like, if she uses Pierce the Veil, you can't hit her, but it's alright. Tusk also usually melee range when he snowballs in, so you can usually get a few glaive hits off. Centaur, I don't think Luna can really chew through a Centaur by herself, but you can. Dealing with 4 of the enemy team is pretty good for your carry. So
yeah. And if you're a Luna, when that Pierce the Veil comes out, just buy a Revenant's Brooch. Just invest was it 6,000 gold, something like that, to counter one hero? Easy. Yeah, no problems.
I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe don't do that. And Rain, by the way, Rain is at their position 5. He really wanted that bounty, and he's going to pay for it with his life. Yeah,
and they're going to give it, Erase gets the kill, which is going to be great. That effectively, I think that's the gold here for the bottle for the Queen of Pain coming out, and that's a really good pickup on a race.
That's a bit scary. I mean, this is I did not feel like this is a matchup that Carl's favored anyway. Now you start off with a huge advantage on the enemy mid. It's pretty tough. It's going to be the position 5 Spirit Breaker. I'm a little surprised by this, but in terms of laning, it matches up. You don't want to have 2 melee in one lane. That's pretty damn rough for you. 2 range is fine, 2 melee, not so much. So going with this range melee combo for SIBE I like it.
Yeah, it does offer some protection to the Luna in the lane, like say, and you get that charge off. If she gets aggressed on, she can back up. You can take a lot of the aggression, and like you say, it just makes sense that you have a hard time, especially against something like a Mortar Tusk lane. If you're running those 2 melee laners here, you're gonna have a real bad time. So you can see that. Yeah, SIBE have just chosen to put it in as the 5, and it makes sense because you still go for a similar build. You still get yourself up there. Oh, he might be putting himself down here. A lot of damage coming out onto Rain. Rain's going to be careful here. So we do get a pause. Hopefully it won't be too long.
I gotta disagree with you a little bit on the position 5 to position 4 Spirit Breaker. He's already going for different items. He wants to go for Tranquil Boots. If you're 4, you can go for like a slower build with it, which is you go for the Phase Boots into minus Octarine, or you can go for like Phase Boots into Shadow Blade and go for kills. It's not quite the same thing if you go for 5. Tranquil Boots already like maybe go for drums, things like that. It's a lot less effective. So there is a big difference between the Spirit Breaker 5 and 4.
Okay. Maybe it's just my pubs where the 5 goes for the same items because, why not? Bottom lane, you're going to be taking a lot of damage here as well. Satanic stepping up. Satanic got is king here, so it's just a bit of a rebrand. But that is Satanic playing on the Mortar, and we can see that there is going to be some harass coming out here. And Class, does you want to come up onto this? He's going to try and go forward with Clap, get some damage off, and Mortar, well, with the Fiery Spirits as well, he's going to try and shrug it off. But how much do you like this build coming out from the Mortar? Just starting off with the branches and the wand.
I like it. You got decent stats. Plus, he figures that he's going to be taking a good amount of harass damage. And to be honest, it's very hard to say anything. The guy is rank 6 in the region. It's like if he shows up with like gloves of haste and has hand mice, I'm like, that's pretty good. The attack speed is nice. He wants it. But you're going up against a lot of harass from the Phoenix Brewmaster. Stats are going to help you out a lot with it. And mid lane, pro. Well, I mean, he's doing some decent damage to Erase, but I just feel like Erase is going to be winning most of this matchup.
Erase is going to be able to put it right back with the dagger as well. Being able to get the heals off that when it's got a couple more levels in it. Bottom lane, chase down. Do they get the damage? I mean, the Phoenix is going to be coming up right close here to get these Fiery Spirits off. Do they get the kill out here? King, Satanic, only level 2 though. What's he got in terms of spells on the Mortar? Because I thought you might have gone for it. You dropped a corner. You might have already used it early on. Snowball comes through. Deadshot's going to be used now as well. Do they get a connection? Icarus dive away here. Phoenix is going to be okay at the minute. Yeah, no follow-up with the shards. Nothing like that. And in fact, does he actually want to just deny himself into the road? Blood grenade comes out. This is going to be a bit risky here, but the right click's actually onto the tusk. But one more right click. It's going to be Roshan picking up our first blood.
For a second, I thought it'd be cool if Roshan was like, "All right, Phoenix, I got your back. We'll kill Tusk." But no, he went for the Phoenix. Solid deny, and the blood grenade being forced out from the Tusk also means that's a little bit of gold investment. Of course, you still die on the Phoenix, but it's not a kill.
Yeah, it's not the actual first blood. It's just it's a death. Oh, the charge coming through though. On top of Nesphia, Inkswell is not going to be able to pop it straight away, so he's not going to be able to try and get the kill into Nesphia. And absolute massive, just standing toe to toe. This Luna, you look at the last that's in the lane, 16 to the 22 coming out of the Centaur. This Centaur Grimstroke is absolutely running the lane at the minute.
I think they're doing that in all the lanes actually for Yellow Submarine. Look at mid, 25 and 10 to the 15 and 2. You look at bottom, 17. I mean, bottom's a bit close to be fair with you, but top's also favor the Centaur. I really like the adjustment from SIBE team where they put the Spirit Breaker. I know we mentioned this, but one nice thing that he has is he's actually a pretty solid bodyguard. Whereas if you're Phoenix, people jump on someone next to you, you're like, I'm sorry, bro, I'll sunray you for like 3 health heal. Like you're really kind of useless as protecting people. Whereas like a Clockwork or a Spirit Breaker, they're pretty damn awesome at stopping aggression.
And you can see even the Brewmaster here in the lane. The Brewmaster's not doing too bad at all mid lane. Erase one more right click. He is going to be able to get the kill. And this is the major problem here. Charge coming through onto Satanic, though. There was a twin gate used here, and Rain getting on top. Colin comes out, gets a silence onto the Phoenix. Deadshot comes through as well. And now the Icarus dive coming through, but they're going to be able to get the kill into King. Surely he uses his wand, trying to keep himself as healthy as possible. He's wasting so much time. But he dies in the end, wasn't able to keep himself going, and that is going to be a first kill on the board for SIBE.
Still, yeah, it's still worth it. Yes, it takes them a lot to get it, but you want to give the Brewmaster a good lane. He's probably going to be the focus of your aggression in the mid game. We kind of, we've dumped a little bit on this Coddle mid, and we'll see if he's actually able to have a game. But the Brewmaster, the quality that you're going to get from this guy, how much impact he's going to have. So if you can give him a good time, it's going to help out. Although we do lose Rain.
Yeah. Maybe just looking for that reset. He spent a lot of resources there, so maybe he was happy. You give it up to a position 5 as well, so it's not the most daring kill, that you're giving away. Oh, Rue! He takes the Illuminate Blast to that face. He's just trying to scout something out. He's just nope. Turns himself around here, has to back himself up. There was a TP coming in from the Spirit Breaker, but they don't have vision anymore, so it will look like Rue gets himself out safe.
I was like, calm down, bro. I was just walking by. Like, what the hell?
I'm walking here. The aggression coming through. Actually, Rain's going to try and get aggressive onto Erase now as well. Inkswell for that stun. Do they have the follow-up damage onto Erase? Erase is going to use the Sonic Wave. The Scream comes out. Oh!
Infused.
He's got the raindrop. Yeah, he's not. Is he going to die? The deny. They get the deny on him, and it was close. One more right click from the Queen of Pain maybe confirms the kill, but it just wasn't there to be had. Especially working up the high ground into 3 heroes, felt safer to get the deny there onto the Spirit Breaker.
Not pretty. Still, you get the Sonic Wave is thrown out. Doesn't get you anything, so it's not too bad. SIBE, they've got a triple stack right there for the creeps. That's pretty nice for them.
Yep.
It's going to be a tough one for him to live through this.
Yeah, he's wasting some time here with the Snowball. The charge is still coming through, though, and Ake's going to go for the TP charge. If he'd have done that straight away, maybe he lives, but the Snowball, the charge, well, he's not to know the charge is coming in right, but yeah, if he'd have maybe just gone straight for the TP, he gets himself out there. Unfortunately, he just gives up his life.
Alright, so Keeper of the Light is going to go for the Boots of Travel into Spirit Vessel build. I like that. I mean, the problem is that it's not going to be insanely effective once we have the Grimstroke Shard, once we have the Snowball. That's half the duration of a Spirit Vessel kind of wasted. So it's not perfect. Oh, Rain.
They're going to try and go on, and he gets that charge just point blank on a creep, and there is going to be the Inkswell coming through, Blood Grenade now as well as the double edge, and Rain sure he doesn't get himself back far enough for this, even trying to use the stick charges to keep himself alive, but Rue will confirm the kill there.
Double infused raindrop charge being used, and I think he took an early point of Bulldoze, by the way. It's going to be a bit of a strain on his mana pool, because the cow he's not the highest intelligence hero in the game. That Bulldoze, the 30 mana or 40 mana cost level 1, it adds up.
Are you telling me the hero that runs head first into things, not for one but two of his spells, isn't the smartest hero in the world? I am shocked, Otomo. Shocked, I tell you.
I want to hurt that guy. I shall smash my head into him. You're like, well, all right.
If it works for you, yeah, sure, fine. That's your thing, I guess.
Let's see. Nothing on the task apart from boots. Can we look at Brewmaster? Again, I do feel like a lot of eyes are going to be on Brewmaster. What does he have? Is he going to have the Midas? Yep.
Yeah.
This is the build I want to see. The Hand of Midas, the Radiance. I feel like that's going to give you the best impact in this game. They're going to go for the task. Ooh!
The shards, it pushes him up to the stairs here and not away. The Snowball wasting a little bit of time once again, but where are his teammates? I think they're just going to abandon this Tusk, and yeah, the Tusk comes through. It back into the Brewmaster, and Class who says, cool, thank you for the kill. They do give it over to Pro. Meanwhile, on the top lane, well, an immediate revenge kill here. Ruaid's going to be able to take down Rain on that Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, they do also get a nice, I think, a D-ward off in the bottom lane, which is nice for them. And the kill does go to the Coddle, who you want. But, oh yeah, overall, I think it was a fair trade. Looks like the bottom tower is also going to be lost, so not bad for SIBE team. They're holding their own in the first 9 minutes, despite that massive CS difference that we saw earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the net worth here, the Luna is at least keeping pace and keeping ahead of the Mortar. The Mortar, I don't think, has the Maelstrom just yet, so the Luna is going to be able to take advantage with those bouncing glaives. But the other two cores on the side of Yellow Submarine are at the top of the table here, so there's a bit of a difference between the Centaur and the Brew, and I think once this blinks up for the Centaur, Yellow Submarine, they can just start to look 3, 4, maybe even 5 heroes at a time, and just start to look to take these team fights.
To be fair, Luna hasn't taken her stacks yet. Once she takes the stacks, it'll also be a pretty nice burst for her. And Brewmaster's got the Hand of Maya, so he's working his way up to what he needs, and that's going to be a tower as well. So overall, yeah, this is in favor of SIBE. I'm liking it. I'm liking what I'm seeing. This is what we wanted. We wanted a close game. Luna's got the Mask of Madness. It's... oh, dear.
Oh, the Inkspell's coming through now as well. Nesphere, the sound's coming through out from the Phantom. Sonic Wave gets committed. And Erase, he takes down Nesphere before the rest of the team SIBE can respond. There is going to be the Solar onto Erase. Erase going to get himself away from this one. Has the blink up to the high ground. Just going to go straight for that TP out. No charges, no nothing to cancel it. So he is going to be away here. And that's the other thing on the Keeper. You really only have the lockdown on the Spirit Breaker. Yes, you have the Lucent Beam for a mini stun, but the big team lockdown comes from that Spirit Breaker here before the Brewmaster split is out.
Yeah, it's not a whole lot, right? Because Luna's not gonna be fighting. Meanwhile, top lane, this is a pretty beefy boy with the Vanguard, but seems like they're chewing through it.
Yeah, he comes out with a stomp. He might just turn around, try and get what he can out of it, and Class is going to be the one to get the kill here. Rui with the TP. Nope. Well, charge was already used, so nothing to cancel out that TP once again, and he is out of there.
This, yeah, we're seeing the problem, right? The lack of stuns, but very good kill on the Centaur. That was when he was only like a couple hundred gold away from the Blink Dagger. Best time you can get it, most valuable kill. So, again, SIBE team keeping it very close so far.
Yeah, and like you say, there is still a few stacks available for the Luna. There is a net worth bump, but the Mortar is getting closer and closer to that Maelstrom.
Alright, well, Grimstroke, he just wants to go for the Shard, which again will do a lot to trivialize that Spirit Vessel coming out from the Coddle. And that's going to be a bit of a problem though, once it happens. I do think that the support duo on SIBE is so much better than the Yellow Submarine support duo. The Yellow Submarine is like mostly saves that you have, which is nice, but look at the other two. Phoenix, Spirit Breaker, these are the two guys you want late game. Every time. Yeah,
if that Spirit Breaker transitions into a semi-core, it could spell trouble for Yellow Submarine. I'm just looking at it though, as Mortar is, for me, the carry, even with the the nerfs coming out, the carry that you want with the once that shard is up, you start getting the Pierce the Veil kills. You can infinitely scale, and it is ridiculous the damage that spell does once you do start to get the stacks.
Yeah, and I think she's also like, she wins the core-to-core matchup, right? Like if it's Morta and Luna going at it, I'm like, my money is on the dead girl. Oh dear.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be able to get the kill into the Phoenix. Sounds comes out from the Phantom now as well. Ice Shards are going to be there, but the Centaur are going to be solo bound up. Can he get himself away? Stampede, even with the Stampede, look at how slow he goes. Erase does get the kill into the Phoenix. There isn't going to be, I mean, he's not level 6 just yet anyway, doesn't look like. So there is no Supernova. Absolute Massive solar bind comes out, going to be bashed back as well by Rain. Do they get the damage to get the kill into Absolute Massive as well? There's going to be another Illuminate damage coming through. So they do finally finish him off, but it might cost them 3 lives here as Erase double damage unit wants to come through. There is going to be that Spirit Vessel onto the Queen of Pain. The Queen of Pain not wanting to overcommit there, so they're not going to be able to get the kill into Class Nakruto, but they do lose 2 there, all for the Centaur.
Yeah, it comes out it's fairly even. You kill the Centaur, you lose your support. And in terms of towers, I don't think that anything decent jump here. They were able to keep the Phoenix alive. Phoenix, pretty low level, only level 5 at 12 minutes in. So if you could have egged at some point, you would have been able to keep his life.
However, that was a fight 5v4 or 4v5 in favor of Yellow Submarine. There was no Mortar in that fight. The Mortar was just farming up while this was going on. So, you know, this is how comfortable Yellow Submarine are. They're going to go 4v5 and then they're going to say, yeah, we're going to come out with more kills than you.
Especially, actually, Mortar has been suffering. So not the best game for Satanic so far. But, you know, the King, he'll come back. He'll be all right. I like how anytime a player does well, they're like, I've got to rebrand myself to King. I'm like, oh, how original.
Yeah, like at least the keeping the egos in check when we've not seen any God Emperors just yet. Nothing like that. They're staying humble.
Lord of the entire universe. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, Master of the Galaxy.
Maybe we're a little bit more jaded. You know, maybe he is truly the Master of the Galaxy. We don't know.
I mean, yeah, we're a bit cynical in our old age as Satanic. He's still got that bright outlook on life.
True. He's a glass 90% full kind of guy. You know. Looks like they actually gave the Wisdom Rune to Nesphere. They want him to get all that extra experience, which I like. I do feel like this Luna's again a hero. She does scale. She's not like a joke late game, but she's also not a hero that you be like, oh yeah, she can take the enemy team 1 versus 5 with a massive amount of single target damage. It's she's very much like, it feels like a golden XP dependent hero to be ahead.
Yeah, and just moving through the heroes, okay, we get the go as well. So everybody's ready to go. I wonder if they want to go for, because it is that position 5 Tusk as well, whether we're going to be looking for the Blink Dagger straight away, maybe straight into the Ag Scepter as well, even though it is that position 5 Tusk, because, I mean, that's still, even though it is an Ag Scepter, it's still a lot of utility on the hero.
Yeah, it's always useful. But I feel like unlikely. By the way, Spirit Breaker, he is not going for Tranquil. Even though he had queued up earlier, he's going for Phase Boots into the Shard. Interesting to see the Shard come out, because it's one of those. It's not really a shard you see buying. Oh well, who cares? Mid lane, he's dead.
I like how he put the ink swell on him. He's like, right, I'll keep myself safe. I'll stun everybody, and he's just dead. He didn't even have time to pop the ink swell. Oh, nice skill for them. And finally, we see something that is not less than a 1,000 gold lead. We actually have a full 1,000 gold lead for SIBE team. It's been less than 1,000 this entire game. But yeah, going back to this, I'm not sure how I feel about this Agam shot on the Spirit Breaker. It's like maybe you can take a double edge for your team. That's kind of nice, but in general, it's just an awkward item to see. Well, Phoenix might be rushing his hand of mice. I like that. Does it redirect the snowball?
I think it does. I mean, it should redirect any single target spell, right? That's what it says. So I imagine if it's blocked by Lincoln's or like reflected by Lotus Orb, it should work with that planar rocket.
Okay, that's not awful.
I mean, you could take a soul bind, but then you're still gonna be lashed out to someone else. You're like, and it's a very awkward spell. Let's see. What can you soul bind in this game? You can have double edge, which is really good. Double dead shot, which is pretty solid. Although the directions tend to be opposite. I believe that's the mechanic of it. So if the dead shot you have goes to the right, the reflect one goes to the left, which is awesome.
Okay. I mean, depending on how the team fight's going, it's a bit of chaos in there as well. Charge coming through once again onto Rui. Rui pops that Inkswell once again. He just straight up disappears. Stampede's going to use the Soulbind. It actually does come through now, but it doesn't connect. And the damage, they do get the kill. Yeah, they've already used that Supernova. Can everybody get away from this one? A race? Well, he's going to be stunned up here, but he should be able to get the blink away. No! The bashes, but still into the trees. He's going to go for the TP. Sunray on the back lines. They don't get the kill onto a race. He was able to get the TP away. And it just feels like, yeah, okay, SIBE, they've hit this early power spike. And they're running with it. They're ready to rock this. And yeah, at the minute, Satanic isn't ready to fight back with his teammates. And SIBE, they are punishing this. They've put this early aggression up.
Yeah, but I mean, but to be fair, the only thing they killed was the Grimstroke. Yes, they sent the ball scurrying away, but in terms of what they actually got, like that was just a flex, right? They used the egg, and we're like, all right, it's scary. And something they were able to withdraw safely. They got a call kill out of it, so they kind of walk away a little happy out of that. And
Yeah,
wait,
go on.
honestly, Tuska's got arcane boots. Okay. I mean, I know he's going for Lotus Orb, but quite early. It's not the usual build. You know, the Heart, Blade Mail, Shard.
I don't mind that. Because, I mean, your entire team is very mana hungry. So being able to boost them up in the middle of the fights, yeah, I don't mind that. Rain, charge comes through. Oh,
Nicely done.
That's so good, but the Nether Strike does still connect here. King does he actually, the Colin comes out, doesn't want to use the Pierce the Veil here. I didn't actually have the mana for the Pierce the Veil as well, so I wasn't able to get it out onto the Spirit Breaker. The Spirit Breaker, he just walks away.
Slight waste of his ultimate though. Now they know that Nether Strike has got a cooldown on it. You know, it's not a very spammable ultimate. And I gotta disagree with you a little bit on this Centaur Lotus Orb. It could work, I'm not saying it can't. And it is a good way to remove the Spirit Vessel, which I like, but Rain, he's dead. But what I don't like is that you really want that frontline meat shield, because the rest of the team isn't going to be able to do that, and you rely on Centaur to do it. It's a team decision, they obviously know what they're doing, but I don't know, I can't disagree with it.
I just think that the Solar Bind has been so strong for the Keeper that, you know, it keeps heroes in place that that's something that you want to be purging off as soon as possible.
Also fair.
You know, yeah, like you say, you do want the big frontline meat shield, and it's still going to give some health regen, you know, some stats for him there as well.
Armor.
So it's not the worst thing in the world, but yeah, I know what you mean, that it takes away some effectiveness of the hero.
Well, it looks like SIBE, they know this is happening, but will they be here in time?
Well, looks like they
need to go
might
now.
be. Illuminate comes through, back lines though, they delete Class before he can even get out the split off. He's got no buybacks coming to this fight, the Eclipse is going to come out now as well, and everybody's so low. Soulbind comes through, and yeah, the Supernova, well, the Tusk might be the sacrificial lamb as King. He does get himself that Aegis charge, come back to the back lines, he's going to come through absolutely everybody here, but Rain, he just puts himself in danger to get the kill onto the Centaur. Is this really going to be worth it here now as well? Rui's going to be in the back lines, he's got that Inkswell coming off. Does he go for the full Inkswell? It looks like he does. He doesn't pop the E early to get the extra stun off. He maybe knows he's dead here, King. Does he want to hold his ground? He's already used that Pierce the Veil. 3 heroes around, Eraser's going to come back into this now as well. They have the damage, going to be able to get the kill onto the Keeper Light as well, and Eraser's going to target the damage as the Colin comes out. The silence, the fear, the damage coming through, the dead shot. They've got absolutely everybody.
Dude, the way they played that fight, especially King and Raze at the end, really well played. I'm surprised Brewmaster just got bursted straight from before the fight. We didn't see him, but yeah, he did just get killed instantly. A little bit unfortunate, because I feel like you could bring down the Bruce Split-off. It would have been pretty solid for them. They were able to all disengage from the egg except Ike, but he still like sacrificed himself to hold 3 people back. Speedbreaker instantly, he blink and he's gone. All right, blink, long blink, take a long blink.
Yeah, just a quick, I can't believe that actually happened kind of blink. Rue, I'm surprised that he didn't, you know, pop that Inkswell just to buy him a little bit. I think he was always dead, but,
yeah,
you know, just pop it and get that little bit of extra damage off, the extra stun off onto Netsphere. But Erase comes back in and he buys time for King to respawn with his Aegis, and he just gets them so low, and then Satanic can come through and just delete everybody.
The racist jump. When he jumped in, I thought this guy's crazy. I'm like, come on, you're jumping to 3. He gets the kill up row, makes it out alive. Pretty damn amazing. But Class losing his life, you cannot have that happening.
No. Yeah, he just got caught out by the blink forward from the Queen of Pain. And yeah, the Phantom Silence coming out there as well from the Grimstroke just meant that he couldn't get that split off.
I mean, especially in those long duration fights, the Radiance Bird is amazing. So it's all right. I mean, you know, these things happen. We'll see what he can do. And it looks like it is going to be the heart for the Centaur. Yeah, he's just going to. Yeah. He's just going to. What's it called? Disassemble the Vanguard and go for it. All right. So it's just Lotus Pool. It's okay. It's not the worst thing. It's all right.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean as well, that he's gone for that early Lotus. I do think the early Lotus for the protection of the, like I said, that Solar Bind, it is really messing Yellow Submarine up when it does come out, because it quite literally stops you in your tracks, you know, when it gets to the very end of it. So that early protection, I think it is just a good pickup, and then you always go back for your heart anyway. He will be missing out on the Blade Mail. I don't know whether he goes back for that, though.
It feels like it's one of those items you kind of want a little bit early, right? Like it's influence when you get it early. But if you get like 50, it's not an item you buy at 50 minutes and it wins you a big team fight. You know what I mean?
Oh, Rue, he's going to be in trouble. Soulbind comes out once again, and it is going to be the leash between the Spirit Breaker and the Brewmaster. So you want to fight through this one as the Soulbind will wear off. So, I mean, he could have just walked away there, but he chose to cast the Soulbind. No real follow-up coming out from Yellow Submarine.
Hey, man, he's being flashy. Oh, King. Remember that he does not have Aegis.
Yeah, charge comes in. The dead shot that was going to cancel the charge. It's still going to be stunned onto Satanic. He's going to walk himself away. That is the pace to Veil down here. For the worse, there's no shard here, so there was no pickups to be had. Do they want to carry on fighting into this one? Supernova has already been used, but it looks like they're going to back themselves away in Yellow Submarine. They don't want to overextend into this fight.
I think Yellow Submarine, the one that exchange in terms of Soulbind for Egg, I think you're kind of happy because the Egg longer cooldown and in general just feels like it's a little bit more impactful most of the time. So if you're Yellow Submarine, you might be thinking, oh, let's go do something. Queen of Pain, she's gone for a nice mixture of defense offense, Sanj and Kaya, along with the Witchblade. It's like a good amount of stats. I think she's going for Lincoln Sphere after. So pretty hard to kill. I mean, Race is you don't see this very often. The Queen of Pain having this much net worth, and oh, he just Icarus dived.
Yeah, Sonic Wave comes through. Race gets another kill on the board here. I think she already had the point boosted there as well, so maybe going straight for the Ags.
Yeah, right. It's like you can go for the Ags or the Lincolns. It's fine. Like I'm liking the big stats that you want. You're going for the Queen of Pain because we mentioned SIBE's damage is solid, but it's not amazing. A lot of it's overtime, Radiance, Phoenix. Spearbreaker's good, but he's position 5, so it takes a while to kill them, and Queen of Pain is gonna be very happy with that.
And it does make, like I say, really good attack animation. The Ags is up into the Lincolns after, so just look at the, like I say, the attack animation, the right click damage putting out 169 on the right click damage, so it is still a big threat. And like you say, now with this Ags, you've got the stats. You aren't easily killed here, and that's the thing that I think, just in general, the game is starting to struggle with just how quickly, like you see in Zeus with like nearly 4k health when he's got his full build. You're seeing these Queen of Pains with 3.5k health. You're getting the big tanky heroes getting up to nearly 5k. I would like to see maybe strength reduced just a little bit on the amount of health it does give. Yeah,
remember it was increased by 10%. It used to be 20, now you get 22. And it's like, oh wow, and you're gonna have 30, 40 extra strength. It adds up. It does feel like it's a little too much, but at the same time, you kind of want strength heroes to be tanky, but it's not. It's giving too much to other people. So can we reduce their strength gain? Then it kind of gets balanced out by a little bit. Everyone just takes a minus 0.4, something like that, except strength heroes.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think it'd be better if everyone gets it. Like, 'cause it brings strength heroes down a little bit, just on the health, like not on the rest of the stats. Just because, like I say, it just feels like everybody is sort of racking up way too much health at the minute.
I like it though. I mean, I like that we have a lot of health.
You just want to play your position 4 Doom and just become unkillable, don't you?
That's also. Is that so bad? You make it sound terrible, but in the meantime, looks like Yellow Submarine, they're feeling very comfortable in the game. I gotta say, the Phoenix's farm is really racking up. The Hand of Midas. It's paying off.
And yeah, I mean, you are going to be able to get the Hex out of it, so yeah, that's something that, again, you can pop that just before the Supernova comes out, a little bit more control in the fights. But you look at this, you've got Yellow Submarine. Satanic is just frontlining this tier 2 tower, and SIBE not really doing anything to stop that. It's just a free tier 2.
By the way, Rain went for the Hand of Midas 25 minutes in. He's decided to play the position 4 Spirit Breaker, finally. He's got the Hand of Midas and the Phase Boost. This is the build that we thought we were going to see anyway, but they sort of flipped it. But I imagine he's going to start putting some space between him and the Tusk. Really don't want to see the Shard, though.
It's not just my pups. It happens. Position 5 Spirit Breakers, they just go for that position 4, position 3 build anyway. If the game goes like, maybe if we go for another hour, we'll see that Octarine core coming out as well. Charge comes through, the Snowball's going to break mid. The Sonic Wave is going to miss. Soulbind on the back line to get the damage onto the Keeper of Light now as well. The Eclipse comes out. They might be able to take down the Keeper of Light. He's going to survive for a little bit longer now as well, but he does go down to the Shadow Strike in the end. Erase is going to get the kill. They take down 2 heroes here. Yellow Submarine, they want to go for even more as well. The Spirit Breaker's going to get pretty down low. Nesphere, he's already used that Eclipse. The damage, the right-click damage coming through. They've got the stun onto him, but Satanic will still get this kill through the Pierce the Veil. They want absolutely everybody. Class Recruiter, the split is going to be wearing off now as well. The right clicks, the Boulder Toss just before he unsplits. Deadshot though, they've got the control. 5 heroes racking up, and Class Recruiter, no way he gets himself out of this. They stack up, they mosh pit him to death, and that was a big pickup, a really good fight for Yellow Submarine.
Oh man, if you're SIBE team, they were split up. Spirit Breaker, he was going one. The egg was really far from where the Spirit Breaker was. Like look where the Spirit Breaker is. No one protects the egg. King is like, oh okay, just straight up goes for the egg. No, like why wouldn't he? So they had no one protecting the egg. They had no one sort of splitting up the fight. And we've mentioned if you're going Morta versus Luna, this is the 1v1, right? Like Luna just she can't handle it. Well, we say 1 versus 1, but I mean, they had the whole team there.
Yeah, there was an ache in there, and like I say, at the end, the Brewmaster, it's just, he turns and fights, he knows he's not getting away from this one, and all 5 heroes, they just take the time, bursting him down here, and yeah, the damage coming through, like you say, it was way too split up. Nobody went for Satanic once that egg was out, and he was close enough that on the Gunslinger procs, he was firing back into the Luna that was just behind him in the river.
And you really need Spirit Breaker to handle Morta when the egg comes out, because he's got 3 BKB piercing abilities, you know, more than enough time to both keep you in the next to the egg when it explodes, and as well as, you know, not prevent you from hitting it.
Yeah,
this is
and that was the thing as well, that the Soulbind wasn't super effective. They missed the Sonic Wave as well. The Snowball didn't connect. There was a few whiff spells there, and Yellow Submarine was still able to take that fight and, you know, take down all 5 heroes.
Unfortunately, the Hand of Midas on the Spirit Breaker means that his gold is not quite as valuable, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you get it a bit late, it's like nearly half your gold isn't giving you anything. If Phoenix at least is paid off for itself by now. But that's a problem.
But the attack speed!
Alright, I'll tell you something. As Spirit Breaker, you don't really hit people a lot, you know what I mean? You sort of charge in and walk out and charge in again. You don't spend a whole lot of time. That's not a thing.
Split's coming through, but Roshan's already dead. There's going to be the charge coming through from the Spirit Breaker now as well. Onto the Grimstroke. The Grimstroke might be that sacrificial lamb. And yeah, you can see that Satanic's already TP'd himself out of this one. So everybody, they pull the ripcord. And Rue, even 4v5 here, they take a Roshan. They only lose a Grimstroke for that. And she's an Aegis on the board for Yellow Submarine. And I'm going to go back to it. The attack speed.
Well, yeah, maybe that's why they were able to kill Grimstroke just now. No, attack speed on Spirit Breaker is very, very much overrated, unfortunately. And look at that, Yellow Submarine. This is the biggest, well, nearly the biggest advantage. They have about 70% chance to take it, and I mean, yeah, 70% seems fine. But I think SIBE team can also come back. You know, you still have Phoenix Spirit Breaker. Brewmaster can do a lot. I'm not really seeing the value of the call till now. By the way, though, I will say that I haven't really seen the call, and I'm like, wow, call, so good.
Yeah, I think that's how we started off in the draft, and it's not changed for me at all. Like, okay, there's been a couple of good Illuminates, but for the most part, you know, if you were to pick up something like, I don't know, the Dragonite with the Breathe Fire would have done the exact same job for me with the Illuminate, but you have the impact of then, you can also take towers in the Dragon form.
I mean, we might have seen a few more kills as well, just because of that stun, right? Because we've seen a bunch of times people just TP away in front of them, and you're like, well, that would have been nice to stun him. And looks like Yellow Submarine, they just push top tower. They take it. I think they've got all the tier 2s down, and now they're just, you know, poking high ground, seeing what they can get. They have the Aegis.
Yeah, they're going to put Satanic on the front line. Soulband comes out, and that's going to be the Lotus Orb. So purge that off. He was able to run himself away in Centaur. But yeah, and you have the Mortar here. One of the were they TPing? Okay, they're just going to leave. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
They found Brew.
They do, yeah, they get the silence off, they get the kill, they have the control, and that's a window, 60 seconds now. And like you say, there's no tier 2 tower in the mid, so they can just march back up the mid and put pressure onto the tier 3 tower in the mid lane. And like you say, that Mortar, one of the best carries at the minute at hitting towers.
Yeah, she's actually worse than the Luna, but Luna's a hitting tower, so you don't have to worry about her. Yeah. You know, Morta's actually doing her job.
Luna is better at hitting buildings. I think Muerta is better at hitting like the single target, like say going for like the tier 3 towers here and trying to burst them down with like the gunslinger procs.
Yeah, yeah. When it comes to one tower, like one building, she's better. When it comes to the actual base, it's Luna. And,
oh yeah, no doubt, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Trying to go on to this one now as well. They have the toss up into the air here for the Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker does get himself away from this one. Sunray trying to do what he can to keep him alive. He's going to be diving here. Erase Sonic Wave. It actually hits onto the Keeper. They're going to be able to delete this. Yeah, no way. He even keeps King alive. He's got his 1 charges. He's still got the Aegis. And now they probably have a lane of racks here too. And oh Pro, you've got to be really careful. Deadshot coming through. A race. The blink, it's not going to be enough damage to get the kill, but still, they can go on this lane of racks here. And I don't know, 3 heroes, they even lose Nesphere's courier. I think it did just deliver was it the Shadow Blade there? I think just
Silver Edge.
Nesphere. Oh, back lines though, they have the damage eclipse coming out, and look at it, King chasing down Nesphere, has a BKB up and still running away. Pops a Manta style, but he is going to get popped. There's more to get the kill now. They get the spin up with the Cyclone, the Brewmaster split's coming out here. They're loads of Sorb. Again, they're trying to do what he can, but he's just going to be able to break a lot of these Brewlins. Blink comes in. They're going to be able to get the kill to the Brewmaster. Sure, he doesn't get himself away from this one. Whereas that 4-star forward, yeah, there's going to be the Blink in the Stomp as well. Classic Recruiter just has to run himself away from this one. And Yellow Submarine, even with 1 hero down, they're still going to be able to fight. They're going to say, this is our base. You have to push us out.
Oh, dear. Oh dear, and then I think, sorry, you were right, this was Shadow Blade that he's building Silver Edge on the Luna. And in general, like, yeah, maybe Pro's doing his job by defending with the call, but it's not much. And
No.
the egg, it comes out, we've not seen anyone protect the egg so far. The egg comes out, and SIBE team is like, oh my god, run away. You're like, no, everyone, come back. You mentioned pubs a few times. That's a pub egg, you know, when you egg and the enemy, your allies are like, all right, guys, he's got it, let's go.
Yeah, he's got the nightlight on. We can, we're safe to run away. He's buying us time. It's like, no, fight around it, you fools.
Yeah, unfortunately, just erased and Kings, so I say tag, they were just like, let's just hit the egg. And this has been the story of the egg so far. It cracks a lot.
It is, it just cracks more than hatches here at the minute. As Satanic will be going towards that shard now as well, like I say. So not only do you get the spell amp on the Pierce the Veil kills, you get a 30% lifesteal when you are inside the Pierce the Veil. That is right, it's not just me, that's a ridiculous amount of lifesteal to give just for a shard.
It's pretty good. I mean, isn't this Aghanim Scepter, that shot, that parting shot? I feel like they should flip it because no one gets the Aghanim Scepter. And it's like, make the Aghanim Scepter worth something. Like, I don't even know particularly. Like, you split them in half, and then you do half damage to the body, and then the soul comes back, and like, it's like, sometimes Ice Frog goes a little bit crazy with the mechanics.
Yeah, like I get it. It's effectively. It takes them out of the fight because it stuns, it silences, it disarms, right? It just like it locks the hero down, and you like to say you do a bit of damage to the quote unquote soul that gets knocked out of the body. But it's not worth the investment of the 4.5k gold when you can just get damage, just get a Daedalus, get a Silver Edge, get a just get something that really will whack them down.
For the record, it's 4.2k, and I'm saving you before chat flames you to Kingdom Come. He said 4.5. You're up by 300 gold. All right, we have a smoke on SIBE team. Who can they find here? They might just go across the Tusk. Not really the ideal kill, but you take whatever you can get.
Yep, he's going to snowball. He's going to waste some time. Kristav comes through now as well. The Supernova and the Sunray damage. Do they get the kill onto Static? No, he pops his ultimate. He turns it around. He gets the kill onto the Spirit Breaker. And now he just continues with the right clicks onto the Luna. The Luna tries to pop the Manta style. But yeah, Spirit Vessel on top of him. He's going to try and do what he can. He will eventually fall here. They do get the kill. Sonic Wave comes through. He's going to be able to get the kill onto the Phoenix in the end. Split comes out from the Brewmaster. What can they do? Cyclone here onto the Centaur Warrunner. They get the sounds out onto the fleeing Brewmaster Pandolin. And I think they're going to be able to get this Inkswell with that. Did they get the damage out onto him to stop the pop? Looks like it might just be Lincoln gets broken here with that boulder toss, but it looks like he will be away. I think this is the first time I've seen him run away. Yeah, the increased primal split, and it's just, he keeps himself alive. So fair enough to the Brewmaster, but everybody else taking some punishment on the side of SIBE.
Solid-ish fight though. At least you get 2 kills on SIBE team, and you are getting the high priority targets as well. But in general, yeah, the lifesteal really good, although doesn't help you much against the Phoenix Sunray, which does percentage damage. So we are seeing the value of the Phoenix, especially when the egg actually hatches.
Yeah, and the Spirit Vessel there as well for the reduction. It was a good couple of rounds. But the thing is, with that first, he did get the shard, so that with that first Pierce the Veil, he's already up to 4 stacks on the shard. So, that is, and it's just gonna, again, the more damage you're gonna do, the more lifesteal you're gonna get as well. So it will start to ramp up if you can get these Pierce the Veil attacks and kills.
Brewmaster went for an interesting, he went for the Octarine core. Usually I see like the Salt Curious come out before that. But okay, nothing wrong with it, just a little bit unusual. In the meantime though, despite Rain having Hand of Midas on Spirit Breaker, he's still way behind in terms of net worth. They are behind in general as a team in total, but this Spirit Breaker 5 is not paying off at all.
Yeah, It's pretty rough. That's kind of the thing. Like I said, I was talking about, he transitions into that semi-core, but Yellow Submarine, apart from the first 10 minutes of the game, they've been applying pressure, and it just feels like rain. Yeah, you want to, like you say, you've got that global presence. You want to be roaming around the map. You want to be getting kills with your teammates. You want to be picking those up, and they've just not been able to find the openings, apart from on a Grimstroke from time to time. And now he's even going to lose his life. Rue is going to get that kill, and yeah, it was a good jump. He just gets caught out.
Well, he's only a prince, and
true.
He's going up against the king. Man. In the line of succession, I think the king comes in first, right? I mean, he's the king. I don't think there's any succession. He is the king.
Well, I mean, I think there's been more than one prince in history that's, off the king to make them the kings now. But at the minute, yeah, you can see the Satanic. He's putting down his foot and saying, "Nope, I'm in control," and you're gonna wait.
It's gonna be tough to take the crown off the king in this game. Oh wait, Juventus. Sorry,
yeah, bro. With the kickback now as well, Solarbind onto Egg. You've got the backlines. Phoenix waiting on the backlines now as well. But
he's so close to level 3 Egg. Look at that experience. I'd love to have that, but the Ike might have actually seen the Phoenix. Yeah, he does.
Sentry's down as well. Nestor, he pops up BKB. He couldn't try and get himself away, King. Does he want to turn around? He's got the BKB going now as well. Does he want to go for... He's already used the Pierce of L, trying to go for those right clicks, just trying to keep himself away from the damage. He's going to be able to pick up even more. Cyclone comes out, but Erase. So there's going to be 2 kills here for the Queen of Pain. And they might want to go for a little bit more as well. The dive comes in from Erase. Can they get a kill onto the Keeper of the Light? Keeper of the Light trying to do what he can. He's going to be bounced around, and it looks like they might be able to... No! The blink out. Queen of Pain. Charge coming through now as well. Is that going to be enough damage here?
What a force staff.
Push away here. Yeah. The Hurricane Pike pushing him away. They don't get the kill onto the Queen of Pain. Absolute massive being chased down now as well. Sunray coming through. That damage, it will be enough to get the kill into the Centaur. And it looks like Rue with the TP away was a Lucent Beam. Anything to cancel the TP. They don't have it. And Queen of Pain just trying to waste a little bit more time. Shadow Strike's coming out. The Blink's away. And it looks like at least the 2 big cores here on the side of Yellow Submarine will be able to leave.
That was such a good use of the Hurricane Pike just now. Preventing the Spirit Breaker from finishing his charge. The Egg, at least they protected this time, but again, no one was really in range of it exploding. The Soulbind also kind of prevent them from going for more. Like, they couldn't get another strike because of that. And just Yellow Submarine, they've been really good at going in and out of fights, Like, not heavily committing all the way. And they're like, all right, everyone, you go back, you go out, you come back in. And I think someone just died in the actual game.
Yeah, Phoenix died here. It was actually going to be the Blink into the Rose Pit now as well. Because SIBE, they were trying to take a fight. And it looks like, again, Satanic, he's just going to be able to pop heroes down here. The Brewmaster split coming out. It's going to be the call up onto the high ground now as well. With the Luna. Trying to do what he can with the Balancing Glaives. That protection. The BKB comes out as well. Split Aegis. Who actually got that Aegis? We're giving the Mortar. The Mortar got the snatch on it. Now, SIBE, they need to leave because they are teammates down. The Phoenix is already dead. The Brewmaster split. Do they have the control? Absolute massive. Just waiting for that Blink back in. Once that split was off. But Class Rakuto. Ice Shards come through. They have the control. They have the lockdown onto the Brewmaster. Again, they have the damage. And Satanic is going to be able to get himself another kill on the board.
90 seconds, no Brewmaster. This is not good. This was Yellow Submarine's sort of chance to end the game. You're not going to get another Aegis for like at least 8 to possibly 11 minutes. You could be like, all right, by that time, maybe the Phoenix and Spirit Breaker will be even bigger threats. We could just try and end it off right now. Illuminate spam coming out from Pro, who again, I don't really...
Yeah.
I just not really see it. 3, 4, and 9 is like, okay.
You can put that to the Queen of Pain, who's been involved in pretty much every fight, racking up the kills. And yeah, it's just... I'm not impressed with its Keeper of Light. And it's just down to the pick, nothing to do with how the players, but they're going to be able to get the Soulbind up now as well. Sonic Wave comes through. Did they get the kill onto the Luna? Luna's going to go down. Erase gets another kill on the board. The Luna is dead, rocking that 666 in the kill, death, and assists. And yeah, we're just going to get the GG. So 36-17 and a 17k net worth lead here. You look at the Queen of Pain, 16-0 and 11 compared to what was that, the 3, 5, and 9 of the Keeper of the Light.
No, it was just a very different game when we saw what impact from the mid laners. We said from the start, Queen of Pain. First, she started off with the first blood, so you get that ball instantly. Secondly, we were like the laning stage was looking really good for her in terms of that 1-to-1 matchup. She had 25 and 10 to the 15 and 2 of the call. Call it, you're not. It's not like the Queen of Pain's attack animation is 10 times better, but it is better. It's so much easier to land your spells. I was expecting more from the Spirit Breaker Phoenix combination, but almost every time the egg comes out, Spirit Breaker's not there to help. Brewmaster, that critical fight in the first Aegis when he died before splitting, and you're like, oh, we really need your radiance just in that second. And Luna, it's not a good matchup for. And that final item was Refresher Orb. Okay.
It was rough. Yeah, it was rough, and it just felt like Yellow Submarine, they had the draft over SIBE there as well. Yeah, like you say, the matchup to matchup on every role, the heroes, it felt like the heroes on Yellow Submarine were able to come out on top, and SIBE being at that disadvantage, they couldn't recover in the fights. And like you say, that Brewmaster, he was trying to do his best, but every time he went in, he was either silenced before he could get the split off, or he tried to go for the split and his teammates were already dying around him. The Phoenix went for the Supernova egg, and everybody else was running away. It was trying to cover that exit, and SIBE, they just couldn't get any momentum going. So it is going to be game number 1 going the way of Yellow Submarine, and they are in a really comfortable position moving through in this knockout round. So we are going to be taking a quick break, and we'll be back with a second game after this to see if Yellow Submarine can move through in 2, or if we see a third and final game fight back here from the side of SIBE. But first, we'll see you after this break.
Sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back into it, everybody. We're going to get started here with game number 2 between SIBE and Yellow Submarines. And Otomo, in that last game, there was some good plays by SIBE, but I think it came down to the draft. So what are we looking at in draft number 2? What do you want to be seeing coming out from SIBE?
I mean, I love it if they went for more meta picks. Like when we talked about, Spirit Breaker, you could pair it up with a Spectre, but they wanted the Luna instead, which set you up for a really rough sort of combination that you're going to go with. They had no way to lock people down with the Phoenix Egg as well. So it was just some individual pieces that we liked, but not a lot of cohesion between them. And we didn't like the Coddle from the start. From the start, we saw this like before. They've picked it, Coddle, a bunch of times, Coddle mid. It doesn't look good. It never wins. I mean, if they won, we'd be singing their praises, true, but it still feels like a high-risk thing that you didn't need to go for. And we saw that they got punished for it many times because they had no lockdown. Phoenix call, go on someone, and they just press the double T, and you're like, all right, that's it. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, and that was the thing, right? That they didn't have the mobility or the burst damage, so we should be able to get ourselves into the draft to see how SIBE are going to try and line up this time into Yellow Submarine, whether they're going to be able to match up a little bit better coming through it, as we see already the Nature's Prophet being banned out. And that hero, little bit of a rant from me, that hero just needs a complete change of, the teleport damage into armor, and then the Sprout being like at level 4, 9-second cooldown. Just delete that hero. Just remove it from the game. Throw it in the bin with Tinker and Arc Warden. Let's see it in about 5 years' time when everybody's forgotten how just stupid it is.
All right. I agree with you on Arc Warden because I lost the game to him today. But Nature's Prophet, the thing that bugs me about Nature's Prophet is that whenever I play him, I feel super bad and awkward. Whenever the other team's playing him, they're always like around all over the map, doing that sprout where they don't sprout you in, they sprout the path you're in. So you have to cut through 2 trees. And I'm like, geez, what the hell is this guy? So I don't like Nature's Prophet either, but for very different personal reasons. And let's see. Submarine, will they keep the Spirit Breaker in? Didn't look like SIBE. SIBE did not look like they knew what they were doing with that Spirit Breaker, I gotta say.
No. And I think that's one of the things that it did get a little bit of a nerf in the last patch as well.
Tiny.
And I think that mentally was enough for teams to figure out how to play against it. Be like, okay, this hero isn't the scariest hero. It's not unkillable. It's not this absolute monster. So I'm seeing it go undrafted and unbanned in a lot of drafts where teams are just like completely ignoring it. It's, not seeing, Yellow Submarine this time, they do want to take it out so they can pick up the Pugna.
I gotta say though, I feel like the hero's still strong. He farms a bit less efficiently because of the way Great Bash doesn't do damage to creeps anymore. Like, used to be 1.5, now it's 1.3, and the charge has 1 second cooldown added. But there's still nobody who does what Spirit Breaker does. You know what I mean? I see anyone, I press Q, I go on them, my rest of the team can come help me out. Great combination with global presence, like, the Spectre, the Dawn Breaker if you want. So I don't know. I still feel like Spirit Breaker is really good. It's just, we'll see. All right. So we have SIBE taking Weaver against Pugna. A bit of an odd choice just because it feels like Pugna usually does pretty well against the Weaver in terms of Decrepify being counted. But you're not always going to have everyone Decrepified. You're pretty fragile. So it's favor. I'll say that SIBE has the better opening pick.
Yeah. I don't mind this Weaver. I've seen how strong it is. You don't really need to build defensive items because you've got that time lapse built in. Don't get me wrong. At some point, you either go for a Lincoln's or a BKB, something like that for the protection. But you can go early. Like the build that I'm seeing is Falcon Blade into the Dragonlance into a Desolator, and a shard in there somewhere as well, and you just run heroes down.
And you get, like you're saying, you don't need you get so much stats, right, from the item build you mentioned. Like Falcon Blade gives you 175 health. Dragonlance also gives you, I think, 14 strength. It gives you a good amount of strength, so you're generally getting the health that you need. And later on, you can just build if you need more items. Submarine, they do get rid of the Brewmaster, so they're looking at SIBE's team. They're like, all right, Klaus, it was maybe causing us a little bit of headaches, so we are going to get rid of that. They get rid of the magnets. I believe this is the second time at SIBE. They remove the Faceless Void. I like that ban a lot. Because as Weaver, that's one thing you cannot. There's no counterplay to it.
No. So the Grimstroke coming through as well for the Weaver. I like this. You throw the Phantom out, the Swarm comes out as well, and heroes are just like, well, you know, I can hit one or the other, but I'm either going to be silenced or I'm going to be losing armor and taking damage here. You know, it's just one of those combos that it's not scary. It's just a massive pain in the ass to play against.
Yeah, and it also means that we won't see Necrophos coming out from Yellow Submarine, by the way. If you're up against Grimstroke and Weaver, it's very hard. If you Ghost Shroud, you can't hit anything. If you don't Ghost Shroud, you're taking a bunch of lovely stuff to your face. So I don't know if Yellow Submarine would want to take a Necrophos. It just feels very, very risky for them this game.
Yeah, and they're gonna go for the Tide. Oh, I do like that.
I like it a lot too. I like what it gives you as well. The Anchor, super good against the Weaver. You have this nice body in the front who doesn't really care about like Inkswell happening on him. If you Soulbind him, it's like just, I don't know. We'll see if it matters or not if they go for some combination. But I'm really liking this Tide Hunter. You put him in the front, you put him behind, towers just melt.
Were you surprised that he didn't get a change in 7.34E? You know, because that Dead in the Water, his shard is absolutely amazing. We saw at TI what Ace could do with that shard. You know, he, like, players were going for the Tide Hunter, they were completely ignoring the shard, and then Ace started to pick it up, show what it could do, and all of a sudden, it's like one of the most popular items. Oh, don't mind that.
I don't know. I think I'm glad that didn't get nerfed. Let's give the time a little. Let's give the guy a little bit more time. But I gotta say, I am not a fan of this Lion pick.
Really?
It can work. I think it's gonna be a position 4 Lion, good combination with a Tide Hunter in the lane. Okay with a Decrepify, but very fragile. Everything you have gets removed by the Inkswell shard. I don't like it. I don't like Lion in general right now.
Okay. Yeah, I just like it. Like you say, the Depugner, the Decrepify into pretty much Lion's entire kit. You have the control as well for the Weaver, the Hex into the Earth Spike coming out. It's, you know, into the Finger of Death. If you can get a quick kill on the Weaver before you can get that time lapse off, like I say, it goes well with the Tide Hunter. I just think it's a good hero at the minute, and maybe a little bit underappreciated by everybody, including my co-caster.
Oh really? Hey, listen, I have more than a handful of games with Lion. To be fair, it's very different. I just don't think this is going to be a Kaka Lion. All right, I think it's just going to be like, we'll see. He could be impressive. Although Tusk is actually not bad at counter as a Lion. You can actually dodge the Finger because Finger is a very odd mechanic. It doesn't do instant damage. It applies a debuff that lasts for a quarter second. And when it expires, it does damage. And I'm like, what an awkward way to program it.
I get what you mean. Like, it connects, and then the spell does damage. It's not like as soon as the spell connects, the damage comes out. So, a little bit weird. And yeah, so Tusk, if he's got those quick fingers, maybe he can dodge off the damage. Maybe.
Yeah, it's very odd because sometimes I'm like, this might be a remnant of the fact that this game is 20 freaking years old. Maybe that's how it had to be that way in before. Lina is the same thing with Laguna Blade, and I've seen people like when they get Lotus Orb, you can Laguna Blade them, use yourself, and you take no damage. And I'm like, what the hell?
It's just that quick interact. But you get used to it. It's a feature, not a bug. You know, it's been around that long that it's like, why would you change it now? Everybody's got used to it. If you change it, you're just gonna ruin everyone's muscle memory.
Well, speaking of, this has no relation to muscle memory as well. But SIBE's draft, a little bit fragile with the Grimstroke Weaver, but they do add a bit of frontline with the Darkseer Tusk. This also means you can't really take a Radiance Builder, a Luna for Yellow Submarine. Like, these heroes are now a lot less viable. Terrorblade as well. We'll see what Yellow Submarine wants to go for, but I like the Darkseer pick a lot. I feel like Darkseer is a great equalizer. You know, the game, their carry super farmed. Let's just take him for our own. And no combination with the Soulbind, by the way. I don't believe a single spell works with the Soulbind.
No, you are. Yeah, you're right. Does Walrus Punch?
No, because it's like think of it like Drow Ranger's Frost Arrows.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like it doesn't split into two. Same thing with the Tusk.
Oh, okay. Because it's an attack modifier. technically, and not a casting spell.
Yeah, so I'm like, I don't think that's bad, but it is odd. Ooh.
Fun.
Okay. All right, mid laners are left in the pool. Lina is probably going to be premium for both teams, just because if Yellow Submarine gets her, you have this, Finger and Laguna, which we talked about earlier. With Decrepify, anyone's just going to melt. For SIBE, really good to have Lina on your side, because you have two squishy supports, just Laguna Blade at all times.
Yeah, and Dazzle's going to be the ban here for Yellow Submarine. Yeah, that wouldn't have been too bad. More minus armor to stack up. A lot of damage to come through. Just being able to stand your ground, because obviously you get that Ag Scepter, you let the Weaver run in, you've got the Tusken Darks here frontline in there as well, and you pop your Shadow Wave, and all of a sudden the heroes in Yellow Submarine they disappear to the damage.
Yeah, I'm fine with the Weaver being banned out. Although I wouldn't mind if the Yellow Submarine went against it, just because it's like, yeah, we mentioned a lot of perks, but it's also another very squishy hero. Although if you do get that Shallow Grave on Weaver, that really can be a big game changer. So yeah, maybe Yellow Submarine are very wise to get rid of it in the end. And Puck, Lina, these are still in the pool. What else is really good? Necrophos. I think that Necrophos is not bad, honestly, for SIBE team if you want it. But there's a lot of lockdown on the other side, so it's also a bit risky. Zeus
as well for Yellow Submarine.
I like Zeus.
Yeah,
I love Zeus. Zeus is awesome. Especially at level 20. That level 20, by the way, talent 12% every time you arc people. That's pretty damn bonkers.
Yeah, his entire kit is just really nice. So it's
especially as a support.
Well, yeah.
Especially as a support.
As a position 4 specifically.
See that. There you go. This is obviously though they would pick him as the mid. So Lina is gonna be the choice here. Does either team want Puck gets removed? That leaves Lina. I'm trying to think of other really good mids right now.
Well, if we're going off my pubs, it'd be the sniper, because 90% of my games have a sniper.
Oh, dude, you reminded me. Today I had to play a game with sniper position 5. I hate it. I hate that person. The guy went for tranquil. Okay, firstly, he takes take aim level 1. Not shrapnel, not headshot, and I'm like, what are you doing with 100 attack range? He's got no items. He ends the game with tranquil boots and shard. Doesn't even finish the 4 staff. And it's like, I'm glad we're not in the cyber cafe culture where he's like, 3 computers away. All right, Lina gets banned. They take the Pango. Really nice for Yellow Submarine. SIBE team. Who do you want here to go up against? Quap is in the pool. Not a bad matchup against the Pango.
And the OD.
Oh, OD. Okay, our observer said OD, and to him I'll be like, excuse me, leave this to the professionals. Thank you very much. But actually, OD would be pretty solid. You're up against this high armor Sven, a lot of health coming out from the tide. You can also use it to save. I wouldn't mind OD.
No. I love production. Like, they carried me through some of those solo casts with the suggestions, but it is going to be the Queen of Pain.
Ha! All right. See? Told you. Production, stick to observing. All right. Leave the talking to the professionals.
And this is where Otomo gets muted, and we never see him again. He doesn't even get back on cams. It's just a big blank screen, So, I'm going to be solo casting this game going forward, and production, might need your help in terms of co-casting.
All right. They'll share camera control, and then it'll be like the worst observing ever just because I'm doing it. And I'll be like, oh shit, can I do the easy job again? I like the last pick, Quap, quite a bit, but Yellow Submarine is still like the better team. In terms of draft, you have Tidehunter, Pango, and Sven. That's a lot to chew through. You're up against a lot of physical damage mostly. Like Quap gives you good magic, but Weaver is mostly physical. And the supports are fragile, but one of them is Pugna with the Decrepify. It can give you a lot. And they do have good push, Pugna, Tidehunter with the Meteor. So it's a bit even. I don't feel as strong as I did game 1 where I was like, Yellow Submarine. I was going to take it. This one, I'm still going Yellow Submarine, but it's more like 65-35 rather than game 1 was like, I was like 90% in.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen the impact that a good Queen of Pain could have. I think it was last game, it was 16, 0, and 11 in terms of kills, death, assists. So there was, a big impact on the hero. So yeah, we've already seen, but I think the Pangolier is a bit of a better matchup. It's got interrupts, it's got, it can get into the front lines of the fights. There's a lot of damage there as well. Mobility hero as well, so it's not just like you cast the Illuminate and you stood still for 3 seconds while the spell comes off, and we'll get ourselves into the game to see just how well this Pangolier is going to do up against the Queen of Pain, because, like I say, that Queen of Pain, really impressive. So SIBE, can they replicate that coming into the second game, coming into the second part of the series, and we'll see what a race is going to be able to do on the Pangolier as well.
Yeah. Again, I feel like this will be a slightly closer game than the previous. I'm hoping for that, as like previous game, it was decent, but it wasn't. It wasn't a nail biter. It's like halfway through, we kind of felt very strong that Summer's gonna take it. And in this one, though, Weaver, Darkseer, and Quap, a lot less durable than the enemy lineup. That's one thing that always scares me. Is health is a resource, and you kind of want a lot of it if you can spend it.
Yeah. On the other side, though, you're going to have a lot of burst to come through. If you can get the control with the wall, you just lock that Sven down. That's a big thing with the Sven. There is a lot of mobility here with the Weaver, with the Queen of Pain, with the Tusk as well. This Sven, he might just be kited through these fights. I'm really looking forward to seeing how SIBE try and deal with the Sven in the fights, because if he can't get on anyone before he gets something like the Harpoon up, it could be a hard game here for Satanic.
Yeah, I mean, we even mentioned Surge, right? Like, there's a lot to go in. I think all of them have some. Even Inkswell gives you 20% movement speed, something like that, max level. I think it's or 16. But either way, it's pretty fast, and it looks like in terms of bounty, it's going to be 2 for 2, so nothing crazy there. But yeah, it's what he can do. He can buy the Aghanim Scepter and do the Superman Hammer like the good old days.
Is that still his axe?
That I'm pretty sure it is. Okay, production, can we click on Sven and show us this Aghanim Scepter for a second?
Yeah, no, I am checking the hero. It wasn't like it was just that it's been so long. I thought that would have been changed by now.
No one wants it anymore, but
yeah, it was cool when it first came out. But yeah, no, like you don't see it anymore. So that's why I'm surprised that is still the Aghanim Scepter.
It's so iconic, though. Remember that patch where we saw this Sven Super Hammer thing? That was awesome. I liked it a lot. Top lane. Top lane is going to be actually, I feel like it favors SIBE quite a bit. 2 melee, one of them being Darkseer. You're up against Pugna, it's pretty easy. It doesn't really do too much, and Sven is going to have trouble. Like, it's pretty damn tough for Yellow Submarine in the top lane.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you say that. You jinxed it. That is your fault. When it comes to the end of the game, you have to put your apologies into Team SIBE.
I said they're gonna take. I said Yellow Submarine is gonna take the matchup and then the whole game. All right, but
yeah, but just as you say, good strong lane, top lane Darkseer, and then Darkseer dies. That's nothing but a caster curse. That is a pure caster curse.
Oh, I do what I can. I do what I can here. And in terms of Darkseer's got 1 CS. Holy moly.
Bottom lane, Blood Grenade comes out, they're going to be able to get the kill onto Nesvia, and this is the, Earth Spike into that Anchor Smash, the Gush coming out as well, and that Weaver is just going to disappear, because again, not the highest hero health pool, say that 3 times fast, in the world, and if you get caught out like that, it's Sakuchi on cooldown, you are just going to die.
And the Grimstroke is a terrible bodyguard, it's not like something like a Clockwork where you can sort of walk in, maybe push people away the cog. Even Tusk would be better for them, but they really want the double melee matchup, and I don't blame them. It's just that the Grimstroke, this is not the duo you want on your side.
No, and they're going to try and make a move onto Satanic here. He gets that double hammer off, and the right-click damage underneath the tier 1 tower as well. So he does have that extra protection from the tower coming through. He's got the regen. He's going to be okay. Bottom lane now, Nestor at least, Absolute Massive is out of mana. For the most part, until the Lion, decides that he wants to, maybe baby bird it back into the tides a little bit later on.
Give him a kiss, the sweetest kiss of all. Actually, they have that both for Yellow Submarine, both Pugna as well as the Lion. You might see someone, you see blue and green lasers coming out of them. You're like, okay, don't hit that guy.
As it looks like, I mean, the Netherworld's already gone down here now as well, and King Satanic going to be stunned up, turns around with the Stormhammer, and one more right click should be able to get the kill, and this is going to be a really hard lane already. You know, SIBE, they've lost a couple of heroes in this lane. Yellow Submarine looking fairly comfortable, looking uncontested, and I wonder how long they're going to try and stick with this before they try and move the Tusk off for a gank, or they just need to offer something in this lane for the Darkseer.
And it's not like I don't feel like Dreamstroke also gives you a whole lot. Like maybe you need a bit of levels for that hero to really feel useful. Like Stroke of Fate's a decent slow, but can miss. Phantom's Embrace is kind of whatever. Inkswell level 1 is also not a whole lot of stun because you really need to be on top target. So rotating the Grimstroke doesn't help you a ton. It might be like they're just gonna have to take this. Oh,
and again,
okay.
The ice shards come out, but it's underneath the tier 1 tower. Like this is the big thing as well. That SIBE can't even get the creep equilibrium pushed back to their tier 1 tower. You know, Ake's doing a really good job of controlling it, and as far as the creeps get is about the middle of the lane.
Yeah, I don't. And it's not like there's any lane where you can point to say this is going really well for them. Bottom lane, they were able to get kills kind of even, but mid lane Pango, he is starting to body the Queen of Pain, and I mean I've always seen this as a very Queen of Pain favored matchup.
Yeah, and bottom lane, Inkswell's going to come out onto Absolute Massive. Absolute Massive is Absolute Massive though. Big tanky boy here on the Tidehunter. Going to be able to walk this one away. In fact, does he turn around? Onsuit, no, he doesn't throw the gush out there. Not a lot of health left, so he's going to get some regen. And are you expecting Meteor Hammer to come through here from the Tidehunter?
Yes, it feels like it gives you put that with the Pugna, you can just take all these early tier 1, tier 2 towers, close up the map, and then just take your time winning the game for Yellow Submarine. And especially it combines well with the Ravage, with the Anchor, with even the stuns from the line by itself. You know, sometimes if you're tired, you throw out your Gush, you throw out your Anchor Smash, and you're like, well, now I do nothing. But you throw out an Earth Spike followed by Meteor? Oh, no way!
The Surge is off. He's running himself through the trees here. But ooh, he gets the Salve out now as well. Ake chasing. He's going to be able to at least cancel the Salve. Takes away a lot of the utility there from the Darkseer, which means if he wants to come up to farm... I mean, I suppose that's the thing with the Darkseer, that you can always drop the Iron Shell on a creep, and it's some damage, but it means that you aren't getting an experience range. You're just taking the gold from that. So maybe having Tusk get a few stacks in the jungle, this is how they get the Darkseer back into the game.
Yeah, top's a complete disaster for SIBE team, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no real other way to cut it. Yellow Submarine is getting everything they want here, and you have to think like, do we stack? Do we lead? Maybe move the Tusk. Be like, Darkseer, it's on you, bro. Sorry, like you're gonna have to find the solution.
Yeah, Inkswell coming out onto Rue, but the rotation from Erase, is he going to be able to get the kill? Inkswell, it might proc onto 2 heroes with the silence with the Phantom now as well. He's going to be cleaned up, but Rue, is he going to try and go for the Earth Spike? Anything like this will be able to get it to make sure that there is no deny to the neutrals. In fact, the deny to the neutrals, it might be going the way of the Lion, and no, Nasvia does pick up the kill, so it was cute from the Lion. But in the end, Erase could be in trouble. So wants to actually go for the Rolling Thunder though, and does see the Tusk just use it to escape the lane here, as Erase doesn't want to overcommit when there is 2-3 heroes close. He just wants to get himself away, and not a bad use of the Rolling Thunder early on. You know, not the longest cooldown on spells, so yeah, just use it defensively, not the worst.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. It just feels like, all right, could be a problem. I know my team's doing well. Why would I give them a kill? And this is one. I feel like this is a big difference when you become a better player in Dota, is you just use your spells. You know, you're like, okay, this could be a bit dicey, I'm just gonna use it. You know, like there's no real reason to hold on. Well, if it's a solo kill, Black Hole or Ravage, you're like, just use the spell. Or to survive, you know, your Juggernaut spin TP. And you see this a lot with like the pros that do well. It's like they just use the spell. Oh, it's a 2-minute cooldown, I don't care. I'm gonna live or I'm gonna get a kill. Yeah,
and this early on, when effectively you are still in the lane, Sedge will come back to the second hit, Nesphia going to try and get the dive onto Egg. There is going to be sounds coming out with the Phantom now as well. Nesphia, Sonic Wave, it is actually going to pop, and is he going to be able to get the kill into the Tide as well? Absolute Massive, going to go for the TP, anything to interrupt this. There isn't, they don't have the damage, so they do get the kill on the Pugna. It's a rotation coming through from Pro, though, from the mid lane, which means that the Pango going to get a free time for the next 20-30 seconds or so. And yeah, Tide just goes back, resets, and he's going to be fine, and that was the big target you were looking for.
It's still okay because you do equalize the net worth a little bit between the Quap and the Pangolier. So are you okay with that for SIBE team? You do also, whenever you kill someone, that means that the enemy team is going to play a little bit less aggressively most of the time because they have a numerical disadvantage. And like we said, just use your spells. So I like that. The only problem though is that the King is really at the top right now of the hierarchy when it comes to net worth. Like he is That's insane. Do we? And then I think they're stacking for him as well. Can we look? Can we see the triangle? If they got any good stacks for him?
Yeah, I mean, I know they've there's a couple of stacks there, I think, in the upper corridor, and you know, at the top of the safe lane. So yeah, they are going to be able to get something from this now, and they might be able to get something from this as well. Decrepify into the Nether Blast. Blood Grenade comes out. Where's that follow-up going to come through? Well, they're going to try and save the kill for Erase now. He just gets silenced off, so he's got that haste rune, just trying to buy him some time with the Phantom to get the silencer. Double Inkswell as well. In fact, trying to save this kill for Erase, it might gnu the Inkswell on the angle. So they do get the kill onto Egg, cost him his life. Nesphere, the reveal with the dust. He's going to try and just straight up time lapse out. Yeah, doesn't want to overcommit there. So saving that kill for Erase does mean that they do lose the Pugna, but it's not awful.
No, it's not. But it's still something that if you're a SIBE team, you're kind of happy with it. You trade 1 for 1, and they brought the numbers. King, he's got support coming.
Yeah, the TP's comes in now as well. Stormhammer connects onto 2. The Rolling Thunder's going to be there as well. But the Snowball, it keeps them going just that little bit longer now. Class Recruiter going to be able to get the charge away. Tidehunter has that Ravage, but he's not going to be able to catch up here. It looks like everybody wants to get away. Class Recruiter. Gush comes out after the surge was off now. Backlines. Tusk, can he get himself away from this one? Ake's got the hop with the Tumbler's Toy. Ward goes down, sees the Tusk, but there's no real chase, and yeah, Pro already moved himself out of this lane, so it might just be the Tusk that gives up his life, and Erase chasing now. Shield crash, he does get the kill.
Erase, game 1, I felt like he was MVP with that Queen of Pain performance. Game 2, he's bringing it with Pangolier as well, and it's a little unfortunate because like it's just Pro can't. He's not having quite the same impact. No. That's not about him being bad, just Erase is playing like crazy. Meteor Hammer finished on the Tidehunter, by the way, so now he's going to be able to take towers. He already took the bomb tier 1, and this. I like it. I love this evolution of Tide with the Meteor Hammer coming in. Gives him a farming mechanism. Gives him like a benefit besides Ravage. He might just die right now though.
Yeah, he's 3 heroes stacking up onto him. He is going to go down. But no, I do like what you said, that he able to get that lockdown. Maybe saving the... Did he get the illusion? No, Lion's just going to pick it up. The Snowball doesn't actually connect into the real line either here. Oh, I like that from the Tusk. He was trying to just pop those shards to get himself up on the high ground, but just a little bit too far away from the high ground to get the pop-up.
I can do that when I practice. It's very difficult. You have to sort of do the shard on you, not like in front of you. You have to be on the edge. You put the shard icon on you, then you sort of pushes you there, but it's very difficult to do. And something that we see everyone mess up from time to time. So a little unfortunate, but it's not the biggest deal. He's still, in terms of farm, he's still okay. It's only Rue who's actually suffering on the Lion, as expected, because Lion kind of sucks.
Well, I think he'll change. You know, he's not looking for the farm. He is that support. So his farm comes when he gets the Finger of Death onto heroes. You know, that's how he gets his own back. And Egg... He doesn't even have the regen boots there, but he's got a salve pops. He's just going to be happy to give up most of his life to the Pangolier, and then just goes for a redrain, yeah, of course, onto the one of the creeps. So he's going to be fine. He's got himself a way to get himself right back up there and getting a race right back into the game.
Well, what do we have on Sven? Echo Saber Mask of Madness, just the farming build when he wants to go for it. Looks like, wait, Erase is not going for Orb of Corrosion, just straight up Diffusal.
Just straight, yeah, Diff Blade. Oh, the other spike, he doesn't connect. Another Snowball back onto the line. Do they get the kill onto the line? Line's a little bit too far forward now as well with the Hex. Inkswell, does he have the damage? Decrepify, going to try and save his life here. Ache with that life regen. The Baby Burden once again, but they have the damage to get the kill. Sonic Wave commits onto Erase. Did you get the pushback here now as well? So Erase just going to get himself back with a Rolling Thunder. And yeah, Lion, at least this time, couldn't get the kill off. They're going to try and commit 4 heroes onto Absolute Massive. He does, he pops it. Snowball's going to be coming in though. They're going to try and get the kill off, and it's not going to be enough. No! Look at the cleanup.
Dude, they went up, they had Satanic in the trees. They got a great Ravage off, even though Snowball was rolling in. Just beautiful combination. They did not want to show Satanic off to her. This is why this guy is so good. Like, holy crap. How often do you see Sven show up and having this much of an impact in these early game team fights? It was all good until that happened, by the way.
Yeah, and look at this. So yeah, they commit. They make Yes protect the Lion. They send so much commitment to protect this Lion. The chase down, Sonic Wave pushes Erase through the Rolling Thunder, and they're trying to get onto Massive. They've got 4 heroes grouped up here, you know, and it's a good pushing. You look at they might go for a defensive Ravage, but it's whatever. You can still get the kill, and you can see that Erase just waits, pops that God Strength, the Ravage comes through, and they just absolutely delete everybody.
And that's the thing about Weaver. You may be a ranged hero, but you kind of are going to be close to the enemy most of the time. For Shikuchi, just your attack range is not that high. So Ravage and Sven stuns are going to hit you a lot. You know, you're not sniper, you're not draw, you're just going to be affected, and you just don't have the health at this point.
Yep, and Rui, with the help of a race, well, Rui gets the kill, so, you know, Stack didn't even... No, I think he did. I think that's his first finger stack there as well. There's going to be the Earth Spike coming through. Do they have enough time to get the kill? They do. Rain's going to go down without even being able to throw anything out, and now Nesfia's going to be careful here. Nesfia just trying to get himself out with a time lapse. Rolling Thunder's going to come through that snowball, wasting a whole lot of time, but they're still going to get a bounce around onto the Tusk. The Tusk, again, trying to throw those shards out, but he gets cleaned up. The King comes in, and this is going to be now a tier 1 tower down in the mid lane. Yellow Submarine getting absolutely everything from this.
This is worse than game 1 at the moment. You know, we thought game 2 would be with a draft. We're like, all right, maybe it'll be a bit better for SIBE team, but Yellow Submarine, I think they're also playing a lot more aggressive. You know, they want to take it. You see this right when you win game 1. Game 1 is also always like, you know, you're testing out the other team. Then game 2 they play a lot more aggressively, and that's what's happening for Yellow Submarine right now. They're giving them no room. And oh dear, oh no.
Queen of Pain just disappears here now as well. Tusk trying to come in to help out his teammates, but 3-4 heroes around onto this, and the damage coming through from King, he just deletes the Tusk as well. There is nothing here that seems like SIBE can do to try and get it, because Yellow Submarine, they are reacting in groups of 2s and 3s to get these pickoffs, and all of a sudden, I mean, like I said, we talked about the Queen of Pain in the last game. He ran that game, and here he just seems like he's running from everything. Oh
dear, is he gonna take the Wisdom Ruin on the Tidehunter? Yes, he does. They got double Wisdom Ruins. They got towers down. What's the win percentage? Because it's looking very rough right now for SIBE team. Our observer's being nice. He's not showing it to us just yet. And by the way, another problem is that Yellow Submarine, their cores are very durable. It's when you have a lineup that's made of fragile heroes, but you're ahead, you're like, okay, you have that comeback where it's like, we can burst down the Weaver. But Sven, it's Tidehunter. You know, they're not easy to burst down. There's a shield ruin on frickin' Pango, who already gets shields anyway.
Yeah, it's so hard to get these kills, it feels like, on Yellow Submarine. Like I say, because they have the response, and I think Snowball nice comes in, Spike's going to be there, the backlines jump in, the Hex comes out into the Queen of Pain, and they've already got a lot of damage, and again, the Tusk is going to fall at the beginning of this fight. Rolling Thunder going to be cancelled off now, but the wall does get dropped. Sonic Wave again onto the Lion, the Finger comes out for the Lion, and it looks like they're going to try and fight this one, the backlines, and they're cleaning up everybody. The Queen of Pain can get the kills on the 2 supports, but after that, what do you do from this one? And he has to run himself away here, Class Recruito, because the Weaver, does he have the lockdown? Time-lapse comes out, but he's not going to be too far away from it now. King, he just dives himself up, the Ravage for the kill, and it will be enough here. Again, they lose, what was that, 4 heroes once again on the side of Team SIBE.
Yeah, they got the supports, but it's like, who cares? You know, it doesn't really matter. It's another... Oh, dear, we're also getting close to that unwinnable rate, you know, where the GPM, where it's like 1,000 gold per minute. It's getting there for Yellow Submarine. And if you look at SIBE team, we have to think, what can you do to come back, right? Weaver can split push. Same thing with the Queen of Pain. You have some mobility there, but that may be your only option. Try to delay the game with these 2 heroes, because 5-on-5, you're not winning. You have nothing that competes with Ravage.
And yeah, you take a look at Yellow Submarine. All of the cores are above all of the cores from the side of SIBE, and both the supports on the side of Yellow Submarine above the supports on the side of SIBE. So they're in every position. They are running away with the net worth, and the difference between the carry on both teams, you know, what's that? It's like it's a 4,000 gold difference. Yeah, it's really getting up there. In fact, it's even more. Yeah, it's nearly 5,000, 6,000 gold. And how do you come back on that if you're Nesfia?
You kind of can't. You know what I mean? It's like you're Weaver. You just don't farm as fast as Sven. And Sven he has all those nice farming items that he was able to get. Pro?
Jump in. Rolling Thunder, they've got the lockdown. They've got the kill onto the Queen of Pain. No way is Co-op, just able to show like this. Because if she does, she just gets deleted.
That laugh from Pango, really suitable for this situation, I gotta say. Grubbo being picked up for the Weaver, which is nice, although you don't have massive magic damage to combine it with, but might give him that bit of extra rage that he needs to dodge some hits. Pipe on the darks here. I gotta say, you itemizing against Yellow Submarine defensively is not gonna be easy. You know, like, you want both Pipe and, I don't know if it picks Crimson Guard, but you would like some armor. Lincoln Spheres also feels very necessary because you're up against Lion.
Yeah, and usually you do see the Darkseer go towards at least the mechanism, the Greaves coming out as well. So the fact that he's actually go mana boops into the pipe, it shows Snowball. Erase, he's got himself a double damage rune bottle there as well. He's just going to be able to slow down. Yeah, the Diffusal Blade to slow down onto the Tusk. And did he get a return to kill onto the Pugna? The Pugna's going to be stunned up for a little bit longer. Erase jumps and deletes the Grimstroke. And King on the back lines. He's going to be able to find Pro again. The buyback from the Tusk, but I don't really know what you're going to be able to do here.
I feel like we're very soon we might see the double G's come out, you know?
Yeah, it's looking like it. 8 to 25 and a 16k net worth lead here at 8.5 minutes, and you've got Erase. He's diving tier 3s. There's still a tier 2 tower up here. He's just like, cool, we're going to take over the base. You know, who cares about towers? We can just go for kills.
And that's what he said. Well, you could just take buildings so fast. You're hard to kill. Your supports might be fragile, but they're getting the items. Like we see, Pugna is almost matching the Queen of Pain in terms of net worth. That's gonna be a problem for when that happens. And look, okay, Nestle walks in. Oh, there you go. Good luck killing him.
Yeah, it comes out. They still got that Ravage now as well. Snowball just trying to drag themselves forward onto the line on the backlines, but the Snowball's not even connect to the time lapse, and they just leave Tusk alone on an island. This is going to be a dieback if he goes down. He's level 6. He's level 6. You look at the sports on the side of SIBE, yeah, level 7 on Rain Prince, and they're just deleting everybody, Pro. Moving himself away to the higher ground, right into the waiting arms of King, and King with the gods, he just deletes them. What can you do here on the side of SIBE, really? Spike, he's already used that time-lapse, they've got the Hex, they've got the control, yeah, Diffusal Blade comes out, they've got the rundown as well. Nesri's going to try and get the TP away, and the damage, it's just way too much.
There you go. I mean, honestly, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad the entire game. Like, we thought the draft would be a little bit more in favor of, well, not in favor, but like a little bit more even compared to game 1. But Yellow Submarine, they just pressed this full-on aggression. They had this durable lineup. The supports, not so much, but they won the laning phase and no one could get on top of them. Pango beat Queen of Pain mid. Like, when does this happen? Apparently in this series, and just insane.
And yeah, it felt like you said, on paper, you should have had a good offlane there with the Darkseer and the Tusk, be able to go against the Sven. The Sven obviously wanted to come in close to the Iron Shell, should have done work, getting harassed out in the bottom lane as well. The Weaver maybe shouldn't have gone down to the Tide that often, but it was just Yellow Submarine running all 3 lanes there, be able to find advantages, being able to put the pressure on, and it just felt like SIBE, as soon as they gave away an opening, Yellow Submarine forced the way in there and never really left. So we are going to be able to see that, Yellow Submarine do move through. Unfortunately, it has to happen to someone. So SIBE will be dropping out of the Pinnacle Anniversary show here in the lower bracket. Yellow Submarine move through to play up against the winner of Navi versus Alliance. And any final thoughts on this series?
Well, one thing I want to make sure to add is that if you win today's match, you're in the green. You actually make money from the tournament. If you don't, you only top 8 make money, so being eliminated 9 to 12 is going to be very rough. And it is unfortunate. The SIBE team, they kept going for these unorthodox picks, which it's like maybe it's a player style thing, where it's like, I want to be unique, I want to showcase my thing. Like we saw Tusk in this game, Keep Up in the previous game, but it didn't really seem like it went well for them. Maybe stick to the mid, I don't know. But you're up against Yellow Submarine. Yellow Submarine looked really strong, and they did manage to take them down, so kudos for them. Feels a bit bad to see them go out on a one-sided note. It's bitter.
Yeah, it's not the glorious, you going down with a bang and not a whimper, but it was, like I say, somebody needs to go out. So Yellow Submarine, I think they've showed their quality throughout, and maybe just unlucky yesterday with playing up against Team Tickles, when Team Tickles in form. But that is going to be it for the first series, guys. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the second series of the day in about, let's say, 45-50 minutes, which is going to be Navi versus Alliance. So we'll see you after the break for that second series, and we'll see how it's going to go between the two, once heavy hitters here. And we'll see you after the break.
See ya.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
What?
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the second series of the day. Again, we've had a dinner time, we've had a bit of a break, and we'll be able to get ourselves right back into it. So hopefully, you know, you've gone for a walk, you've gotten your food, and Otomo, we're going to be right into the second series, Na'Vi versus Alliance here. Now, maybe not the powerhouses they once were, but still 2 strong teams coming through. And what have you... Because I've not actually seen a lot of Alliance's games, and I don't think I cast any of Navi's group stage games as well. So what have you seen so far? What are we expecting? You know, what are we looking forward to?
Well, for Navi, they tend to play very, very late game. You know what I mean? Like, you know, a lot of teams where you're like, oh, the meta is late. Like, these seem to be playing very, very late for the Navi. That's what I usually see them go. Even if they get an advantage, they're very hesitant to go high ground, or they're very comfortable at least delaying the game to get their map advantage up even higher. So that's kind of been how Navi has been. For Alliance has been. Navi, I also didn't get a whole lot of time to watch them play, so this will be a little bit new for me. But I did see them play with Zayak, and he looked pretty good. He looked a bit above the rest of the team, but overall they've looked okay so far.
Yeah, Zayat's coming in as that position 4. Like I say, Navi as a whole, they had a bit of a shift over. They brought Nefrit into the squad as well because they had to, with the losing the offlaner, losing Malik that went to Quest. And Malik, one of the stronger players on the team. So yeah, it's going to be Nefrit, but now on the team with Zayats. And then Melojul, Sugetsu, and Mali to round out the entire roster. Meanwhile, on the side of Alliance, we see Charlie, Chuan, S4, Pablo, and Hanskin, and that is the Alliance roster as it stands. But again, that has been, I think everybody's talking about it, those tweets about Alliance looking to recruit in every single role. So their places aren't safe here. You've got to perform, otherwise you might find yourself out the door and on your ass.
Yeah, very odd timing, certainly, to do that when they're in the middle of a tournament. But I guess no better time than the present, right? You know, you're like... but yeah, let's see. For Alliance, I think Chuyen has been a standout for them in the games I've seen. S4 kind of struggles a lot. There are some games where he looks really good, but like just as many games, he tends to look not as good. You know, you're picking like a durable off lane, and he still kind of sometimes struggles, which has maybe been a weak point for Alliance. But always looked okay. I like how Haskin plays as well. Charlie has been also a little bit hit or miss, but a little bit more reliable. But I will say Alliance in general, when they struggle, it tends to be when S4 struggles.
Yeah, and we take a look at the groups. We see that Na'Vi coming through 2-2 on that -1 here against Team Falcons, Yellow Submarine, Moneymakers, and Atlas Burden. Like I say, Na'Vi, they are going through a bit of a rebuild here, so maybe just trying to get used to each other, trying to get that synergy going. And I think this is going to be probably the closest series of the day.
I think so too. You know, like I'm looking at the matchups we have. It's like level up versus Namiga. Should we go favor of level up? Then we have Team Cleve versus B8. I'm looking forward to B8 taking it. But in terms of this one, if one of them is going to go to 3 games, I'm kind of hoping it'll be this one because we get to cast it. You know, it's like, come on, we deserve it.
Yeah, I looking forward to seeing how Alliance are going to play around this one. Like you say, I think S4 he is the linchpin kind of. You know, it allows Charlie to pop off. You know, because I've seen a good couple of games with Charlie. It's just that they haven't been able to play that roster to the peak if S4 isn't having a good game. And at the current matter, the offlane is so important, you know, to have that good game, to not only allow your teammates to be able to find the farm, find the position, but to put the pressure onto the enemy safe laner as well.
Yeah,
and if you can't... Go on.
Oh, so you're talking. It's just that there's a bit of a delay. So you were saying...
Yeah, no, just saying that if you, just running out my thoughts, that if you can't shut down that enemy safe laner, you know, if they do get the free farm, find that ability to pop off, the game does get a lot harder. So you do need your offlaner to be on point, and if you don't have that, it does put you at such a disadvantage.
Well, they are picking a good amount of Tidehunter. That works out pretty well for him when he gets it. So that does help, like, because you were mentioning earlier, like, your Spice Titan to get nerfed, and it's like, well, I mean, he is a good hero for S4. We're just gonna go straight up into the draft. Alliance, I believe this is their most banned hero, is the Weaver. They never pick it, but they always ban it. It's been banned in about 21 of their in the last previous games that they played.
Yeah, looking through the recent matches as well, Alliance yesterday, they actually went for the Spectre. You know, they pulled out a troll pick, and I think we talked about it, you know, in the break. That troll, it's just not a hero at the minute. It is, I think, one of the heroes, like one of maybe 2 or 3 heroes that needs not just a couple of skills changing. It needs a full kit rework, I'd say, honestly, because the hero just does not work. I don't
like troll. Or I'll be honest, my biggest problem with him is just the ultimate. You know, it's like that losing control of your hero is such a. How many times have you seen someone press R, they chase the enemy to the fountain, and you're like, oh god, what kind of ultimate kills me? You know, what kind of ultimate does that?
I mean, I think the worst example I saw was, and again, I was talking with Bowie yesterday, that it was a game where the troll came out up against the Darkseer. All the Darkseer did was drop the wall. You know, the ultimate starts from the troll. The Darkseer drops a wall on top of him, and he spends the entire ultimate duration attacking his illusion that pops up.
Yes, that sounds like a troll warlord. All right, Alliance, last ban. Will they get rid of Spiritbreaker? They've been one of the few teams that consider Spiritbreaker to be somewhat insignificant, rarely wasting a ban, not really picking him much either. It's just like, I think I've seen Alliance face Spiritbreaker more than any other team. I don't know if I would say that they've been successful against it, but they seem to believe that they can deal with it.
Yeah. And they're taking the time to think this one through, whether they do want to ban that one out. They actually ban out the Grimstroke. So do they actually want to first pick it themselves? Nope.
That's not what I've known. Like I said, I've never seen them actually pick it, which is weird because the coach of the team is my friend, or at least I thought we were friends, and we were on a team together, and I was playing position 4. I was still in, like, Spiritbreaker was the best hero, and I guess he still disagrees with me. You know, like all these years later, he's like, nope, Spiritbreaker still sucks.
Are you talking about Leon Arthur?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a small world. Hey.
Why?
Just in general. But, yeah, maybe he doesn't like the Spiritbreaker. But it's, I mean, again, if it's going to be the core, maybe S4 doesn't play it. He's not comfortable with the hero. Or, you know, either the supports as well. So, and it isn't, unbeatable. So maybe they do have ideas up the sleeve of a way to deal with it, but they give away the Primal Hope. This is a big one. This is still first phase ban picks, and yeah, I should have seen that it gets through the Grimstroke, the train gets banned, so Primal does get through. Muerta picked up by Alliance, which means that Na'Vi, they get the Primal Beast, which means that even through the Pierce of Veil, you know, they have control on Na'Vi from that first pick with the Pulverize.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's just a solid opening pick. You know, multiple lanes, you can put the Primal Beast in, very durable. You put the Blade Mail on, Muerta doesn't like hitting you. So it's just a solid opening from Na'Vi. Alliance, they actually have had a decent amount of success with this Muerta. I think they've won about 6 out of the last 8 games that they picked it in. And I believe it's almost always being picked as a core. Sorry, 4 out of the last 6 games. I don't think I've ever seen Pablo played, but I could be wrong there.
They did play it as a support yesterday. Yesterday against Virtus Pro.
That doesn't count.
It doesn't count because you weren't casting it. It doesn't count.
Exactly. There you go. Now you get it.
But yeah, and didn't do too well. Would you believe up against Virtus Pro? Virtus Pro had ways to deal with it. Scarith Mage, Pugna coming out, and Invoker there as well. In fact, yesterday watching that game, Invoker was hitting Sunstrikes because he went for the Exalt level 1. He was hitting, I think the final count was something like 12 out of 16 Sunstrikes he hit.
Jeez.
And yeah, it was pretty ridiculous to watch as Pablo was on the mortar was my point from that game against Virtus Pro yesterday.
All right. No, I mean, I believe the hero is pretty flexible and can go in either way. So, Lions, they get rid of Dark Willow as well as Puck. Na'Vi, they have this, they're going to showcase what they want to ban here. Interesting bans from Alliance, mostly focusing on supports, right? 3 supports bans, the Weaver as well as the Puck, I believe, and okay, a little bit. I mean, some of these are in the meta, but there you go. They get AA for Na'Vi. That's another hero that Alliance plays quite a bit. They play for this supports. They love Phoenix and they love taking the AA. But this means that now you can't take Necrophos, and all that lifesteal from Morta's Shard is also not valid.
Yeah, it invalidates the Pugna's ban out anyway. As we say, it deals with the Pugna's life drain, but Na'Vi, they just straight up ban that anyway. Good combination if you can get the lockdown with the Primal Beast Pulverize. It means you've got an easy target for the Ice Blast, and anyone that gets locked down in those mini stuns from the Pulverize there too. It's just, good initiation, cold feet. It's just really nice, a really nice combo. And I wouldn't be surprised. It might not be, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was the offlane combo that Na'Vi want to run with.
I think it'd be fine as well. Although your lockdown's a bit limited. Like Cold Feet kind of works well if you have like a Chaos Line or Slark. Not so much a Primal Beast because Onslaught doesn't stun enough. But I like all the other points you went. I don't know if I would like them to get in the same lane, but it's fine either way. Alliance, there goes S4 Centaur. Did not take the Tidal to this time. And if you take Centaur, I don't know if you want to put him up with a Spirit Breaker. So I'm getting the I believe the kids are calling it the vibe that is going to be more to position 4 with the Centaur. I feel like that's a pretty damn strong combination in the lane. Yeah,
and again, something similar with the Mortar Tide yesterday. Just didn't work. Ooh, Avenge.
There you
go. Ooh.
By the way, if you want, I can explain what vibe means. I know you're older now because it's your birthday, and you're like, so you're not keeping up with the young people slang like I am.
33 today. That is me. Yes. I am in compared to a lot of the Dota talent. I am ancient. I'm ready to be put in the retirement home. Apparently, you would have thought the Dota talent, with how long the game's been around, they'd be a bit on the older side. But nope, I am one of the oldest Dota talents in the scene. Apparently.
Oh my god! By the way, you said you're ancient. I thought you were just like Archon 3 or something.
Yeah, we're working on that. We're getting up to ancient level on MMR as well as ancient age.
Ooh, look at that! The faces. Anyway, when you talk about the Pulverize being a combo for the AA, it's decent, but it's only 2.3 seconds stun, so it's usually not enough. They do pair it up with the line with the Faces Void, which I like, and Lion. I'm liking Lion Primal a lot more than AA Primal. We'll see what they want to go with, but pretty flexible with those lanes depending on what they go with. I don't like Lion, but with a solid offlane that can give you a lot of aggression, I think he works okay.
And you said you didn't like the Lion in general, so
True.
You're making, okay. Making considerations on the draft. We do see the Luna. Yesterday we saw that, or I saw it, I think in all 4 games, or near enough all 4 games. It was coming through the draft. It was looking incredibly good, and it's just, again, one of those heroes that can take over the game. Now, you look at the lineup, you look at the Luna, but you see the Faceless Void, the Ancient Apparition on the other side. What are your thoughts in the draft with 4 heroes on each side already?
I don't think I like the Luna as much. Like, I know that they couldn't pick something like a Slark because you don't get any of the healing against Chronosphere when you against AA's ultimate, I mean. So I know you have the Vengeful Spirit to sort of swap people out of trouble, but again, this Alliance draft, you got some decent okay damage from the Centaur and Burst, but I don't know how you're killing Faceless Void most of the time. How are you killing Primal Beast exactly? You're liking I feel like you're liking damage on Alliance. We'll see if their last pick fixes it up, but I'm in favor of Navi right now, despite being an Alliance fanboy. I might add.
Okay, and what could they pick then? What are you looking at mid lane wise to be able to add that damage to the side of Alliance?
Let's see. Chien is pretty damn good. I feel like Storm Spirit is pretty good. I would love to see Storm Spirit. You're up against two very squishy heroes. If you get an Orchid, you might be able to jump on the Faceless Void. I'd like to see the Storm Spirit. Gives you a bit of that burst damage that I'm looking for. Zeus
would you?
Could be...
Oh yeah, Zeus. I was just looking that the Templar Assassin isn't banned.
Oh, yeah.
As far as I can see. Would that be too greedy? Is
Yes.
that because you want to be moving the TA into the jungle to farm stacks, which the Luna also wants to do, really?
No. I don't want to see TA. I feel like if you put TA, it would work if we could start the game at the 30-minute mark. You know what I mean? Where it's like, all right, the game starts 30 minutes and that's it. Do you ever play like Age of Empires 2 where you can pick which civilization age you want, like Stone Age or Bronze? Same thing here. If we could start at like the Iron Age, that would be pretty good for Alliance.
Just go back and change it from captain's mode to a turbo game. It'll be fine.
Then it'll work. But no, I'd like to see someone who could just roam around the map and make space for Alliance, and I feel like Storm Spirit would be the best bet for that. I think Storm Spirit would be pretty solid. Okay.
They ban out the Lina on Alliance. Everybody keeps hyping up this Lina, but because it's been banned, I've not seen it myself. So everyone's like, yeah, no, Lina's way too powerful. Oh, she's getting back, not quite at the Lina major kind of standards, but, really good hero to pick up. And it's literally banned every match. So I cannot pass judgment because the hero, it doesn't appear to me.
It's pretty good. I'll add my voice to theirs. Lina's pretty damn good right now. Magic Lina. And Alliance, they're down to a couple of seconds. Where they go for the co-op. Okay, it is damage. It is what we want. It's not quite as much as I would have liked. I would prefer the Storm, but this is a good step in the right direction on the last pick. Although 4 ranged heroes. Oh, it is Luna Venge. We didn't mention it, but it is the Aura draft, Luna Venge.
Unless it's the position 5 Centaur Warrener, offlane Vengeful Spirit. Jokes aside, I have seen that Centaur. It's just that, again, you have this Luna Vengeful Spirit lane. If this is going to be the Primal Beast Lion off lane, how do you defend the Luna? Because the Vengeful Spirit isn't a very good body block hero.
You might have to consider... I feel like Mort is actually a better bodyguard than Vengeful Spirit. I have been using the word bodyguard a lot, but that's just how I usually see the support in the lanes. Like, you keep the person alive, and you want someone who's... Or you can have an aggressive carry. If you have like something like Chaos Knight, you don't need... he's the... He can take care of himself, but not Luna. And I think Morta might be better suited. Or you can be very aggressive. You're doing plus like 20 damage per hit if you have a point in each aura. That really adds up. And Lion's very fragile. Primal Beast is melee. You go in Lucent Beam, Magic Missile, 2 seconds of stun. It adds up. I don't think Alliance is going to be too worried about the laning phase in any of the lanes so far.
Okay. Well... we'll see how that's going to play out. And, I understand what you mean with the bodyguard, because usually if you see this ranged hero, you do want a protective like the Tusk, the Treant, even, again, the Centaur. It's going to be Na'Vi that go for the TA. Wasn't ban out. And I suppose that if you look at this, Nefrit isn't the most greedy hero in the world. He can make a move. Shigetsu's going to be farming the jungle, but if you get the triangle stacks up for Melduel, he's going to be able to get to that quick blink Dragonlance and then start to get aggressive around the map.
Man, I like that last pick TA. I like the last pick TA. They have instances of damage on the other side for sure, but Shadow Strike. But it's not instant. Like you instantly remove refraction charges. You know what I mean? It takes a while. And overall, I like Navi's draft more. I like it more. Just you have AA. You on your side to prevent the enemy team only has 1 melee, which is the Centaur, so you only have 1 guy you only have to land it on, and he's gonna crumble. Then you have 4 ranged people behind him. None of them can really tank. You're up against Faceless Void. That's also gonna be a problem. Charlie's relaxed. I think he's leaning back on the chair. He's relaxed.
He is, like, he's right down. It helps that the camera angle is so high, like behind him, because it looks like he was he's just sitting on the floor there on his desk. Because S4, he's getting ready. He's got himself, that was a concentration phase. Pablo there as well. They're all ready to get themselves into this game. And I mean, it is a do or die situation coming out for both teams here. You need to win the series or you do drop out of the Pinnacle Anniversary show. So you've got to give it everything here in this series. Otherwise, you are, like I said, you're out. You're gone and you're done.
And you don't get any money for it. Every team that gets limited today does not get any money. Only top 8 are in the green. So it is a little bit sad to see that when you're like one victory away and we could have had it. But Alliance versus Na'Vi, Alliance's draft. I like that the 4 range thing in the lane's kind of nice, but you have the AA counter feels too strong for me against the Centaur, and the Faceless Void looks really good as well. And just the carry to carry matchup also does not. I don't like it. Luna versus Faceless Void, like killing TA is gonna be tough as well. Your damage does fall off with these 3. It's like you front load, right? Quap, Centaur, they jump in, throw a bunch of spells, and they don't really do anything for a few seconds. And Luna's damage is also spread out. So all in on Na'Vi. Bet your, I'm not saying it, but I'm betting my grandma on this one.
Your grandma, not even like, that's a serious, okay. Well, we'll find out if you're going to be getting her back. And what do you get if you win? Do you just get like another grandma? Like, is that what you're doubling up on?
Double the cookies,
She gets through, they're going to walk forward here. They immediately get that D-Ward out there as well. Marty going to be able to pick it up, gets that 100 gold. Really confident. I mean, they're going to know that where the Observer is, where the Sentry is now to get that D-Ward out on the side of Alliance. But it's just the confidence to do that here from Na'Vi. They're just, they assert this is our part of the map. We're going to be taking ward control.
And by the way, Zayek also gets the D-Ward off. So that's the 200 bonus gold you get for your side. And they're probably going to be zoning them out here. Okay, solid study from S4 so that they are able to equalize with the bounty ruins. So Alliance 600, Na'Vi 400 because it's 1 bounty ruin plus 2 observers. So Alliance, they win the trade, but you don't have the vision from the wards.
Yeah, and looking how, look at this game, you were talking about Alliance being front loaded in terms of damage, in terms of what they need to do. So is this just, do you need to hit that early power spike and then try and move around as 5, try and shut down Melodule farming, try and shut down the Faceless Void, or, how do Alliance need to play this?
They need to end it fast, which has been the antithesis of the way they play, actually. Did I pronounce that right? Is it antithesis? I hope so.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, they need to end the game fairly early, because your line just does not scale the same way as the other team. Plus, you have Luna and Vengeful Spirit, so if you get to buildings, they should be shredding them.
Yeah, and Mallory, a bit of a panic there, as I thought that was going to be the first blood, but it's just the courier, which technically counts as you get a kill there, but it's only onto one of the friendly couriers, so it's more like, how could you do that? How would you be so cruel as top lane? You see that Zayat sees just trying to stop these pulls, get Harassi as well into Hanskin, playing it around in the trees, and at the minute, Nefrit not really under too much pressure in the lane, but again, we're only about a minute and a half into the game.
Yeah. Well, excited to see how the lanes go, like Lion, Vengeful Spirit, some faces that have sort of gone out a little bit of the meta, but now they're back in. So I'm interested to see how the two teams sort of play with these heroes.
Yeah, how does Shigetsu try and play around the Centaur? Because the Centaur can get up in his face. You've got the stomps, the double edges coming through. Is the Faceless Void just waiting? Keeping the time walk always? He's got his finger on the cue. He's waiting to press it just in case. I
think he has to be pretty careful actually. You get a dead shot comes out on you and Maldi. There you go. This is a very dangerous lane.
Yep. Time dilation going to be there, and Pablo does get the first blood. Shigetsu though looking to respond to this. One more right click, but it's going to be enough. And Shigetsu the time walk, and Shigetsu gets a kill onto Pablo there. It was just enough to secure the kill, and the time dilation being used for the slowdown. But you've got to look at the Faceless Void now. Not a lot of life left on him.
I think that he may have actually messed up a little bit on Pablo. Or that was on purpose, but he used the blood grenade when he had barely any health, which brought his health down to 1, and the time dilation killed him. And I was like, that's because sometimes you forget the blood grenade costs you health as well.
Yeah.
So maybe, and it's not like he could have denied himself with it. So I want to say that was a bit of a misplay, but
I think he was trying to get the kill, a sacrificial play. It cost me my life, but I'm bringing Shigetsu down with me. And Shigetsu was just able to get that time walk off, so you're not super affected in the end. Deadshot, good angle there to connect into Malady here as well. But it feels like Centaur having a nice time in the lane. Magic Missile onto Nefrit. Nefrit, he's still going to try and run down. He's got that trample going now as well onto the Vengeful Spirit, and it's a lot of damage now. The Lucid Beam, is it going to be enough? One more right click. Nefrit picks up the kill. And yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Even the Earth Spike coming out here from Zayats onto Charlie, and Charlie has to go all the way back to his tier 1 because he has no one standing in front of him to protect him.
And there's no, he doesn't even have a point of onslaught. He just walks up and tramples him. Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
But,
oh, Stomp. Time Dilation is going to come through again. Malady, they want to try and get the chase down. There is going to be the damage coming through onto Pablo, and Pablo trying to run himself away. Shigetsu, once again, just going to hold the time walk. Just gets a bit of damage off, resets, gets his life back, and says, you know what, I've done the damage, and we'll just keep you low in the lane, try and get the kills a little bit later on.
I haven't talked a whole lot about mid so far, but fairly even, 20-4 to 19-7. The big difference between those two is that Xian, oh dear.
Oh, the silence. He's trying to get himself back to the tier 1. No, S4 gets the kill. Really good setup. Shigetsu maybe getting a little bit overconfident there.
Hey man, S4 is doing well on Allies. That's it. They basically won. It's Navi. It's like, guys, we should GG out. He's 1-0-1. There's no way we're coming back from this one. But yeah, mid lane is very even. The big difference is, of course, that if you're Queen of Pink, you want to roam around the map when you hit level 6. If you're TA, you want to look at any stacks and just take them for yourselves. Especially because Faceless Void, he's not amazing at taking stacks.
Yeah, it's going to be a while. He does usually go into the Maelstrom. I see a lot on the Faceless Void. So we'll see. But I mean, they can still split this map. This map, obviously with the map changes now as well, it is big enough for the both of them, Meljoul as well as Faceless Void, to find the farm. Shigetsu, once again, just trying to get the last hits away from the harass of S4. Malady, was he TPing?
Does
he want to try and fight this here? They're going to try and go into the mid lane now as well. The protection from Meljoul. Meljoul gets the kill with the help of Malady onto Pablo. And Chuan, he's taking a lot of harass coming through from those refractive side blades.
Pablo showing up, that kind of cost them. If you're Alliance, you might be thinking, well, a common strategy, is that when you are doing well in the lane, you stay in the lane. But, so Pablo moving mid kind of messes up with that equilibrium. It ends up costing him his life. Well, in terms of farm, though, relatively even across the board. No one's really that far ahead, and there's nothing crazy going on here. Except maybe for Meljoul having the 10 denies on. Oh dear.
Oh, Charlie. Earth Spike comes through really good. He's going to try and use the 1 charges. Magic Missile now as well. Nefrit, big tanky boy. Going to be able to use the Opera, but still Malady with the rotation. He gets the kill. And Hans going to be left alone. Another Earth Spike connects. But Nefrit on half health. His spells are on cooldown as well. Doesn't want to dive in, but it's a really good setup. The Earth Spike into the Onslaught Trample to follow up. And yeah, just not a lot that Charlie can do about that.
Both teams fielding those very aggressive offlaners that can do a lot of damage, right? Primal Beast Centaur, you put them with a stunner like Morta, you put them with the Lion, you have a lot of damage. And both carries have suffered because of that, She gets died, Charlie as well. It's not an easy carry game in the laning stage at least.
No, and the Primal Beast already got himself the phase bits here as well. Going to be able to stack the damage up with that trample. Going for the double gauntlets. I wonder if that's just casual, if they're going to, try and transition that into a Soul Ring. But yeah, if you're looking at it, the Centaur, he might want that blink before he really commits to getting aggressive. But with the Onslaught coming out here from the Primal Beast, he can get engaged and, at a distance and really get aggressive before he gets any big item spike.
Yeah, do you see that? This is a very interesting build for S4. He's going max retaliate. I've seen a lot of other offlaners, they prefer to go for the maxed, hoof stomp and double edge. Usually, I've seen differences, but you max one or the other, and then you get the other one. You don't take retaliate, or at most the value point. But max retaliate for S4 means that his burst damage is a lot more limited. I don't like it.
Especially up against the Faceless Void that's going to have the time walk. Yeah. It's not like you're chipping him down and you're going to have someone that finishes off the kill. If he gets the time walk off, and the hoof stomp coming out, it's not a lot of control that he's going to, means that he gets the kill off before the time walk comes out as well.
The benefit of the max retaliate, though, is twofold. One is that you can take stacks a lot easier, and two is you can actually damage towers when they hit you. But the damage to towers is kind of minimal, and I know Lance wants to play fast, but I don't know if you're let's max retaliate by 7, hit, barracks kind of thing. We'll see.
And there's going to be another dive in once again. Oh, they're going to try and go to the mortar now as well. The Earth Spike comes through. Do they have enough damage to get the kill? There's going to be the Colin coming through onto the Primal Beast. Primal Beast taking a lot of damage here. Nefrit, though, he's a big tanky boy. One more right click. He's going to be able to get the kill into Pablo right before he goes down. And S4 couldn't save his life, though. So Pablo watching his life flash before his eyes as Nefrit, he gets the swing off and he gets the kill.
That was honestly pretty impressive for Na'Vi. Going basically 1 versus 4 and still getting the kill. Yeah, you lose your life and you only kill a support, but you're still very, very happy with that. And it's going to be the Soul Ring.
Yeah, and Hanskin, he's going to go into the shield rune. Does he get himself away from this one now as well? The Earth Spike into the Cold Feet. Do they have the lockdown? Right click, trap gets popped. Cold Feet's going to activate now as well. And Meldul just, even with the magic missile, they save the kill. Not going to proc down to the Ice Vortex, anything like that. They get the damage off, they get the kill. And Meldul now, he's on the board. He is looking to get himself, again, how do you want to build the TA? Do you want to go for that Dragon Lance first, just to beef up the stats, and then go back for the Blink Dagger afterwards, do you think?
I'd love it to see it. I mean, you can go for that, but what I really want to see is an early shard. I feel like that, you're up against the Queen of Pain. You just make sure that she's silenced. Like, your lockdown is good on Na'Vi with the line, but he's not always going to be in range for it. So the early shard will help out a lot.
Yeah, and like you say, if he's able to pop that underneath the Earth Spike, Hex come out as well, so he's going to be able to get the silence onto the Queen of Pain. Maori, he's playing solo. I mean, you look at this is going to be your position 5 playing in the mid lane, feeling comfortable to come up against the mid lane at only 2 levels behind. Trap pops now as well into the Cold Feet. Blink comes out, and yeah, Maori, he is looking for that quick 6.
He's also going to be full of life because now he's got Tranquil Boots. So, and Na'Vi, they're just like, yeah, we're going to have our TA take the jungle and just farm. And it's on Alliance to do something. Remember, they're the ones with the aggressive draft. So
yeah,
the farming cores are on Navi's side.
And at least S4, he's taking that tier 1 tower bot, so he's forcing the Faceless Void back. But the Faceless Void, like I say, it's actually going to be the Mask of Madness first, not the Maelstrom. But he's got that entire corridor of, neutral creeps at the bottom part of the map. So it's not just like, oh, we've taken his tier 1 tower. We know now he's going to be in the jungle, that's where we can ward. There are so many farm points for the Faceless Void here. So taking that tier 1 tower, it doesn't mean that you're automatically going to be able to get the ganks onto the Faceless Void.
Yeah, exactly. And it also means that you have to commit further to get the kills. You have to walk further to enemy territory. It's not easy. But he does have a ward there. Maybe they can spot him. But in general, S4 seems content to sort of just be farming bottom. And he is the highest farmed hero in the game. The problem is that the other 2 cores on his side are, I would say, suffering, but behind for now.
Pablo, how's he looking? Going to go towards the Rod of Atos, has the Dagon 5 and the quick buy there as well, just in case he ends up with like 9,000 gold as Nefrit. Yeah, just looking for the farm up here. And Zayat's chasing Charlie through the trees, and Charlie, yeah, this is rough for the Luna. I mean, usually you're going to see the Luna at the top of the net worth just purely because of the way the kit works with the bouncing glaives. And, at the minute, Charlie, he's not even in the top 5. He is neck and neck with the TA above him. The Faceless Void going to be a little bit further ahead there as well. So it's not like he's a mile off, but you do kind of want him sitting in like the top 2-3 slots on the Luna.
Maybe S4, once he gets the Blink Dagger, he'll be able to make some space so he can farm a bit more aggressively. But
Hex comes through. They're going to try and get onto the Queen of Pain. And Finger of Death comes out with the Ice Blast, and they just delete one. He literally disappears now. And the Crowsphere, they catch out onto Pablo. Pablo, do they have enough damage to get the kill here? Shigetsu will be able to take him down. S4 is trying to hang around, save his teammate, but S4, it just means he's caught out by the Earth Spike, and he's a big tanky boy. But the damage is going to come through from all 5 heroes, and they will get the kill. 3 heroes dead. Alliance, they're even going to lose this tier 1 tower from this.
Oh, I think that was the debut of the Blink Dagger for S4. That's not how we want to showcase it. And they just, by the way, it's been a very, very quiet game for Chian. I think this is what he's 0-1-0, something like that on the Queen of Pain. I haven't seen a Sonic Wave or anything. This is very scary for Alliance, but well, okay, let's not hype. Let's not be too crazy here. But this is a bit scary for them because you have this aggressive mid who's supposed to be making space, and he's not. And the enemy mid is farming, and that's exactly what Navi wants. So
the TA item-wise already has that. Well, he's just going to go for the casual Blightstone. Nothing queued up just yet. But yeah, like you say, I mean, the Blink Dagger's online for the Templar Assassin, and it looks like Na'Vi, they're the ones getting aggressive. They are the ones looking to fight.
Which is kind of crazy, right? But right now, the Chrono's down, the Finger's down. If you're Alliance, it makes sense that you have 3 people smoked up mid. Who can you find? Meladjul, there you go.
Yeah, they're going to try and get themselves on top of the TA. TA, though, does he have the protection to swap back into the call? And he's going to try and get himself away with the meld, but the damage coming through. They have the reveal, and they will be able to get the kill into Meldul. It's a decent amount of gold to give up to Chuan on the other side of the map there as well, the other mid laner. So, yeah, really good pickup. I mean, you do throw 4 or 5 heroes at that to get the kill, but, you know, at this stage of the game, that's not an awful thing to have to do.
You didn't have to use Sonic Wave or Stampede either, right? So you like swap it. You didn't. So that was a very good kill for Alliance. They gotta keep doing more of that though. Like you cannot really. This is not a draft that's meant to sit on their upper thighs and just rest. You know, it's like no, you gotta keep up with aggression.
Yeah, and Primal Beast already got the Blade Mail out here as well. Nefrit going straight towards the heart. Look at this stack as well.
Delicious.
He's got the trample up. Yeah, he's going to be able to take this one down so quickly. And this should be, I mean, going towards the Reaver, it looks like not picking up the VIP booster just yet. But still, it's a really nice power spike to have when your Primal Beast is so far ahead. In fact, both offlaners here at the top of the net worth charts.
Yep, that's scary because Primal Beast, you're gonna have trouble on the Alliance side of bursting him down. We mentioned, they have good burst damage to the front load, blah blah blah, but the guy has 3,000 health. It doesn't really matter.
Nope.
Oh, Chien?
Oh, which one? Gotta be careful now as well. The Hex here, Spike couldn't come through. Did he have enough damage to get the kill into this one? The Hex follows up with the bashes, and the damage should get to. He's even gonna commit. Okay, backs himself away from the call, and yeah, but the Ice Blast will be enough. I was confused there when I was walking himself away, but I guess Pablo with the dead shot forced him out, and the Ice Blast is going to be enough to get the kill.
Yeah, this cost them 3 ultimates though, so it's a good kill, but Alliance can at least say, alright, 3 ultimates down. Although I have not seen a Sonic Wave in, I believe he reached level 6 in about like, what, 7 minutes? So 7 minutes! He could have thrown three Sonic Waves by now. Obviously opportunity cost, blah blah blah, but...
Yeah,
you really want the Queen of Pain to be doing a bit more on the map.
Yeah, I mean, but like you said in the last series about spending the 3 ultimates, you said it yourself, you know, early on in the game, if you've got the ultimates to get a single kill, use them. You know,
yes.
you might not come across another team fight or another gank opportunity for the next minute and a half, and by that time the Ice Blast has been back up for about a minute. The Faceless Void's Chronosphere is coming back up. Finger of Death, I think one of the longest cooldowns, so at level 1.
140? I think it's like 140 at level 1.
Yeah, let's. I'm not delaying for time to check what the cooldown is.
It's 140, 90, then 40 seconds. Yeah, it's 140. It's 140. It used to be 160, by the way, which I thought was insane. Like, what the hell are we supposed to do every 2 minutes and a half? Then we can finger? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that was the discussion, right? The finger versus the Laguna Blade, but when they added the stack, like the stacking damage for the finger of death, that kind of makes sense. You don't want to be able to get just that bonus damage every like 40-50 seconds on a lion level 1.
Well, looks like someone's going to be dying. Meladjul actually blinks away into safety. Makes down. Alright. Very even game so far. Navi, slight net worth advantage for them, but it's not a big deal. And Alliance, I will say they have like, 40 minutes to try to end this game. You know, after 40-minute mark, it becomes significantly harder just because your lineup does fall off.
I mean, there's going to be a smoke rotation coming through here from Navi, only onto the line of the TA. And let's see whether you actually want to go with this. They're in the river, they're looking through the triangle, but not actually going to see anyone. Maybe just dangling Maldi out here as bait, as this, oh, look at me, I'm a weak little ancient apparition, come gank me. But they're going to blink in for Ice Blast comes through. Charlie
bit me. Oh, man.
Charlie got bit. Charlie got, that was a...
that was more than a bite.
Yeah, quick jump in, gank, everything committed. The Ice Blast as well as the kitchen sink, and worth it to take down the Luna.
I love this Solar Crest, by the way, that's coming on the AA. Because you can put it on the Faceless Void, gives it that extra attack speed. 60 attack speed, 70 attack speed, pretty huge amount. Very nice. They have Hanskin also has one for himself, but I'm slightly less impressed by that. Oh dear.
Oh, Iron Spike comes out. The Deadshot is going to connect now as well, but they've got 3 heroes here inside the core. And Finger of Death comes out into the S4. S4, he's going to try and get himself away with the Stampede. Pablo might not be so lucky here. The damage coming through. Do they have enough here? And it looks like they might be able to get the kill onto Hanskin before they go back for Pablo. Meldjul, he just deletes Pablo. He was on about half health, and one right click comes through from the Meld. Meldjul just takes him out of the game.
A little bit unfortunate. I mean, I thought it was only him and Hanskin, but I didn't realize that we have the Pablo there as well. But you lose 2 people. Navi, just go in, easy chrono, and again, Chuyen, 20, almost 17 minutes. We haven't seen a Sonic Wave.
No, And yeah, not being able to commit it onto the Faceless Void, maybe trying to push him away from his teammates inside the Chronosphere. Meanwhile, this is going on. Yeah, Primal Beast, he's going to be, what, about 1,000 gold, just under 1,000 gold now, thanks to that double wave from his heart. You've got Marley the Ancient Apparition going towards the Glimmer Cape. Charlie, how's he looking? Charlie is second in the net worth, but it just feels like the impact, it isn't there yet for the Luna, where even not being top of the net worth, Faceless Void and the TA, they're looking for these ganks, they're looking for the rotations, and they're getting the kills more often than not.
Yeah, it's like some heroes can do a lot more with the gold than the others, right? Like Faceless Void, you don't have to be top of the net worth to land a good chrono and kill, and, you know, remove one or two. Oh dear, Malady might be losing his life here.
Yeah, Malady's going to go down. The Ice Blast connects onto S4. No follow-up as well as Chuan. So it looks like Na'Vi, they're just going to let that one go. And again, it was the position 5. It's not the worst hero in the world to let die there if a gank is going to come through from Alliance.
Lion's already got the Blink Dagger fairly early, and also 1,000 gold. If he goes for Aghanim Scepter, we'll be like, alright, it's officially a pub game. You know that? Tranquil Blink Aghanims, you're like, come on, bro. Like, really? We're doing that? It reduces the cooldown. Like, I think Lion might be losing his life.
Yeah, they're going to try and get on top of the sides. There's going to be the dead shot coming through here as well. Ooh, Nefrit wants to get involved here. Can they keep the line alive? They can't. The blade mail comes up from both offlaners here now as well. And Nefrit trying to do what he can. There is going to be a pulverized, immediately cancelled off S4. Now he needs to run himself away. 4 heroes committed onto Nefrit. Swap comes back now as well. Do they have enough damage to get the kill? Sonic Wave. That is going to be the first one on the board. Gets the kill onto Nefrit, but it was a big commitment in terms of ultimates for those 2 heroes. Dead shot connects onto Malady, but no real follow-up here. Ice Blast gets thrown out. Oh, this could be at least, he double his toys into it. It's going to catch up to 2. Did they get the kill onto Pablo? Is it enough damage? Oh, okay. Nope. Pipe gets popped as well. It's only level 1.
You got really excited there.
Because it's like, you don't see them. It's like across the map. It's a sniper shot across the map. It's like a good Sunstrike.
It reminds me that wow from LD. It's like, wow. It's like, alright, dude, they're not dying. It's
just because I'm used to like seeing the Ice Blast come in, do like 300, 400 damage, and it's enough to get the shatter right off the bat. And the level 1, it just doesn't quite stand up to that.
No, especially because the spell was nerfed. Although level 1 is exactly the same, but loses a second and then 2 seconds at level 2 and 3. But a solid fight for Alliance, getting 2 people up, especially when you kill Nefrit. Like that is the value kill for you right now. On the other hand, Na'Vi. Slowly we're shifting where Nefrit's no longer as important he was. He's got the hard blade mail. He's good for the rest of the game. He doesn't really need any items. And killing him will always be difficult, whereas Shigitsu is going to become more and more dangerous. Same thing with Melajul.
Nefrit, maybe the Ag Scepter and the... Oh, he's going to go with BKB first. I was going to say maybe the Blink and the Ag Scepter, something like that. And
nice.
But yeah, for the most part, he is complete on his kit. Everything else is just a bonus here. Lunar Illusions comes forward. S4 Smoke's going to break. He's going to trying to blink himself forward in the Ice Blast this time. It is going to connect once again. And this time, you get another Sonic Wave coming out, and it looks like Zayas is going to go down. The Chronosphere on the backline, though. He catches on 3 heroes. What damage follow-up have they got onto this, though? Charlie going to be right-click down to get the BKB out. Shigetsu and Shigetsu. He's going to be able to clean up 2 of these. Can they carry on going onto this one again? Deadshot comes through onto Nefrit. So Nefrit not going to be able to chase down onto Pablo. It doesn't matter. Melajul just says, I got you, bro. They get 4 kills, and they're even going to be able to march themselves right into the Roshampet. Na'Vi 17-8 and a 3k net worth lead here.
This is the biggest problem that we said, right? Is that even though Charlie's got net worth, you said yourself, you say he doesn't feel like he's really bringing that net worth into these fights. And this is what we see. Like, okay, Chrono comes out. I don't think Charlie even got like what 3 or 4 hits off, and then that's it. Shigitsu just jumps on him, chronos him, kills him, and this is going to be a repeated problem throughout the game. There's very little Charlie can do to actually avoid the situation. Maybe Hansen can swap him out, but that's about it. Like Luna is not designed to face off against Faceless Void. She's not Ursa, she's not Wraith King or Slark. There's just nothing you can do.
And that's now going to be the Aegis here on Na'Vi. And yeah, Templar Assassin Dragonlance is up. Vengeful Spirit going towards the Ag Scepter. As a support, I get the idea of the item. Hanskin and Pablo both got to be careful here. I've seen more than a couple of heroes during the Pinnacle Anniversary show, like at TI, go down to that Tormentor.
Hey, that thing's sneaky. You don't expect that. He's like, what? Yeah, I love the shard, the Aghanims upgrade from the Vengeful Spirit, but I do prefer the shard first, just because the double stun's so good.
And yeah, I mean, like I say, it's just it takes so long to get to that Aghanim Scepter as a support here. Queen of Pain going towards hers as well. Earn as well as the Sanjin Kai up for co-op. So no Witchblade, you know, no building on that, on the right-click damage there for Queen of Pain just yet. And net worth-wise, sitting at the bottom of the course here out of all of them, you know, what's that set? It's just not a great place where we've already seen how the Queen of Pain can pop off, but Chuan, he's just not been enabled in this game.
No, to be fair though, he hasn't really been enabling his team either, right? We only saw like 2 Sonic Waves in a 22-minute game. The first one came out at what, 19 minutes? So he hasn't been able to get it. Already they get their own Tormentor. Zaya gets it. So you have the AoE monitor. It's not AoE, it's like multi-target. Pretty good against the Luna, but other than that, it's kind of like, okay. You know, it's not like you're up against a Naga where you're like, oh, it's super good. It's just like, that's fine. It's not amazing.
Yeah, and Centaur still going towards the heart. He did go back for the pipe, so he means he, you know, he's going to be a little bit behind the pipe, obviously protecting his teammates as well, whereas Nefrit just straight in for the Heart Blade Mail. So yeah, even though we did get the change to the patch, the Heart Blade Mail still pretty effective as an item combination.
It is. Surprisingly, Blade Mail got no nerfs, but Ice Frog I'm sure knows what he's doing. And Hanskin, he does not have a Philosopher's Stone. He's got the Pupil's Gift. Good stats, but it does mean that we may not see this Aghanim Scepter till like 30 minutes in, you know.
No.
And at least he did get the shot from the Tormentor.
Yeah, yeah.
6,000 gold advantage. Can we look at the win rate? I want to see what it looks like, because this 6,000 for Navi is fair. It feels much scarier than just the 5,000 would normally feel.
Yeah, and Faceless Void going towards, he's even got the full Melania here coming out as well, so it's a lot of farm as we take a look at the win probability. 69% in favor of Navi. Nice. And as she gets to, just continues to farm up, going towards the Skadi, like I say. Melania is out, so he's going to be doing right-click damage. He can tank up, again, just throw the active on him when he just throws himself into these fights, or onto Nefrit as well, if Nefrit's going to be the target of the right-click. So not only is it scary damage coming out, but it's just the utility of whoever jumps in. They're going to have, not protection, but they're going to have another offensive capability coming out again. Oh, Hex.
Zayak. He found someone. Really, yeah, he does.
Pablo gonna go for the TP, and he interrupts. Spike right into the onslaught. Finger of Death. Zayats gets the kill. Chronosphere, who did catch out, it's just gonna be onto Hanskin, but again, this is well worth the kill here for the Chronosphere, because I mean, Alliance, how do they really contest into this one? Stampede's gonna come through. They might be able to get the kill onto Malady. Malady though, right click coming through, so Shigetsu backlines as well. Shigetsu still has that Aegis for another minute and a half. Can they get the damage here? Because Melajul's making a beeline towards this fight, and Shigetsu might just have it in him to turn around and, you know, turn on these 3 heroes.
I'm not sure that was completely worth it, the Chronosphere for Hanskin, you know, because you didn't pay 1-for-1. Obviously, you don't know the future when you do that, but it's still just at 25 minutes you can start being a little bit more conservative with your big ultimates, because now Alliance can be like, "There's Chronos down, we can actually take a fight." Maybe you're Navi, you think, "Oh, we have Aegis, so we don't have to worry too much about it." You know, it's like if we Chronos down, we still have Aegis, but if Alliance wants to be aggressive, this is an opportunity for them.
And, well, yeah, and okay, with the Chronosphere being down, technically you could try and take a fight, but it just feels like Navi, even without the Chronosphere, you know, they just feel still in control with this Aegis, so I don't know if you want to fight into that just yet for the next minute or so until it's down.
Yeah, they seem very brave, right? Like, Navi doesn't seem to really care too much about the fact that Chronosphere is down, relying on all the other factors, and S4 as well as Chien starting to fall further behind.
Double Earth Spike coming through now as well. What can we do? The right clicks, the dead shot. Is it going to connect? Another Ice Blast, and that's going to be enough damage, surely, this time, to shatter Hanskin. If Shigetsu just tries to get himself away. No, it's not, because it's still not enough. And still, I think, still level 1, maybe. Maybe a level 2 this time. Yeah, 14, so it should be a level 2 Finger Death on the backline, but is it going to be... excuse me. Was it a finger? No, he didn't move out. Okay. Zayats. Yeah, moves in. Earth Spike here onto Charlie. Charlie going to be caught out. Stampede, BKB going to be popped here. Sonic Wave does hit onto Melajul. Melajul taking a lot of damage, taking all the Eclipses to the face, and now the Force Staff. He's going to self-artesium himself on the cliff now. Can they get the damage from the cliff? It looks like Melajul, he was trying to do his best, and now the Pulverize, but you have that Manta Star to come out. The extra damage to stack up. Really good fight here if they can capitalize on this alliance, but it looks like they might want to try and get themselves away. Cold Feet proc onto S4. Onslaught, are they going to be able to get the damage onto Chan? It looks like they might be able to get the kill onto Pablo. One more right click will take him down, and now they're even going to go for Charlie here. Charlie trying to run himself away. The TP, one more right click, he gets the bash. He's going to be able to lock him down, and Charlie could get himself away from this one. He's going to try and run himself away, but Nefrit going to be able to catch up. He gets the damage he gets to. It was cute trying to TP away in the trees, but he wasn't tucked in enough, and Shigetsu, he gets the bash, he gets the control, he gets the kill.
Oh, by the way, when they were jumping on Hanskin, he was hit by the blast, but the pipe came to save him. That's why he didn't shatter. So I was like, again, he's gonna survive because of that. And the pipe also was able to keep him alive from the finger because you get that tiny bit of magic resistance aura from it. So that pipe is paying off for Alliance. Unfortunately, that was a fight where they didn't have to go up against Chronosphere and they still come out behind. And now, Na'Vi, all 3 of their cores at the top. And this gap between the cores and Submarine, we've seen this in the previous game. It's not good for the team that's behind.
No, it ain't great. And it's looking like Na'Vi, again, they're not too scared about getting aggressive with this. You know, even taking a fight that isn't going their way, they're still playing into it. You know, they're still saying, right, okay, we can turn this one. They have the confidence here. And Primal Beast, after the BKB, is going back for that Ag Scepter. So the break coming out, the extra damage on that there as well from the uproar whenever he pops that.
Yeah, I love the Ag Scepter on Primal Beast. It's so good. It's very tactical. You know, you have to make sure you get the max uproar stacks. Then you get the lines. You should be on top of someone to do more damage. Oh, Nefrit, he's charging in.
Jumping it. Look at this. Melojule. Double damage gets popped, and then so does Hanskin here. Stampede to get themselves away. This is a defensive, you know, and I think most of the Stampedes as well, they've been used defensively to try and get their teammates away here in Alliance. Yeah, you want to be able to blink in, use that Stampede for the rest of the team to catch up, and it's just not how the game's going.
No, it's not. This is very scary. Where the timing for Alliance to win the game, you know, that window is rapidly closing. You're with the death. You have Maldi. Could he die? Oh yeah. Probably.
Yeah, maybe a little bit distracted though with the Ice Blast trying to scout out onto Roshan, but Maldi, it's going to cost him his life. And again, the scan comes out from Na'Vi just to make sure, but they see, oh no, all the heroes are on our support, so never mind.
And to be fair though, it wasn't like Roshan could even be up. It would still be dead for about 1 more second. There we go. It's going to be exactly that average Rosh time of 133. So, yeah, a bit Maldi. You know, maybe he's thinking about something else just then.
Yeah, stun comes out onto Nefrit. It's not going to be able to follow up. Do they get the damage out, though? It's going to be Chronosphere. Oh, it catches on to again 2 of the cores. They're going to try and go for this one. No, the dead shot. Going to try and push him back, but he's still going to be able to get a lot of right-click damage. And now the BKB comes out for Shigetsu after the Chronosphere was off. Really good Earth Spike across 2-3 heroes now. What damage can they get? Shigetsu going to go for the time out. They get the deletion here with that Finger of Death helping them. And Espo's going to go down. And even the BKB was off on Charlie. Charlie will fall to Nefrit. Chuan getting himself back into the base. Pablo, he might be the next victim of this dead shot. And the silence from the trap, the right-clicks, and Pablo, is he going to be able to get himself away safe? One more, the missed chance, a couple more right clicks, it does connect, and Melojule on the killing spree with the double kill. He is running this game.
Man, every time I see Shigetsu getting these cross, he's always hitting like 2 or 3 people, you know, and a couple of them being cores. Like, look at this, he crossed 3 people in just the beginning of the fight. It's like, alright, Ask is out. This is with a dead shot, so he wasn't even able to get too much, but S4 walks into it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. He just walks into it. Oh, that's super unfortunate. And Chun, he wants to do his ultimate, but the pulverize stops him, so he can actually get his ultimate off. And everything just came out smelling like roses for Na'Vi again.
Yeah, and at least Chuan was able to blink himself away here, but yeah, the damage coming through, even the uphill miss isn't enough to stop Melojule here, as he just goes for the last couple of right clicks, takes Pablo down in his own base, close to his tier 4s, and now Na'Vi. Roshan's going to be up in 3 seconds here. They've got, the Chronosphere is down, but you can see, they're going to be able to catch out S4. S4 was going to try and scout this one, but they were a little bit too far forward here on the side of Na'Vi. Ice Blast, they just delete him, 52 seconds. That is a big opening for the Roche clock.
We'll see if Na'Vi wants to go for it, if they want to go high ground. I imagine that will take them time to go through the tier 2 and really to get to a tier 3. And also Na'Vi, they're not too concerned about just being like, okay, let's just go for it. So, oh, wait,
swap in.
They caught Zayak.
Yeah, they get Zayats down, and what else can they get from that, though? It's not a big commitment in terms of ultimates, and he was just a scouting party here with the help of Nefrit, while the rest of the Na'Vi, they're going to sit in the Roche pit. You've got Melojule with the Meld, you know, that Desolator there as well, and just the right-click damage coming out from Shigetsu. This is going to be quickly bursted through, and I don't think Alliance are going to be able to get there in time to interrupt this Roshan take.
No, it doesn't seem like it. Oh, some little bit of harass coming here, but I mean, I look at him, the guy's got what, 4,600 health with a BKB and a Blade Mail.
Yeah,
and
this is what I'm saying. The strength, the health gain from strength is ridiculous on absolutely everybody here. Nefrit, yeah, okay, the heart into the Ag Scepter BKB, he should be pretty tanky, but 4.5k health? Really?
Yeah.
Magic Missile comes through, gets a ton onto Nefrit. Nefrit, does he want to go any further onto this one? He doesn't pop his BKB just yet, and he's just going to use the, I think that was like a 1 or 2 charge on the Uproar.
2.
And yeah, just carries on going here because you've got, I mean, Lion's going to be respawning now as well. Zayat's trying to get himself to his teammates as quickly as possible. So we'll see. Alliance smoked up. Are they going to try and be able to cut off Zayat before he gets to his teammates? As Meljul going to go for the enemy Tormentor, does get it. And now Radiant, they have that shot onto Melody. Big wraparound going to come through here from Alliance. But if the smoke breaks, it breaks on top of a trap. They know where S4 is. The trap's going to pop now as well. So the sounds comes out into the Centaur. There's going to be the calling down as well. Chuan's going to go for it.
And again on
3-man Chronosphere. And this time there is no dead shot to interrupt it. So they give the kill to the Queen of Pain. The Queen of Pain is going to be falling. The Stampede comes out after the fact now. And S4, what can he do? All he can do is die. Pierce the Veil comes out on the support, on the, the Mortar support. But it's not going to be enough. 3-4 heroes, 5 heroes in a buyback. Shigetsu, triple kill, godlike Na'Vi, game number 1. GG's called. Yeah, Alliance, they know there is absolutely no fight back here in game number 1.
Impressive performance by Shigetsu, dude, on this Faceless Void. Like, every single chrono was 3 people. Every single one. Then they add a nice Ice Blast on top of it, and it's like, oh, great. Now, you know, our one of the guys already dead, and 2 guys are frostbitten and would have their lives all gone. So, fantastic performance by Na'Vi. Mid lane went really well for them. Remember, you have the TA versus Quap, so you're thinking, okay, TA is going to farm, Quap is going to make space, but we didn't see Chuan do that, and Quap and TA was able to farm the whole time. So, Meljul would jump in, 2-shot people. Hanskin tried to go for the Agam Scepter, didn't come out in time. Would have been nice if you could just, you know, swap someone out of the Chrono and die. But I don't think we saw a single swap save, by the way, from the Chronosphere.
No, I think it was used offensively a couple of times, but yeah, no, there was no saves inside the Chronosphere, and a couple of good dead shots to try and save teammates. But yeah, no, it was just it was used offensively more often than not, and really, apart from that kill onto Zayats, I don't remember it paying off all too well.
I mean, we said this from the start. We were like, okay, Sinnoh's going to go in first. The other 4 are going to sort of hang out behind him, be like, you know, the bit defensive and all that, and it'll be easy for you to get Chronosphere if you do that. And just, I don't know. They have that Na'Vi, they played them really well. Like, they just really looked good. I really like what Nefert was doing on the Primal Beast. Just charges in, unkillable. They got, 2-3 kills in the top lane early on? Na'Vi looked on fire.
And yeah, so it was a great start for Na'Vi here. Alliance, they have one more chance to respond to this because this is an elimination game here in the lower brackets of the Pinnacle Anniversary show. So we'll see after the break if Alliance are going to be able to fight themselves back into this one, or if Na'Vi will be moving on to fight out against Yellow Submarine. But first, we are going to take a break, so we'll see you after this.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back in, everybody. I think we're going to get ourselves straight into the draft here shortly because we are ready to go. Alliance are ready to go. Navi are ready to go. Otomo, are you ready to go?
No, I would like it if they could delay the game a few more minutes until I'm ready, but unfortunately that's not possible. So I guess I have to be ready. But yeah, there's Alliance versus Navi. This one tournament life on the line, money on the line as well. If you get eliminated here, you go home with nothing. And of course, you go home. But if you win, you have a chance to live to fight another day. I believe you take on the little submarines. We'll see what we can work with. Alliance draft in game 1 focused on this very early aggression, decent lanes into snowballing to take the throne basically. But that didn't happen. They kind of did okay in the laning stage, but they feel like they ran out of steam way earlier than they should have.
Yeah, and like you said, this is do or die. It is Last Chance Saloon. It is Butch and Sundance time. It is whatever else I can think of to hype this up. And Alliance, it is, it's go big or go home. Well, they might already be home because it isn't a LAN. We are playing it online, so I think a lot of the players are already home. But still, the point stands. If you do not win here, you drop out of the Pinnacle Anniversary show. You do not move forward. You do not collect $200. You do not pass go. And Navi, they want to end this one in this game here. Alliance looking to fight back to make it a full 3 best of 3 games, and we see already the Treants, the Weaver being banned out on the other side. Navi, they ban out the Naga Siren and the Phoenix, so some big heroes with those 2 bans. We could see the Spirit Breaker getting through, the Primal Beast getting through, Muerta getting through, Grimstroke getting through. I'm just naming heroes. Centaur getting through. There's a lot of big power spike heroes that you can't ban them all.
No, you can't. Something's going to have to pass by. And Alliance, they get rid of the Tusk, and the Spirit Breaker. Even though no one wanted Spirit Breaker in game 1, I believe Navi has first pick, so they're like, well, we don't want to give it away. Although, again, Navi did not want it in game 1. The Tusk ban is slightly odd to me. I find this hero is decent, but it's very rare to find a Tusk player worth banning the hero for. You know what I mean? It's like, the hero has such a huge skill ceiling, and they obviously these are the best players in the world, I get that, but even then, it feels like we've seen players mess up the ice shards, snowball an ally to death. It's not like there's a lot of room for error with Tusk.
Yeah, I think I've seen Crit play it a lot. Crit really likes the Tusk, and I think if you're looking at Tusk's definitely here in the Pinnacle Anniversary show. He's probably one of the top Tusk players in the game. So, but yeah, Alliance, they just, I mean, it's still one of those protective heroes like the Treant, right, that sits in the lane. And, if you do have that ranged carry, it offers a lot of protection, good initiation. So Alliance are just like, you know what? We don't want to see it. We don't want to play against it. We don't want to have it picked up against us. So they just remove it from the draft.
I don't like those heroes, though, that can't really farm too well. Like, Kunkka. Nah, man, it's been a while, I feel like, since we've seen Kunkka. Like, I like the Tusk because I feel like his laning stage presence is really good. But later on, I feel a lot of times just blink save someone, then get melted if you initiate. That's one of my issues with here. But yeah, Na'Vi, they take away the Kunkka. That does leave the Grimstroke. That does leave the Primal Beast. That does leave Spectre, Necrophos. Although first being Necrophos is very unlikely.
It would be rough. Like, I can get away with it at my level because no one knows what a nullifier is. They just don't pick that item. Like, they don't buy that at all. But yeah, you'd think in the pro games.
Ooh. Wow.
Okay. Wasn't what I was expecting to see first pick or any picks here today, but Lifestealer first pick here for Alliance. Kunkka, usually that flex hero, can still do damage from a distance with the Tidebringer, but do you think this forces the Kunkka into the mid lane and not the off lane here with a Lifestealer pick like this?
Maybe, right? But then again, Na'Vi, they don't have to make a decision right now. We're literally only 2 picks in, so there's 8 more to go. So I do think that this, like you said, is very flexible. They don't have to do anything for Na'Vi. They can adjust the draft. But I'm just surprised that Lifestealer is the thing that's coming out from Alliance. It's like that. This is not a hero that generally is contested at all. It feels like you can probably just take this later on. It's going to be there. It's not. Don't worry. It's like it's. But
actually, did it get banned in the last game? I think it did, right?
I'm gonna have to check the records because I don't think it did. But obviously one of us could be wrong here, and I'll go. Check
it's usually me. Yeah, I'm usually wrong. So
I don't want to say anything, because I don't want to say anything, but. Necrophos is the ban from Na'Vi. Looks like they just feel like you don't want to see it. And wait, do we see Lifestealer as a ban?
Nope. Nope. Not in the last game. No.
Yeah, it's ripping.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched so much Dota within the past 2 weeks. Somewhere along the lines, Lifesteal was banned, and it all just smushes into one here. As Na'Vi, they are going to take away, like you say, the Necrophos as well as that Chen. So Na'Vi not wanting Alliance to get a good early game with that Chen. Just being able to push groups. It's a position 5 that takes towers in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
So Na'Vi are just like, yeah, you know what? Nah, get out. We don't want any of this Zoo meta rubbish.
No, I really respect Chen players. I feel like Chen is an incredible hero. If you know how to play Chen, you can easily reach like 8,000 MMR as position 5. It's that simple. That you early game you get those creeps and you push towers. Later on you get like 4 different aura creeps, wolf and golem and freaking dragon. And you're like, all right, well, whatever. So the hero is just extremely powerful. Alliance they go for Lifestealer and Pugna. Okay. I mean, that's some tower push. We'll see whether they take the Centaur or the Tidehunter for S4. I imagine Tidehunter. We've seen the Tidehunter Pugnut combination together pretty well. But Tidehunter does not like X-Mark and does not like AA Ice Blast. These are 2 things he cannot dispel.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because neither team picking up... Well, I mean, the Kunkka could potentially be that offlane hero up against the Lifestealer. Ancient Apparition. Do you go back for another Faceless Void if you're Na'Vi?
No need. You can pick something else and take the Faceless Void 4th pick if you feel like it's good for you. I mean, you can take it now, obviously, but you can wait a little bit because the enemy team already has their carry. You don't have to worry about Faceless Void being snatched up.
I'm just thinking maybe it gets banned out. If they wait till the last phase, So just wondering if they want to pick it up like now, as in this phase, get it through and get it in, and they go for the Bane. Okay, so they go for the Nightmare offshoot of Faceless Void, if I'm remembering the lore right.
You mean so? Faceless Void had a dream, and Bane was born from it. I mean, who would Faceless Void have a child with to make that? I mean, what a monstrosity! Jeez.
I don't know the lore. Like, it's something, that's why he has that silly arrow on his face as well, and he has the It's I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm not slacks. Thank God for that. But you know, there is something in the lore, I'm pretty sure, with the Faceless Void, and yeah.
You know what we can always do? We can ask the detectives in Twitch chat to tell us, like, what is the relationship between Bane and Faceless Void? And you better not send us some images of that relationship, you know, like not now.
No, yeah, they are on a 5-minute delay, so we'll get those in about 5 minutes with someone going, duh, it's obvious it was, you know, such and such a thing is, you know, actually, but,
And you know what they do? It's always like, it's written, obviously, in Mars's description. I'm like, I'm sorry, what is this, Dark Souls? Where I got a piece of the lore from
you think
pieces
I can
of armor?
But Alliance, yeah, taking the time over this next pick here, you know, just really going through the reserve time. So much so that we can go on for a complete tangent. Yeah. And, okay, they go for DK. But still, there's an ancient apparition on the field, which is, in these team fights, if you land a good Ice Blast, like all three of the heroes here for the Alliance are affected. Dragon's Blood, as well as the Life Drain, Lifestealer, you know, we're trying to get his Lifesteal back up with his right clicks. You know, all three heroes get affected by the ancient apparition in... I mean, I suppose every hero gets affected by Ice Blast, but you know what I mean? It deals with the kit.
Yeah. And I don't know if Alliance are thinking of taking Tidehunter or they're going to put this Dragon Knight as a position 3, because... I don't know, or even a set like a Centaur. I think I've seen this for Dragon Knight a couple of times. Right, they put it with a Grimstroke, keeping the Dragon Knight open. It's just the same as the Kunkka. You know, it could be mid, could be off. We'll see. Navi now they can pick what they want, and I gotta say I really wouldn't mind seeing that Faceless Void. Although maybe something a little bit more, maybe something more like a Spectre. Honestly, I think a Spectre is better.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the Spectre because you do have two squishy supports on the Alliance side that the Spectre's going to be able to Shadow Step on to kill off and then get away, you know, before Alliance can react. It means that you can dive the back lines in the middle of the fights as well. Radiant's coming through, but they go for the Muerta.
Okay.
Ooh.
All
Okay.
right. That's going to be the carry. Okay. I mean, if you look at Alliance, their ability to deal with Muerta is pretty limited, right? Like, they have some magic damage, but Lifestealer's damage is... she's not going to be able to touch her, and the magic damage is not substantial. Breathe Fire, Stroke of Fate, Nether Blast, like it's decent, but it does fall off. You know, you can get a Raindrop and dodge like half of it or something like that. It's not amazing.
Yeah, and we go back to when we saw it against the Luna as well, the carry-to-carry matchup against the Lifestealer. You know, what is it, 6-7 seconds on the Pierce the Veil? And it doesn't sound like a lot. But, yeah, so 6, 7, 8 seconds, level 1, 2, and 3. But 6 seconds doesn't sound like a lot, but if you're, you know, you have 6 seconds completely open where the Lifestealer can't right-click you back, that is enough for a kill against the, you know, the carry hero. Obviously, it is a 5v5 game, but I'm just looking at the carry matchup here, and, yeah, again, Muerta, one of the, I think, the stronger carries in the game, and I don't know how Lifestealer is going to be able to deal with that in these fights, and how Alliance as a whole, you know, how they're going to be able to get the control out to get the damage onto Muerta.
Yeah, Gunslinger is just incredible when you look at it. Like, and I mean, when you say like 6 seconds stun, you go like, oh, imagine if you chrono one person for 6 seconds. I mean, like that's the exact same thing when you do Pierce the Veil. Obviously, they can walk and stuff like that, but in the terms of I hit you, you hit me, it's basically the same value. Navi looks like Alliance believe that they want an offlaner, so they ban away the Beastmaster as well as the Slardar. Brewmaster, I believe, is still in the pool. So it's Tidehunter and Centaur. So I imagine one of these things, if Navi wants to go for it, if this isn't the Kunkka mid, that is.
Yeah. If they go for the Brewmaster, how greedy is that? Because Brews, we see, want to go for the Hand of Midas into the Radiance. Kunkka, you know, wants to build a few items. Muerta, you know, wants to go get the Maelstrom, get a Dragonlance BKB out before she starts to fight. So would that give the early game over to Alliance to be able to set the tone?
Possibly. I think you're right. Maybe you take Centaur. Just so that if Lifestealer gets on top of someone, you can just press your R and just run away. Grimstroke stun's not really that reliable. It's just Dragon Knight stun. You know what I mean? Even if you get Soulbind and these two guys running, I wouldn't mind seeing Centaur from Navi. Lifestealer does like it because you get a lot of lifesteal in return, but it's still good. You know, you're gonna have to give something away, and they go with the Brewmaster. So, okay, I'm fine with that as well.
Yeah. Like I say, it just feels like maybe Navi are confident they can run this. You know, they can outlast Alliance if they do get aggressive early on. But like I said, the Brewmaster, usually the build that I do see more often than not is that the Hand of Midas into the Radiance, which, to be fair, if it does come out, the Lifesteal and the Dragonite both going to struggle with that, I think, a little bit. And maybe Na'Vi, yeah, they feel confident enough to outlast the early aggression from Alliance with this lineup.
And to be fair, from what I've seen from Alliance, they're not the fastest pushing team. Like, even though they have like pushing heroes, they didn't take their time. Now we need to know, is it going to be their mid or their off lane? Feels like Na'Vi thinks they're going to be...
Okay.
I like it. I was going to say that one thing about Brewmaster that I do like, you mentioned item build, but is that Alliance kind of lacks that burst damage to bring him down, right? Then you put a Zeus on top of that, it's like, okay, this is damage, this is what we've been waiting for. Okay, I like this Zeus pick quite a lot. Quite a lot.
They've got the silence on the Phantom from Pablo, which means that, in Nefrit, he's not just going to be able to purge off a silence if he's got some protection. Like Sichuan, he's going to be able to do a lot of damage. He's got the burst damage to come through as well with that Pierce the Veil comes up before the BKB for the Mortar. Be able to do the magic damage with the Lightning Bolts, Thunder God's Wrath coming through, Arc Lightning there as well. It's a good pick, but how does it fare against the Kunkka in the lane when those Tidebringers start to rain down up against the Zeus?
I don't think Zeus loves it laning against Kunkka, especially if Kunkka. I usually max Tidebringer, but I've seen some of them go for more points than X mark the spot, just so that your jump is useless. It's very hard. You can harass him, and he harasses you, and between the two of you, Kunkka takes the hits much better. Sometimes we see Kunkka go with like 1-2 bracers, that it mitigates a lot. So, I think I favor the Kunkka in the laning stage, honestly.
Okay, well, we'll see which way it is going to fall in that mid lane. And yeah, I think maybe if the Kunkka, if there's not some early aggression rotations from Alliance, the Kunkka maybe not takes over the lane, but he will be able to put the hurt on the Zeus, like you say, that the splash coming through from the Tidebring, the control with the X marks the spot. And again, I think we still see the magic build coming out from the Kunkka, right? The Shard, the Acceptor, those kind of items, maybe a BKB in there early on.
Yeah, I mean, that is the standard build, and it's good, it's worth it. But I miss the days where you had the Silver Edge double Daedalus build. Remember, you go and back then the cleave damage was like you do more damage to the people you don't hit, like not a direct target. So you go out, and you get a double kill, and you're like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Go back to the very start of Dota 2, where people were building like the double Battle Fury into like the double Daedalus onto the Kunkka just to be able to get all of that damage. I'm sometimes a little bit sad that we've moved on from how the game used to be, but then I remember like only one courier, it was like whoever dies first has to up the courier there as well. So then you've got your mid fighting between your carry to get your items out, and there was no backpacks, you had no TP slot either. So sometimes I miss it, and then I remember that we were fools to enjoy playing that.
No, it was good. Do you remember Ember Spirit with like 3 Battle Furies and we just slap it? Do you remember Ricky Battle Fury? There was that one time when you do the spin and we had the Battle Fury, you attack everyone. So you attack everyone and it's all cleave, and it's like, why? I don't know. Dota has these patches would come out and we have a week of something completely broken, and then it goes and you're like, I miss it. I wish this.
Okay, real question. You're saying a week of things being completely broken. Do you miss the Ricky sleep dart?
30 seconds to battle.
Honestly, I didn't think it was that bad.
Of course you didn't. Yeah, no, of course you didn't think it was that bad.
Right? I don't know, like the scum of the earth, it's like, of course you. It's like, hey, there are a few things I didn't like, but I didn't say it was good. I just said it wasn't as bad,
Yeah, it just seems to be like I come up with, I mentioned something that was broken, and you just turn around and go, I actually enjoyed that. No, that was fine. I liked playing that.
Well, clearly I'm wrong because it got removed. So, 2 for 2 in terms of bounty ruins. No towers being traded. Truyen starting off with the Arc Lightning. I'm okay with this. I do miss the days when we had the passive affect all your spells, but I do think the Heavenly Jump is also a nice change for the hero, because you were just a little bit too easy to kill. So giving a bit of mobility is nice. Some people say it's a bit too much power creep. Everyone gets some mobility, but I don't know. I feel like you kind of need it.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
I think that's the thing, right? That if you lock down the hero, I mean, early on, we talked about in the last game that the hero does it with his build coming through Acceptors, Octarine cores, heroes like that, items like that. He does still get up to about 3-4k health, but early on, you know, the weakness is still that if you lock the hero down with stunts, he does still die quickly. It's just that if you don't have that lockdown, he has just a way to escape now.
And I mean, by bottom lane, they were going hard over there on Hanskin, trying to get as much, trying to make space for Charlie, and that's all right so far. I was gonna say look at the CS, but it's only been a minute, so very early here. You know, S4.
He is taking some harass, and yeah, not again. Is it gonna be a soaring to come out for the Dragon Knight early on?
I imagine so. I mean, you can afford to use it. He's also starting off with a level 1 Dragon Blood, by the way, which is good defensively, but it means you don't get much value out of your mana early on. You can't harass Shigitsu with it, for example. But just wants to make sure he gets as much regen as possible.
Okay. And with that lane as well, I mean, we've talked about the ranged hero having that bodyguard support, but in this lane it is going to be the 8A. Do you feel like the Dragon Knight Grimstroke combo is enough to get on top of and kill them with the Dragon Tail into maybe the Inkswell, Stroke of Fate slowdown as well?
Unlikely. It's if you can get close, you can get kills, but it's pretty hard, right? Like you have to worry about dead shot. You put a cold feet. If you go for one, there's a dead shot or a cold feet. You have to deal with one of them, and neither one of them are ideal. Deadshot pushes you away. Oh, here you go.
Yeah, cold feet into the core now as well. They're going to have that silence of Deadshot. In fact, it might be enough to get the stun off. It will be able to get the lockdown onto the Dragon Knight. Inkswell from Pablo. Pablo might just throw his body onto this one. Is he going to be able to get the kill, though? As Pablo slowed down, right-click, one more. Uses the Fairy Fire, but again, one more. No! The stick charge still gets it in the end of Mali. They might be able to get the double kill out of this one there as well. Whereas that Deadshot, it will connect, but it pushes S4 further and further away. So they aren't going to be able to get the kill onto the Dragon Knight, but still, they do pick up first blood against the Grimstroke.
I gotta say, Na'Vi played that so well. Like, firstly, they got the cold feet on. They waited until he went forward. Then they did shot him back into the cold feet's range. And S4 lost like 80% of his health from doing that. That is really impressive how they were able to coordinate together. And then they also got first blood. So they saved themselves from the aggression. Very powerful start by Na'Vi in the top lane. And look at S4 CS. I was kind of looking, I was like, 18, 17. Then I was like, what, 5?
5, yeah. Pablo coming through. Again, Inkswell is going to be he's trying to get the move speed from that one. And no proc on the cold feet just yet. But yeah, I did ask you the question. It feels like Na'Vi in this top lane, they are going to be out of mana. But they're running that top lane here. And the Dragon Knight, big tanky hero, feels like he can't get onto the lane, onto the creeps without taking a lot of harass either.
He's tanky, but he doesn't feel. Have you ever felt like Dragon Knight is just not as tanky as something like a Brewmaster? You know, it's like he's got a lot. Firstly, he doesn't have that much health, to be frank with you. He's got a lot of regen and armor, but it's not actual health. It's like a decent amount. He doesn't have that extra movement speed, those stats, resistances, those extra move. Like he's just kind of a bit tanky. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, the longer the fight goes on, the better for him, but the quick burst comes through and he can't really stand up to it. As in the river, they're trying to go into Zayats. Well, Zayats is actually going to try and go into them to maybe get the D-Ward out. Nightmare will be using Zayats, just walks himself away. Hanskin, yeah, he doesn't have any lockdown. He's not going to be able to get the kill. Keep him locked down with that Nether Ward being down, and Zayats just walks himself away.
Bit of a problem. They weren't able to get that ball refill on Chien, so the Zeus, one of it goes to Zayak, and one of it goes to Melajul, and it's like Zeus is like, I'm thirsty.
Well, he'll have to wait. Yeah, man, but you know, you don't always get what you want.
I mean, to be fair, in terms of the lore, Zeus always gets what he wants. Said, oh, he's taking a few hits, but
well, isn't that the thing? Lore-wise, he doesn't get what he wants because he's been turned back into a mortal, or did he turn himself back into a mortal to fight? I don't know. Again, I'm not
sure
a
his
lore
wife
dude.
turned him mortal. He's never, and all the lore I know, it's usually Zeus. You know, he kind of, you know, he gets a little naughty. His wife catches him, and she always makes the person he's naughty with suffer. He's like, that goat. We're gonna screw the goat. Like,
well.
What?
Here's the thing, right? That oh god, we're making a dive into Greek mythology now as well. That a lot of the myths from the gods like that punish the mortals, they came from someone called Ovid or Ovid, he was very anti-establishment, so he's very anti-authority. I think he was Roman as well, and that was the big thing that he made the stories that like initially Medusa was just a monster. But he came up with the story that, you know, she was turned into a monster. Yeah, well, by Athena, you know, and
Oh, Athena,
some
okay.
say that it was for protection, so no man would ever touch her again. And but you know, in the old story, she was just a monster.
They're touching
She was just a
Zayak.
Gorgon, and yeah, Zayac gets touched, a nightmare for him. And Nefrit, well, Charlie, okay, he's picking up a good couple of last hits here. I mean, he's nearly top of the net worth chart, and excuse me, the top of the last hit chart as well. So not really suffering against this Brewmaster early on.
No, they're doing okay. By the way, I didn't come here to watch Dota. I came here to hear about Greek mythology. So, if you got more, you keep them coming. Unfortunately, I don't speak for the audience, and some of them are like, no, we want to see El Clasico.
Yeah, history lessons, they pop up every so often. We don't get full lectures here. It's just when there's a bit of time between. So, back to the game as S4. How
He's
does it
taking
look?
a skill point. You know, he's got one each.
Mm-hmm,
Depending on what he wants, he'll put another one. And if you guys want more Greek stories, just subscribe to Robin Roll's Twitter.
Yeah, if that's what the people want, if that's what they want me to change my Twitter into, I can just go back and... Because I had the horrible... Do you ever hear of the Horrible Histories series?
No.
Oh, it was these books that were meant for kids to teach them history, and I know I'm going off on another tangent, but it was what they said on the it was horrible histories, you know, like the Greeks, World War II, the Romans, World War One, and it was just it was a way to make kids learn and not realizing they were learning because they were reading, and it was fun.
That's a good. I'll get them one day for my kid. By the way, Charlie went for an interesting idea. He has an orb of corrosion.
Oh, the dead shot back. They're going to be back into the calling now as well. The cold feet proc into the right click. Does he have the chilling touch damage to get the kill here? And the cold feet proc does come through. Inkswell. It's not going to be enough to get the kill here. And S4 gets back to that tier 1. And yeah, maybe goes for that second point here. Decrepify though. Did he get the damage onto Nefrit? Nefrit, he's just gonna roll himself away on his gourd, or you know, his barrel, whatever you want to call it. Zaitso Nightmare maybe trying to set up. They might even have a rotation in from the Kunkka now as well. The right click's coming through. Clap onto Hanskin. Hanskin can get himself away from this one. We can't if he's X'd. The drag back into the turn, and Nefrit will pick up the kill. Charlie not even gonna be able to avenge his ally now. Inkswell comes through. Stroke of Fate doesn't connect, and Nefrit, he's gonna be back towards that tier 1 tower. Charlie not wanting to dive that one.
Yeah, I want to go back to this point I was going to say about Orb of Corrosion. It's an interesting item for Charlie because it's not an item that helps you farm. It's an item designed to help you win the lane.
Yeah.
So when you buy it, you're kind of saying, if I'm not going to win the lane, I should be going for kills. I've seen a lot of like PA picks it up or maybe like well, a bunch of heroes. But anyway, if you pick it up, you are committing to sort of fighting to get value out of it. Because it's not like an armlet where it's still useful later on. It's not Hand of Mice or Radiance. So I wonder what Charlie's going to be doing with this Orb of Corrosion.
I guess it means that, like you say, you can run heroes down. If you get on top of them, you can run heroes down. It helps you proc the Ghoul Frenzy. And right clicks onto Nefrit now as well. I mean, Nefrit is level 6, so he has that split if he gets into too much trouble. But obviously, you don't want to be using that early on super defensively. You want to be using it to get a quick gank out and then get yourself away.
Alright, so Charlie wants to go for Radiance. This could be interesting. He might just infest one of those ancient creeps. He just go on someone. Charlie finds Zyke, but does not get the rage off in time. And Zyke's just gonna... Is he gonna pick the bounty on the way out? He doesn't. He just leaves it. Interesting.
Yeah. Silence coming through onto the Muerta here, but Kunkka had already TP'd into this one. A lot of burst damage coming through. Connecting him with a boat as well. Blood Grenade should get to. Does he go down? Silence. It will be enough in Hanskin. He picks up the kill. Melojul, even with his double damage rune, will be able to turn around, and S4 has a salve to heal him up, but Melojul has to back himself away all into the trees here. Thunder God's Wrath did get used. Nefrit's going to get low. Does he get right click down? Clap comes out. Charlie pops that rage, and Nefrit now. Cinderbrew comes out as well. Charlie going to be taking the damage, but the Infest, it's still not going to be up. And now Charlie, does he get chased down? The Boulder Toss comes out. He's already used the rage. Yeah, the drag back, the damage. It comes out, and he gets the kill. Split. Well, I said you want to use it for the quick kills and get yourself out, and he timed that absolutely perfectly there to get the kill onto Charlie.
That's astoundingly good by Nefrit. Oh dear, they might do Shigetsu again.
Dragon Tail into the Inkswell. Yeah, Shigetsu. Does he have any teammates to back him up? And not enough. No one charges left here as well. And the blast from the Hanskin will be enough to get the kill there. And he did have teammates getting close, but not close enough.
Dude, the moment he uses Infest, by the way, he kind of said, okay, that there's no real chance. Because he had raged earlier. If you can wait, but... It's not really, I'd say, a misplay from Charlie, but he was very, very eager for that kill. Nefrit, he played him really well.
Yeah,
in the
and
meantime,
could be in a little bit of trouble now. Did he want to get close? Does he actually have the mana for an Inkswell as well as S4? He's just tanking up the creeps. He's trying to put pressure onto this tier 1 tower. The rotation coming through. Hanskin, he's just camping up here now as well. They've said that Lifestealer, he can move into the jungle, or he's got that lane, but we want to be taking down this tier 1 tower. Marty trying to move himself away. S4 not going to be able to catch up with the Inkswell over the top. So Marty, he's wasting S4's time a little bit, but S4, he has that dragon form. We'll pop it now. Does he get in range for the dragon tail? It's Hanskin.
He really wants
to take down that tier 1 tower. Yeah, Marty, he's taking S4 on a wild goose chase. Can he tuck in for a TP? Anything like this as Marty, the dragon form, it is only about a quarter of the way through. Marty, he's going to run himself into a barrier here. You can't go any further than this, but how much time has he wasted onto this Dragon Knight? And now 3 heroes group up, even Chuan getting involved into that one. And yeah, what, a good 30 seconds or so?
I feel like that's a lot. Meanwhile, Charlie, it should be. Oh, he has the rage.
Thundergod's Wrath comes out, Nefrit though, it's not going to be low enough, and you have the Fiend's Grip into the damage, into the bow, into the Meljol kill.
That is well worth for Navi. I want to say something, which is that the Grimstroke Soulbite is super good this game. Double Decrypt 5, double Love the Drain, but also the Zeus. Double Arc and double Bolt. Especially the Arc, you can get like a volley of 2, possibly even 3 if you get that off very early. Like that's a huge amount of damage. Of course, double Dragon Tail is also really good. So really good Grimstroke game. And Zayak, he finds him.
Zayat, yeah, just pops up Nightmare, tries to walk himself away from the Inkswell, just gets out of range now. His teammates Torren into the right click from Meljol. Yeah, in fact, Zayat, he's the one that picks that kill up. And S4 TP'd into this one, but there is going to be a split coming out now as well. Charlie's going to be here trying to get the right click onto Meljol. Meljol, he pops that Blade Mail, the damage onto Chuan. Chuan, can he get that jump away? Boulder Toss, it is going to be enough to get the lockdown. X marks the spot, the damage coming out onto the Zeus. The Zeus trying to play around this higher ground. Meljol trying to get in range for the right click, and the damage is it going to be enough? Nefrit, he's going to be able to get the kill, but Meljol, he might go down in return. So a mid laner for a mid laner, and Charlie will be the one to pick up that kill.
The Hour of Corrosion paying off for Charlie, just stays on top of the Kunga the entire time. Does the damage. He also goes for Hand of Midas, which, if you're a Lifestealer, attack speed is basically damage, although it's not exactly, you still want actual damage. But yeah, it's still 2 for 1 trade, because they get Pablo, then they get Chien, and then they lose Meljol. It's not a big deal for Navi. They still walk away fairly happy. Oh, yeah, look at Charlie, just on Meljol the entire time. Well, eventually.
Yeah, like you say, that trade in the mid lane for the mid lane, as looks like back in the live game, we do have a fight going on here. Did they get the kill into Marty? They do, but it looks like Marty already traded off for Hanskin, so he gets a little bit of XP before he dies. Oh, Zayat's Dragon Tail does come through. Did they get the kill onto him? He's trying to use the Brain Sap Nightmare to keep himself alive now as well, and it looks like the Bane might just be able to float himself away from this one. Meljol backing him up, just in case there's any extra aggression here, but Zayat just says, I brought you a creep wave here, bro, and you farm up, you be happy.
Yeah, no Zeus ultimate that they have to worry about, so it just walks away, no problem.
And Pablo just trying to get some defensive wards down. It looks like maybe some D-warding here. Brewmaster does have the Hand of Midas. 1 charge on that, but again, it does go up to 2 charges now, so you don't get a loss of efficiency if you don't use it straight away. And
Charlie, he changed his mind from the Radius to the Midas. I wonder if he's still going to go for Radius. I would like to see that. I look at Navi and I'd be like, you guys probably don't want really extended fights. You can also infest a big creep, so you can dodge the AA blast. Chuyen, jump so it's safety. Oh,
his arms was raised there for the X marks the spot. Yeah, Zayats can't get in range either. Pablo still trying to again maybe offer some protection here. It's even going to be the rotation up from the Dragon Knight. So let's see, Nefrit, yeah, just going to use the Hand of Midas and not queued anything up just yet, but I would imagine it's going to be the Radiance here for the Brewmaster.
Yeah, probably. It's gonna be, I mean, he has the build. He's ready for it. Shigitsu is only on Maelstrom. He did die back to back at some point, so it's not the best game for him.
Yeah.
Overall, Alliance, they can't go late here. Nefrit.
Silenced up, but the Phantom only takes two right clicks to deal with, so Soulbind Unleashed, he's still going to be able to get the split off now as well. They've got the Fiends coming out onto the Dragon Knight. S4, he might be extended here. Zayats with the Blade Mail coming through. It's not going to be enough to get the kill. Oh, he was taking damage from the Fiends. Even the Thunder God's Wrath, it doesn't finish the job. Zayats carries on going here, and he's still going to be alive. Ice Blast onto, did they get the kill onto the Zeus now as well? They have that life drain coming through. The right clicks, yeah. Nefrit and Maldi, they're going to be able to pick up a kill each, and Hanskin, it looks like he's trying to run himself away, but the Ice Vortex for the slowdown. Any follow-up from this one? X-Mark, it's going to actually be the Kunkka dragging himself back, it looks like, to heal up, get himself back into it. Or was it? No, it was onto Shigetsu, just to get the heal back onto the carry. So let's take a look. Pinnacle.
See that when he goes for it, when they get Zyke, he's in the tree, he gets this great Fiend's Grip. If they could have used Thunder God's Wrath now, they could have been able to kill him. But I guess, like, Cycle, he could have done... Like, if you're playing Zeus, because he is low, Zyke's low on health, you need to Thunder God's Wrath at the beginning of the fight. Gives you vision of everyone, stops their blinks, and you can just land your spells off. So, Chien, that conservative spirit really caught them in that situation, really hurt them.
Yeah, and how then do they want to recover from this one? Because again, Na'Vi, they break that first 10 kill barrier. Dragon Knight still going towards his Blink Dagger. Blade Mail is up. And yeah, I mean, the Blade Mail was doing work when, he's being Fiend's Grip. He's still got the Blade Mail going, trying to do the damage here. But like you say, because of that Cyclone, the Zeus just couldn't finish the job onto the Bane. And Alliance... they start to fall behind just a little bit. In terms of gold, the lifesteal is still top net worth, 1k in favor of Na'Vi, so it's not a massive gap, but this is how the game starts off. Na'Vi, they get more confident, they think they can take these fights, and they do have, like, you said in the draft, it's a little bit greedy to start with, but once they hit these power spikes, Alliance might struggle to play up against them in these fights.
But once Grimsword gets the Inkswell Shard, that's pretty good, because you can dispel the Fiend's Grip. So that really does mitigate a lot. Charlie's very close to the radius, about 1,000 gold away from it. That'll help you out as well. That's because that is your strongest fighter. That's the guy you want in the team fight. He's not joining you right now. So once he does join, your situation might chase. Nefret doesn't have his ultimate for about 10 seconds. And he's very fast. This is one of the things we said. Is that, DK feels tanky, but Brewmaster feels really durable. Like, that speed really adds up.
Yeah, he just runs himself away, drops a Cinder Brew in front of him there as well, and just gives the old walk away. Yeah,
he's a jolly guy. He's very happy. And a couple of Van Braces coming out here. Shigetsu, quiet game, like we said, 0, 2, and 2. So not his game like the previous one where he's getting 3-man Chronospheres. But it's fine. You don't have to show off every game. Some games it's okay to take a backseat while your team does the heavy lifting. Yeah,
I mean, net worth wise, he's gonna be about 1,500 gold behind the Lifestealer, but he's already got the Maelstrom, so he's going to have that farm speed out with the Gunslinger procs there as well. So he's got level 4 in the Gunslinger. He's got the Dragon Lance for extra stats, the extra range as well for your attack. So I think if he gets himself involved in another couple of these fights, that it's fairly easy for him to catch up as long as he doesn't get picked off.
Nice word. By the way, the Na'Vi ward's very aggressive. Do you see that? There's one next to the tier 2 bottom. There's one in the enemy jungle. Like, they intend, or at least that kind of what we get, the idea that they plan to play on the Radiant side of the map, because you want to ward the places you want to play in. So we'll see what they're going to go for. They could just go for those tier 1s mid and top. Either way, see if Na'Vi wants to make a fight. Charlie, he's basically got the Radiance. That's going to be a scary move for Alliance, for Na'Vi to deal with.
Yeah, and we'll see here if they want to, because they're grouping up. So if they want to try and force something out, Charlie with the Infest into S4. Yeah, it looks like they may try and take a fight here, as Meljul, is he going to be the furthest one forward? And they're going to actually go towards the right, towards the Tormentor area part of the map. And again, Tormentor is the even the Wisdom Rune's been taken already, so there's no Tormentor for a minute and a half still. They're going to be able to get the jump. Shigetsu, he's going to be way too far forwards now. The Nightmare to try and keep him alive, but there's still going to be the Thunderbolt coming through from the Zeus. But now you have that Torrent Storm raining down. It's controlling through everybody. Ice Blast, who connects onto this one. Fiend's Grip onto the Zeus. They get the kill. Soulbind's going to be there as well. It wears off, and the silence onto the Brewmaster though. Brewmaster, do they have enough control to get the kill off? He's going to go for the split. He does. He gets it off just barely towards the end of his life. And now Pablo, he's going to do what he can with the Inkswell. There's going to be the relife coming through from this Pugner as well. But is it enough to get the kill here? You see that Nefret, he was low on the Brewmaster, so he's going to run himself away. Only 160 health left, and he still doesn't have that Radiance out either, so he's not going to be able to burn them down in that form. So, Na'Vi, it's a 1-for-1 trade. It was a good commitment from Alliance, and so many ultimates there. And in fact, I think every ultimate, apart from, I think they kill into Mali. Mali's going to try and go for the Glimmer Cape TPO, and in fact, I think he just get himself out there as well, yeah. But big commitments from Na'Vi, all of the ultimates pop there, just to try and fight back onto that gank from Alliance.
A little bit surprising, to be honest, at the end of the day, though. Like, you trade, like, it was looked like Alliance had a great start. They jump on them, and you think, okay, this is going to be a quick kill. But in the end, it's just a 1-for-1 trade. Na'Vi, I'm not going to say you're happy because you lost Shigetsu, but you're kind of okay with that overall. It's not a trade where you go like, oh, they won. It's just an even trade. And if they could have killed Nefrid, though, that would have been amazing.
Yeah, it would have been a great pickup there. It delays that Radiance for a little bit longer here. Shigetsu just carries on farming. How did he... Go on.
Oh. I was gonna say Zeus is an interesting item build. Phylactery, Kaya, into the Yules, and Chuan's actually stuck here for a second.
Yeah.
They do get Shigitsu again. This is the 4th death from this game.
Yeah. And I think this is what they were maybe lacking in that last game, Alliance. You needed to put the pressure early on. Just really run at Na'Vi. And Na'Vi, like I say, they've got this draft that comes online a little bit later, but you have to get there first. And if your carry is spending more time dead than alive here, I don't even know if you get to that late game, how scary the Mortar is. I don't know if you get to if she just cannot find the farm.
That's a Wisdom Rune for Alliance. Pretty big. You get to kill Shigitsu, you take that heavy Wisdom Rune. They haven't taken theirs yet, but they probably will. And Alliance looking very solid at this stage of the game, I gotta say.
Yeah. So, if you're Na'Vi, how do you get the control back in this game? What can you do to make yourselves feel comfortable here?
I think Na'Vi can take a 5-on-5. It's not impossible for them. The net worth is basically the same. They have decent heroes and Chu Yan.
Oh, yeah, drag back here. The Cullen comes out there as well, right on top of the Torrent. Ice Blast is going to be enough to get the kill. Maybe the Zeus jump away, and the Soulbind. It's going to be slowing them down here. The chase coming out from the Kunkka. They want to try and get on top of him, and Nefrit with that chase. Are they going to be able to get this Zeus kill? Zeus Torrent's not going to be actually on the mark, and the Deadshot even misses as well. So Hanskin is going to get a life drain coming out. It's going to be a lot of damage here. The Torrent Park going to be committed again, but they only get a kill onto the Pugna. At least this time they keep everybody on Na'Vi alive.
Yeah, you're pretty happy. Alliance is okay with this. It's like, yes, you lost one person, but the target was Chuyen, and so it's not the biggest deal. The problem is Na'Vi doesn't heavy commit for these. Oh dear, that's the problem.
Well, now it feels a little bit worse.
Nah, it feels pretty bad. The thing is, like Ice Blast and Ghost Ship, they're not the highest cooldown spells in the game.
Yeah.
Ice Blast level 2 is what, 50? Ghost Ship is 75 now at all levels. It's not a lot. So even if you only get a support, you're ready to fight in about a minute.
Yeah, and Alliance, do they want to, again, carry on getting aggressive here? While they've got that advantage here, Zayat's going to be taking a lot of damage from the Tormentor. Does he have to walk himself away? It looks like he does. He just needs to get himself out of range, but it is going to be Zayat that gets that shard, keeps his life as well. So maybe a little bit of an extra gift as Chuan. He's going to be able to get the chase down with Mali. Mali can get himself away. The TPs are coming in. The Ice Blast, though, it looks like it's going to be off the mark. He's just trying to delay for as long as possible. It is on to the lifesteal here as Pablo just goes for the TP out, and Nefrit, no way to interrupt that one, so won't be able to catch anyone on their exits. I'm
interested to see what Chien builds on the Zeus, by the way. I know he's got Phylactery, Yules, and I think Kaya Sanj, so it's a good mixture of like damage and ways to stay alive, especially the Yules. If you get Xmar, you can sort of time it in the right way, but what else is he going to go for after? Is it Aether Lens for range? Aghanim Scepter? Is he going to go for the right-click build, which I'm not a fan of, but some people do like?
Well, only one way to find out, and that is to watch the game. I don't mind that. I mean, the Zeus later on, right? You pick it up when you've got all your items anyway. You can kind of pick up the the shard and kind of deal, and then go for that kind of right click maybe a little bit later on. So go on.
I was gonna say it's pretty good for farming, by the way. It's like you don't have to expand your mana. Oh well, Zayak, they're gonna be farming him now.
Yeah, he was silenced up, no way to keep himself alive with it. The brain sap, no nightmares, nothing like that. Didn't even have the Fiend script because they did use it on the S4 kill. And it's... Oh, they're going to be able to get the jump onto Mali now again. And Mali going to go down here. Glimmer Cape comes through. They've got the life drain. They've got the sentry down. And it looks like... Does he just barely get out? It looks like maybe the Deadshot not going to connect as well. Ice Blast does come through and connects onto Charlie. But again, no follow-up here from the side of Na'Vi. So they're going to let this one go. And it's only a 10-second at all levels now from that Frostbite. And Na'Vi, they're losing heroes on the board every time Alliance comes forward.
This is kind of scary for them. If Na'Vi gets close to the enemy base, they can shred it. There's a Life Stealer, there's a Dragon Knight, and there is a Pugna as well. So they can take buildings really fast. Na'Vi's got to find a way to push them back if they want to stand a chance to win this game. So far, though, the people who they've been losing have been the supports. And it's not even a big deal, Your supports have actually got a decent farm. And both A and B don't even need that much farm to do their job, It's like... Shot on AA, you don't need anything else. Bane, any item you get is good. S4. Blink.
Yeah, quick blink away, quick fingers there, and reactions for S4. Going towards his BKB after the blink blade mail. He did slip down the net worth table just a little bit. You take a look at the net worth table here. Na'Vi 3 out of the top 4 going their way. And Lifesteal, though, still at the very top, at about
By a lot.
3,000 gold. Yeah, really big gap, though.
Oh, and Bane's going for the Aghanim Scepter. So I believe this creates a copy of Bane, 2 copies that also Fiend's Grip, and each one, if one of them they get hit, they get immediately removed, which you think is an easy thing, but it's actually a lot harder than usual in a fight.
Yeah, reduces the Fiend's Grip cooldown to 45 seconds as well.
Oh, I know that part.
So it's yeah, and the illusions take 200% incoming damage and immediately die if they are interrupted. So not if they take damage, but if they are interrupted, they immediately disappear.
Okay.
How would you interrupt those? I suppose you've got the Zeus mini stuns and yeah, okay. They have their ways on Alliance, but what they don't have the way of is seeing that Na'Vi are doing Roshan and free Aegis for Shigetsu.
And to be fair, it's also it's pretty. I mean, Bane is one of the supports who farms really badly.
Yeah.
You know, like his ability to farm is pretty limited. So 4,200 gold, it should be pretty overpowered when he gets it.
And
you know what?
I'm just looking around the map, yeah, because Shield Rune there on the bottom part, but it feels like Alliance, they're playing, I want to say much braver than the last game, where they feel comfortable splitting up like this and, you know, taking the farm and taking the fights. And Na'Vi, it feels like they've still not hit that power spike where they're able to punish. So yeah, the Na'Vi, the objectives on the map, there's still tier 2 towers for everybody, but it feels like Alliance here at the minute. Well, speaking about it, they're going to try and go to Charlie, but Charlie just runs himself away with rage.
I think Charlie is probably the strongest hero in the game right now. I'm looking at him. I mean, the net worth says that, but in general, it feels like he's going to be really scaling. An Alliance, they're putting all their eggs in their basket. And we mentioned this before. Alliance in general is a team that really likes to go late game. Like, they just have no problem being like, yeah, we'll just farm, we'll just wait, we'll go late game, we're comfortable. And Zeus goes for the +1 heavenly jump target. This is usually the less picked talent because you're not always going to be able to even get 1 heavenly jump target. So getting 2 is kind of like, okay. It's kind of like the Ember Spirit Searing Chains +1 target. It's like, how often do you get 2 heroes that you want 3?
Okay, Tormentor going to be taken from Alliance. I was looking at the Brewmaster's build. He's going for a Manta style, it looks like.
It makes sense. Decrepify and stuff. Yeah, you want to be able to remove it without having to commit the BKB every time. Okay, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, okay. And Maldi, how's he looking? Just trying to protect this tier 2 tower. Got to be careful though. Dragon Knight does have that blink, has backup behind him, and Maldi, he is on his own. Even that Glimmer Cape might not be enough to save his life.
Very even game, by the way. We don't even have 1,000 net worth lead for either side. Although Handskin, all Alliance, he is starting to farm up. He is catching up to S4.
And I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? They split. They've got Hanskin getting a couple of kills. You know, he is getting involved. So I don't think it's the worst thing in the world that the Dragon Knight is at the bottom of the core net worth. You know, because they are making it up, like you say, with Hanskin being able to find some farm of his own.
True. On the other hand, though, it doesn't look good for Chuyen. Like, you are Zeus. This is a hero that definitely wants items, and a lot of expensive items. Aether Lens, Octarine, Refresher, Aghanim. Each one of these is more than 4,000 gold, so you have to be pretty damn farmed on the Zeus to reach your max potential. And he's not there yet. He's 2,000 gold behind the Kunkka, and Kunkka just needs Aghanim Scepter and Shard to be useful.
Yeah, even with the recent nerfs here, the Kunkka just feels like you get that 2 items, you pop off quite literally with a Torrent Storm coming through. And sometimes it is just enough to turn the tide of the fight. Again, excuse the pun. But with the Tidal Wave coming through, you've got the Torrent Storm, Tidebringer damage, and you've just got so much control that the enemy team, yeah, if they get caught out, if they get really unlucky in the Torrent Storm as well, you can get all 5 of them up in the air and just cleave them down before they can even react.
Turn the tide. Oh, come on. No. Not bad, not bad. I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't catch it the moment you said it. Not just because I was like, it's 11 here. I've been awake all day, so that one slipped past. But Na'Vi, they're smoked up. The Aegis is going to be with them for about 1 minute and 20 seconds. I think they've been kind of baiting Shigetsu. He took the tier 2 bottom. I think he took the tier 2 mid as well. So they're like, come on, somebody like jump on him.
Yeah.
But
don't ignore the fact that he has an Aegis. He's free. Go on him. You know, no risks.
But so far, Alliance has not. They haven't been biting. They have smoke. They want to find someone else. Nefrit would be perfect if they can burst it down. Oh, here we
Look
go.
at the jump, and yeah, this time she gets to. I mean, again, he has that Aegis, but what can they do with this one? It is going to be the burst on the Aegis. He has that BKB. He has the Pierce of Veil still going here. So S4, he's popped his own BKB, getting himself away from this one. Charlie, the tide. He's going to bring Hanskin at least back into the team, and now, well, the damage is going to be enough to get the kill. Hanskin to Grapify. He's going to be run down as well by that Brewmaster, but it looks like the Pandalin's not going to be enough, and a big commitment from either side. BKB's being used, Ultimate's being used, the 4-staff away here from Malady, and the Infest Charlie not going to be able to catch anyone, so it looks like both teams... well, does it count? It's only support kill, right? No, Nefrit, yeah, being able to run Pablo down, so they get something from that, but that was Alliance jumping in. I suppose they do get the Aegis, though.
Yeah, but it's expiring in literally 7 seconds. So now they use the Aegis the way they wanted to, and Alliance, they get it out of their hands a few seconds earlier. In the end, I think Navi's kind of happy just because you get a kill. You at least feel... And remember, they did take a lot of map control as well with those towers. Although, in terms of towers, we're even. Each team with only one tier 2. Roshan is going to be up in 3 minutes, so we might be in for a leisurely pace of the game, or not.
Maybe. Fiend's Grip into the Ice Blast if they want to go for it. Yeah, that's the Fiend's Grip. They're going to be able to go into the Piece of Veil. Right-click damage there as well. Shigetsu, does he have the Shard? He doesn't, so he's not going to be able to get the bonus from those 2 kills. But it's still a good setup for the kills, you know, it does a lot of damage, and they pick up 2 heroes now. Na'Vi, can they move through? Can they take any more map control away from Alliance?
That's pretty tough, losing Hanskin as well as for like that. And there you go, there's the piece of field. Like look at Parting Shot. That is a novel of a description. You know what I mean? Like, geez, I gotta learn. Like, look at how much.
Oh, you don't have to learn that because literally nobody buys it, so you can just ignore it. Yeah.
And until someone buys it in a game and it looks absolutely broken, then everyone says the best thing. It's just like with Luna, the shard. Everyone's like, this shard is garbage. And then people start faking it, like,
yeah, it's gonna be able to pop them on. Yeah, it was the exact same thing with the Bloodseeker items, right? And then
that was different.
Was it?
No, because before it used to do pure damage, 5% to yourself and 5% magic damage to the enemy. So you always took way more damage.
But what the thing was, everyone thought it was garbage. Even when it got a little bit of rework, everyone still thought it was garbage. And then Yatoro picks it up, and everyone's going, "Oh my god, this is like the best item scepter in the game. How could we have not been picking this?" And it's like, yeah, Yatoro's just like, "Yeah, I knew it all along. What are you talking about?"
Oh, Nefret, does he know this? Does he know this all along?
Smoke breaks. It's going to be the ink. Well, did he actually get on top of him? Nefrit now, yeah. I mean, he's trying to get himself away. He's going to be able to pop it, and then it immediately goes into the split thanks to that Manta style. So he's going to be able to move himself around. Cyclone comes out onto Chuan. Can he get himself away from these tidal waves and the torrent storms and everything? He's trying to bounce himself out, but the damage is going to be way too much. He does drop his Nimbus here. Trying to get the kill into Zayat. Zayat is still going to live for a little bit longer than S4. His BKB was off the right clicks. Coming through from Shigetsu. Shigetsu's absolutely cleaning up here. He's got 3. Can he make it 4? Can he make it even more? No. It's going to be the double kill here for him. And Nefrit on the triple kill. Grimstroke buys back, but nobody else alive here. X mark onto Maljo. He wants to heal up, and then you want to push in. Maybe try and take down a tier 3 tower.
Here's something that you have to think about for Alliance, is that you might need Chien to get BKB. I've seen this for Team Spirit. Whenever they pick Zeus for Laurel, he occasionally goes, like, not every time, but whenever they pick it, he always considers going for it. I've seen him go, like, Bloodstone, BKB, Zeus, and just charges in with the shard, and he's like, yeah, I can BKB and survive. Because look at him. They try so hard to keep him alive with everything. He still dies, and it's not the team's fault. It's no one's fault. It's just that this is the enemy team's got amazing catch. You're not running away. Jump, Ogre Seal Tournament, 4 staff are not enough. You gotta get BKB. There's no other answer for it.
And what did they get? They did get a tier 3 tower from that. In fact, they're going to try and get a tier 2 here on the top lane. To Crapify disarm here onto the Brewmaster. The Brewmaster, no split for 40 seconds now. He pops himself away with the Ogre Seal Totem, so creates a bit of distance, but does he still go down? 4 staff, he's being bounced around like a pinball, and now the Ice Blaster as well onto Hanskin. Did he get killed to the Pugna? Pugna, yeah, and Chien. He gets caught out. Another Torrent Storm, and more damage stacking up, and still the Brewmaster lives, and Brew, he might not be done just yet. Does he want to come back into this one? The Ice Vortex onto S4. S4 trying to get himself away the Inkswell to try and help him out. Cold Feet, do they have the damage? Pops his BKB, trying to get himself away, but the right clicks onto Pablo, and look at this. Shigetsu, even with the silence now. S4, BKB, it's going to be wearing off. They've got the damage, they've got the kill. They might even be able to go into Charlie. Charlie, even with the Pierce of Veil, right clicks coming through, and Charlie, he has to pop the rage and run himself away.
Oh man, and we were seeing the problem, right? The Zeus is just so vulnerable. And he's most of your damage. Even if he doesn't have items, it's fine. You can still do a lot of damage, but like Nefrit is so hard to bring down. They try to go for him. Trian, like he just walks in, they immediately spawn. They're like, X mark, bring him back. So he gets by one torrent, and that's all they need. The Yule Scepter on himself is just not enough to keep him alive and just tie the way back, and that's it. It's too hard to play Zeus when your team is like far behind like this. You have to be defensive about your items.
Yeah, and look at this. They're going to go for a primal split, to try and just go for even more in the base. They've got themselves one lane of racks here. Cyclone comes out just to delay the respawn of the Pugna. And you can see that S4 just could not survive. The BKB was off, and the rage has to come out from Charlie on the replay. Because if he doesn't, one more right click probably gets the kill there. And they do get that split off to take 2 lanes of racks.
This is looking very dire for Alliance. Very tough situation to be in right now. I mean, your Zeus, he's got damage, but look at him. He's, what, 6,000 gold behind Melojule and Trien. S4's also, he's way behind Nefrit. He's half of Nefrit's net worth. Yeah. Charlie is doing what he can to keep the team in it, but it's 1 versus 3 in the core-to-core matchup.
And yeah, now, like you say, even Charlie not being top of that net worth, he was the scariest hero in the game. And now, Ancient, did he actually get the vision to get the jump? S4, top of the Twin Gate, smoke comes out. It might just immediately break onto Maldi there as well. So they might know someone's up here. Hanskin's the one to walk down into the waiting arms. The right clicks onto Hanskin. BKB's going to be popped early from Shigetsu, and that dead shot doesn't connect. So at least they've got the BKB out from the mortar. But while this is going on, your top lane, your mid lane are pushing in. So how long can you really afford to spend outside of your base before you start to lose the tier 4s and the rest of your base?
Mel just got shield ruin, by the way, which means that he's going to be really hard to bring down. They're trying to go. Mel he thinks they're there, but they're not. Jumping on him is going to be difficult, though.
The Feast Skip, it comes out. They're going to have the damage. Look at this Dragon Knight. He's a big tanky boy. He just disappears. Melojule gets a kill. He just immediately buys back S4. He wants to get into this fight, but is he going to... He has to do it on foot. Yeah, he doesn't even go for the TP down to the other Twin Gate here to get that outpost, but it doesn't matter. Charlie trying to stand his ground, and Shigetsu, he is starting to clean up. The neutral keep gets Pablo, which small victories, I guess, but it's not going to stop Alliance losing every single one of their teams. And it looks like Hanskin, X marks the spot, comes out to Crapify here onto the Kunkka. It's only to buy him so much time as Melojule, well, the force down to the low ground, and Shigetsu just says, cool, and now I get to kill you instead here. Glimmer Cape, do they have a reveal here? And Ice Vortex comes through the dead shot. It is going to be enough, and the triple kill on Shigetsu. Buybacks all across the board for Alliance, but again, you are losing your base.
Roshan?
S4, he's up here around Roshan alone, and look at this. The Brewmaster doesn't even care. Nefrit just says, cool, I'm going to split up, and you're going to lose your last set of racks, and you're going to be mega creeped, because that's what the Brewmaster does.
I mean, that fight... Dude, the buybacks felt so ineffectual. They bought back. We didn't even see the people who bought back make it. Charlie, Hanskin, or S4. They just sort of walked there. Now they're walking back. S4, I think they might have caught him as well.
This is a dieback. Yeah, he has. He's the BKB comes out. The right clicks though from Shigetsu. He's got the Dragon Tail off. The Infest Bomb coming out now as well. The Ice Blast though. Torrent Storm still going. They've got the Fiend Script onto Charlie, and Charlie's locked down long enough to get the kill. Melojule gets himself a double kill. Now pops his BKB, and the supports are going to come back alive. They get the kill onto Pablo. Can they go for any more? It doesn't matter. They're going to call GG. Alliance. Good start to the game, and then Na'Vi. They hit the power spikes, and it was just all downhill from there.
Feels very similar to game 1, honestly. You know, like we saw Charlie, top of the net worth for most of the game. The game 1 was on Luna. This game it was on the Lifestealer. This game he had a couple of better engagements, honestly, but he still got like solo killed by Nefrit, which was insane to watch. And then with Chien, we talked about the Zeus versus Kunkka matchup. We said this is pretty tough for Zeus. You know, usually you rely on your jump. It's enough. Against Kunkka, it doesn't matter. You know, you can't just be stunned and jump away. X mark is always going to be a problem. And he went for Yules as a defensive option. It wasn't enough. You know, and your team wasn't able to stay alive long enough for you to survive. He gets caught every fight, loses. And I don't know. It was like, I feel like a slightly better showing by Alliance, but nowhere really near enough for them to take it. It's a little unfortunate to see them get eliminated after, you know, they went through the group stage. They go through the upper bracket, the lower bracket, but no money for all their efforts. But kudos to Na'Vi. They did it.
Yeah, they looked really well, really good, excuse me, playing through this one. They did really well in terms of the matchups, even when it should have been a lose lane. I think we're going to be able to take a look at the table breakdown as well to see how this goes. So yeah, we see Na'Vi moving on up against the Yellow Submarine. Alliance, unfortunately, do drop out in that 9th to 12th place here. And Na'Vi, they live to fight another day up against the Yellow Submarine.
Yeah. I think Yellow Submarine may have looked a little bit better their series, but that'll be an interesting one to watch. And tough situation here for Alliance. I liked a lot of what Na'Vi showcased. You know, in game one with the face of Wojciech was on fire. In game two, he took a backseat. We saw Never had insane plays. That solo kill on Lifestealer was just so well played by him. We saw Melajul as well on the Kunkka. Zayak. I felt like Zayak on the Bane had a really good Fiend's Grip, which is not unusual. You know, because you're up against Zeus, he should be able to find you and create. But no, he was just like keep getting them. So very impressive by Na'Vi. I really like what I saw. It'll be interesting to see when they go up against Yellow Submarine, which is, you know, a little bit of a tougher opponent.
Yeah, that is going to be it for us, but there is still going to be 2 series to come. Kips and Hurry Freak will be taking over, so you're going to have some more great casters to keep you going for these last 2 series here. And the break is going to be about an hour long once again, and we're going to be able to jump into, or you know, Hurry Freak and Kips will be able to take you through those last 2 series. So again, go get yourself something for dinner, go take a walk, go stretch, I don't know, take a nap for an hour, but make sure you set that alarm for an hour's time, and we'll be back with even more action in the Pinnacle Anniversary Show. We'll see you after this break.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition.
Sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
25 years anniversary continues here with Harry Freak and Kips. And Kips, we are finally gonna have a 2-1. I promise you. I promise you this is not gonna be a 2-0. Every single series so far in the playoffs has been a 2-0, but that stops now. And I came to that conclusion without any evidence at all, but hope still remains. It is gonna be level up versus Namiga that we're gonna be looking at, Kips. So tell me, is there a chance that my prediction is actually gonna come true?
Yeah, I definitely do think so. I think this is one of the closer matchups. Like the one that we had in the upper bracket for level up was one of the potentially closer matchups that we saw out there. Of course, unfortunately, they were matched up versus most likely the best team in the tournament, which was Falcons. So it's not strange that they were run over, but they showed clear signs of life in that match. Whereas Namiga, like, they have a reputation to uphold as like the underdogs that always come to play, right? And even though their lineup is not the same as it used to be anymore, we still have Violent carrying the flag for them over on the carry position, which is a player I have been very impressed with. There we have him. And of course, the rest of this lineup is also not to be underestimated. You all know Eincrad, you all know Force Major.
Did you watch the video of Eincrad on our X channel of Pinnacle Esports Dota 2? He said something like, everybody is praising this guy and that guy, but me, who have been holding my own versus the likes of Kiyotaka, GPK in the mid lane, all of the DPC season, nobody says, oh, Eincrad is amazing. So it kind of hurts, but it doesn't matter. I'm gonna be better every year. Looking forward. So it kind of did strike me there. Eincrad has been pretty consistently good in the past year.
I think so as well, and he is correct that he is maybe a little bit underrated right now. And you know, I like that attitude. You gotta have a chip on your shoulder. You gotta see the naysayers as motivation rather as people to drag you down. So I'm a fan.
Let's look at level up in their lineup, who they have to play with. It's Focus, Stoikov, Davai Lama, Desire, and Loopsy One. Their pictures not looking amazing. I think they can get better shots, but overall a pretty solid lineup. And here is your second favorite offlaner of this tournament, after Mind Control, Davai Lama.
After Mind Control, I mean, I'm a like, Davai is a bit easy because, you know, he's Belgian, I'm Dutch, we talk, he is sort of a friend of mine, so it's a different kind of relationship than with MC, where I'm like, you know, there's a statue of MC that I'm saying my prayers to every morning. But Davai is more like, hey, sup, cool game last night, bro. Although I gotta say, the game last night, the mispick was, I heard that was a miscommunication. And they have no desire, shall we say, to mispick again. Hopefully we're going to see a bit more of an organized game coming out from Level Up this time around.
Hopefully that is going to be the case, though. When they did pick the right heroes, it didn't look any better. It arguably looked worse, though you could say Falcons played that second game even more clean than they did the first one. But overall, coming into the series, do you have a favorite, you know, regarding team play, maybe regarding the names in the team? Do you think there is an advantage just player-wise, team-wise on any side?
I would give a slight favorite side here to Namiga, just because I think they have more experience together. It's less of a cobbled together squad. The side of Level Up is a little bit of a Frankenstein, right? You got the two Greek players with Desire and name slips away from me, but you got the two Greek players, right? Combined with the two players from D2 Hustlers. Focus, thank you. So, which is Stoikov and Davai Lama, and then they have Loopsy One thrown in there. Like, it's a little bit like this guy's arm, this guy's head. You know, we found a foot somewhere, and they're all good players, and they know what they want to do together, but that's not the same as being a lineup already, and that is what Namiga has, and I'm expecting to see more unity from Namiga.
And Namiga, the only reason that they weren't in the upper bracket in the first place is because they started off really slow. But as the tournament progressed, they got better and better. They are the one team that took the game from the Dudley boys, right? So it just goes to show that these guys are not to be underestimated. And really, when you see the names, even though it's not Kiritich and Malrine, it's Violent and Eincrad. These guys, they know Dota, and they have been, you know, pretty solid in the DPC for quite some time now. So I'm I was kind of surprised that they were down there when, and also they did play their first series versus Thompson and Alliance. Well, they that's probably the series in which they looked the best. So it was definitely a problem for Nemiga, but overall I think they are gonna be a tough opponent for Level Up, and of course you get to start the battle with the draft, which we do have on our hands, Skip. So let's get into it.
Hell yeah. Let's get those picks in. So for the side of Level Up, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a first phase Centaur again. I think they value that hero really highly, not just for the Vailama, but also in general with the amount of functions that it has in the meta right now, the scaling that you get out of it. I greatly enjoy that pick, and I think they're going to be aiming for it.
This time around, though, I think you have to ban out the Spirit Breaker. If you don't ban out the Spirit Breaker, Nemiga are gonna pick it up. That is something that they do play. We've seen some teams that actually skip it, but they tend to go for it from time to time.
Let's see, that last ban is still ready, and I completely agree with you. I would like to, there we go, remove that, especially because I think Level Up themselves do not play it. At least not on the offline position, which puts you in the awkward position where you have to run it mid, where it's a little bit of a waste of tempo sometimes, or you have to give it to your opponents, which Nemiga would take that happily. So yeah, agreed with the ban.
Something interesting that Nemiga also played is the Chen. I don't think that that's going to be something that they first pick here, but it is something to look out for if you're Level Up. You did lose to a Chen yesterday, and for a good reason. That hero is incredibly powerful, but they're going to go for a Grimstroke, which we have seen a lot of teams skip, Gibbs. Why is that so?
I feel like it's really just down to the individual teams. Like maybe we have been casting the teams that haven't been picking Grimstroke or something like that, because he has been played a decent amount in the rest of the tournament.
Okay, yeah, that is true. That is true. I just haven't seen him now. Yesterday has been skipped in a couple of series, and it was very weird.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, Grimstroke's still Grimstroke. You've got the Leash as a very powerful teamfight ultimate. You can combo up a lot of different heroes with him. You have a targeted silence that works really well versus heroes like, let's say, for example, a Faceless Void. Absolutely does not enjoy that. And you get the empowering abilities of the Inkswell, which is, of course, the last but not least thing here, where everybody has been picking up because of the Inkswell, because of the shard upgrade with the Dispel, and because of the fact that you can now detonate it whenever.
The Weaver is still in the pool, so I think that's something that Nemiga might pick up. They have a Grimstroke, so I would love to see a Weaver. Also because there's an H's Prophet in the play, so you kind of want to have something that's speedy enough that can get itself away if the rotations from the H's Prophet from, let's say, the safe lane are coming through. So I wouldn't mind seeing a Weaver here. I think it's something that Violent likes to play, and that's something that can combo really well with the Grimstroke. The other thing is something we haven't seen from other teams, but the Juggernaut. I'm a big fan of the Violent Juggernaut.
I mean, listen, if you weren't going to bring it up, I haven't seen like such a, because Jug has been out of meta for quite a while, right? And I haven't seen such a strong player-hero combination that is also outside of meta in a long time. It's just really one of those old school signature picks where no matter if anybody else thinks the hero is good or bad, this player is dangerous on this hero.
Yeah, I gave you a long enough period, Kips, for you to mention it, right? I was waiting, and you didn't want to, so I just had to. It's one of those situations when you're just waiting to spot it out. They get a Kunkka pick. Of course, Level Up, they're going to be countering it with Delina. Yesterday, Stoikov, he got smacked by Delina twice, so now he gets to be the smacker. Kunkka, however, is not a hero to be underestimated. Melee hero versus Delina, sure, you're going to have some issues, but then again, Lina isn't your high armor hero that's going to be taking the Tidebringer easily, so it's a solid matchup for the Kunkka. Do you think Lina, in this matchup in particular, thinks about the Yules, like the old Lina build?
I do think you have to, yes. Like the Yules for survivability versus the Kunkka, I mean, if she doesn't build it, somebody else is going to have to build it anyway. And now we get a Tiny here.
That's a desired hero, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's a really good hero to rotate towards the Lina. I think Level Up are putting so much emphasis on this mid lane. So now that if I'm this Kunkka in the mid lane, I know that Aincrad plays it, but maybe I'm thinking of something else, something that's going to be a little bit more survivable versus what's coming my way. Because Nature's Prophet and the Tiny, I don't really see, even with the Grimstroke here being active, that Nemiga are going to have better rotators to the mid lane. Plus, Lina versus the Kunkka, still a Lina favored matchup, at least when it comes to the early levels.
Yeah, you could do two things here, right? You can switch out the Kunkka for something that's more survivable, but maybe do worse in the Lina matchup and have less threat for her later on. Or you can say, alright, we're going to pick really strong side lanes, and then the supports will have no choice but to stay over there and help their cores out instead of harassing our mid lane. And once they are free to go, our Kunkka will have level 6 and he will be survivable with the boat.
That makes sense. Makes sense. I would like to see the Kunkka there because it is definitely gonna give the initiative to Level Up to rotate, but I like the idea of we are gonna pick so strong heroes in the side lanes that you won't be able to do anything. Though Nemiga, they're gonna have to reveal at least one of their side lane heroes right now, which does give a slight edge for Level Up to at least focus on that particular hero to make the lane okay-ish for themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm wondering if we're going to get to see like a really classic pos 5 here, something like a Bane or something, for example, or if we're going to see the Grimstroke switch to that 5 position, which I'm not really a fan of. I think he is best on the aggressive.
It depends on the position 1, right? Raid King is kind of aggressive, though Raid King
absolutely.
And Grimstroke, are they enough to kill somebody? I would rather put the Lion in the 4 as... Grimstroke doesn't need as many items. It's easier for the Grimstroke to lane the safe lane than it is for the Lion, for sure.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like, now that you have the Lion and you really want to be emphasizing that Blink Dagger pickup from him, you're going to be putting him into the 4 position. Though, of course, Lion not the strongest laning support. Like, we've seen him do really well in combination with laners that can actually come and move over towards where the supports are duking it out in the jungle. We've seen it especially with MC on the Spirit Breaker. But those offlaners are pretty few and far between right now. I feel like most of them just sit there and slap creeps.
What do you think about the Lifestealer for Level Up? Okay, there's gonna be a lone druid. That is...
the game just changed.
That is an interesting pickup. So is this Focus or is this Davai Lama? You are a Davai Lama fan. How much does he love his lone druid?
I don't think he is much of an LD player at all, actually, if I had to guess.
Okay.
That does not seem like a...
Like a Lama hero?
Going to cheat? No, not at all. Not at all. Like, he's very much more of the... He wants to have a play to make, which is why the Centaur suits him so much. You see stuff like I don't know, Beastmasters, Timbersaws, Broodmother. But with the Lone Druid, I'd say that they're going to be looking for focus on that one.
I actually thought that they were going to be picking up a Lifestealer, and Amiga, they do ban it out, so they're thinking that this is an offlane Lone Druid. And really, the Lifestealer here versus the Amiga is amazing. If you get the Radiance Manta, like, the only thing that you're somewhat afraid of is the Phantom's Embrace. I guess, of course, the Lion Blinks hexes you, but every single hero in the game is afraid of that, so you really can't look at it that way. But it is an awesome hero versus both the Raid King and Kunkka, who suck in terms of physical physical damage reduction. They have no armor, but they have a lot of HP, so the Lifestealer would love gobbling them up.
Oh yeah, he'd be snacking all game long, but... unfortunately, he is going to be not appearing in this game. And I'm curious about this Luna ban here, because to me that says that Level Up is considering this Wraith King as a possible offlane pick, which we have seen, of course, a lot in the past half year or so. Which, I mean, how hard did he get hit again? I think it was mostly just skelly damage, wasn't it?
It wasn't too hard. He's still pretty okay. So I haven't seen the Nemiga play a single Wraith King, so I'm not sure, right? If we just had one game that they played it in this tournament, we could say, okay, Vierk is gonna play it, or Violent is gonna play it, but in general, it is more of a Violent type hero.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. And there's another reason to love Violent, by the way, guys, to remember him. It's because he is a violent player. He will rock up and click people,
Yep.
and he does not care.
But he's still pretty greedy, right? I've
Yes,
I've
as
seen
well.
him really not come into fights for a long period of time, but then when he starts, he really never stops. He just goes forward and goes deep, and Raid King matches that, as this hero doesn't fight too much early on. You split push, you outpush the waves, you farm, and then once you get a couple of items, once you can get on top of the enemies, that's when you want to put your foot on the gas.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about Level Up's last pick here. Certainly, Nemiga seems to think that the Lone Druid is going to be in the hands of the Vailama, but I still don't believe so. I think that what they would want right here is a team fighter, somebody that can carry auras and like stand in front for these playmaking supports and Alina. But I was afraid they were going to pick Underlord, but this is an entirely different flavor.
Now I'm leaning more Lone Druid offlane, right? This is gonna be focus hero on the Alchemist.
I find it hard to disagree with you now,
Yeah.
but Divide just does like he has no history whatsoever of playing Lone Druid.
Doesn't matter. You saw how versatile he was yesterday. He was put in position 5, Dark Willow, easy. Loses the game, but still plays a solid one.
He had a good game there, honestly, for like a Dark Willow in a pos 5 losing game. That was that was not too bad. But well, Focus has picked up. I guess it is the Violet. Okay. Well,
Yep, it is.
first time for everything, and that does indeed put the offlaner of Nemiga. What did you call him again?
Vjerg.
Vjerg. That does put Vjerg on a very good timber saw here, I want to say.
And here's Aincrad. I'm liking that we have him first, right? This playoff is his chance really to show just how good he is. Being like constantly solid in the DPC is fine, but this is where it really matters, right? When you are facing elimination, if you can hold your own here, if you can keep yourself level-headed and not panic, not choke, it's definitely going to be showing something, and we're seeing a lot of players here are stretching. I'm hoping Focus didn't just wake up, because that would be bad for his team. The Vailama, like always, giving instructions. He looks kind of humble today. He's not that happy.
No, his team didn't just mispick. So there's no reason for him to calm everybody down by making a couple of jokes this time. And yeah, I do think that the last pick Timbersaw there is going to present a problem for the side of Level Up. That looks like a rather nice Timbersaw lane. I don't really see how they're going to kick him out. And the problem that we were talking about where, maybe the supports of Level Up can't afford to rotate out towards the mid lane and help their Lina out, we might be seeing that happen.
Well, we have a red panda bear. Are you a fan of red pandas?
They are the best, dude.
They are freaking
Anyone
the
who
best.
is not a fan of red pandas. I mean, listen, I came into Dota because of the friggin' Q-pad red pandas, okay? I was watching that doomed venture. That's how I got, hooked on the Jarek stream in, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
That was really a long time ago. I'm not gonna be starting with the Star Wars theme and singing. I know you wanted me to, but I'm gonna stop myself. They're actually gonna be laning the Grimstroke on the offlane, so the Timbersaw is gonna have a little bit more of a kill potential, and I think this kind of works out in terms of what you meant in having strong lanes. They're gonna have a lot of pressure, at least versus the Alchemist, so this Nature's Prophet rotating towards the Raid King lane, which would be amazing for him. Line and Raid King are easy kills. It's just gonna be very, very tough considering what your Alchemist is up against.
Exactly, finding these windows it is still possible, but it's going to be a lot harder, and depending on how hard they push the lane over on the side of Nemiga as well, it might be just very obvious whenever anybody is missing from either of those side lanes.
3 runes for level up, looking pretty solid there. They also put some hurt onto Vierge and his Timbersaw, but in the end, he's gonna be fine. Oh, look at that, riding the Minotaur. Okay, this is everything is just set up so that we call out Rob on his Greek mythology. Now he would tell us his own story about who killed who and whatever. We don't care much about it. Actually, I do care. I learned a lot about it today, but I also want to learn about how this mid lane matchup will go. So, Kips,
Yes.
Any favorites?
Any favorites? To me, the Lina is always the favorite in a matchup of versus a melee hero, right? But in this case, she's going to have to actually do a lot of work with her range in order to avoid getting splashed, because she doesn't outrange that by too much. And her right click damage is not that amazing either. Focus already under pressure, my goodness. Yeah. Level 1.
That's the whirling death for you.
Yeah, and Lupsi wasn't even that far away. I don't think this NP is going anywhere.
I don't know. I'm still thinking that he's not going to be farming too well in that lane as a alchemist. I understand that nowadays the laning phase of the alchemist is more important than what it used to be. You don't catch up as fast as you used to. But in my mind, this Nature's Prophet should still focus on winning the mid and the top lane. I just don't see him standing on that bottom lane as being super productive, or not as productive as helping the Lina and the Lone Druid is. Though still, I don't like the alchemist pick in general, just because of what the Nature's Prophet could have done. He's gonna be killing Force Majeure though, so that's a pretty nice one to equalize it.
That is very nice. It's going to at least help them out getting a bunch more experience over on Lupsi. And I think I agree with you, like he might still have to leave even though it's going to hurt, just because you're going to get much more tempo out of having a good lane for Stoikov, a good lane for Dalai Lama than you have for the carry. And that is always the question for a POS 5, right? Like, how much attention should we put on having the carry off to a good start when we know he's going to start contributing the last?
Yeah, we might see a Hwost type alchemist, you know, TI 3 times.
Ooh, and here I thought I just showed my age with the Cupid Red Pandas.
No. That's no. This is still recent, right? This is recent Dota history. Old Dota history would be Dota 1 days. That's
true, actually. Neither of us were there for that. I know.
I played on Garena, so you know.
Oh, you did. Excuse me.
I did. So bad is gonna be in trouble.
Lupsi.
There's the rotation, so bad is gonna be dying Desire. He didn't want to get the kill, and that Fairy Fire just makes sure that Dalai Lama is gonna be the one to get it. Every single time that you try to go for an aggressive play on the top lane, it's gonna be a problem. But you left Focus all alone, and he does stun Vierk, but only with his dying breath. So it is gonna be another one on the Alchemist. Still, I think it's more than worth it. The Wraith King being slowed down is gonna be a huge deal.
It is, yes, and getting Dalai Lama off to a good start when he is going to be producing a lot of your tower tempo and a lot of your front line for Stoikov to stand behind is the right decision as well. I'm just hoping that the Alchemist and Lupsi can time the death sort of so that he doesn't miss too many waves. As long as he's getting his levels down here, it's gonna be okay.
It's kind of fine. Even if you die, but you're getting kills on the creeps, it's somewhat okay for an alchemist. The Lion on top is in trouble. He's gonna get through that right after the stun, but now the stun onto Dalai Lama. He's taking a lot of damage as well. It's so bad with his dying breath. Will be using the blood grenade, and Dalai Lama dies. So in the end, the Miga are gonna be the happier bunch with that trade. Dalai Lama going a little bit too forward, and I think the inexperience of playing the Lone Druid here definitely comes into play.
Yeah, I'd have a hard time arguing against that. That felt like he was overestimating his own tankiness by quite a lot. And there is another problem, by the way, because we're talking about whether or not the Alchemist is having a good time on bottom matters now, but how about how much of a good time does this Timbersaw have? Because this is a rather great Timbersaw game, and really the only way you're going to have to kill him eventually is Stoikov right here.
And that still, Lina is pretty nice. And also, Tiny is very solid at controlling the Timbersaw. Because we haven't seen the Tiny for quite a long time, we kind of forgot about it. But the Avalanche stops you in your tracks, wouldn't use the Timber Chain. The Toss can stop you in your tracks as well. Then there's a Lina stun. So level up, if they catch him alone, which sometimes happens for a Timbersaw, they actually have a lot of stunts to keep him in place.
Yeah, that is true. A lot is going to depend on the execution, because you might also find yourself in a position where Stoikov just gets blown up.
Like now? They're gonna get him into an X. There will be an Inkswell as well onto the two of them, and the follow-up stun. You've gotten a little bit too deep, Loopsy. They're turning around onto the line. He's gonna get tossed into a tower. Very nicely done by Desire. This is what he's known for. He gets the Hex off just before he dies on the line as Einkrad thinking about getting that hit in. Very nice positioning from both Desire and Loopsy, and Desire finally he'll eat the Tidebringer, but Loopsy won't. So it is gonna be a level a 1-for-1 favoring Nemiga, but level up they still do get a return kill.
Yeah, best possible scenario for them there. I think they were only like half a second late, honestly. If Desire is there a little bit early, I think you can break the combo. Now, unfortunately, the fact that he's stuck around.
Oh, very nice positioning from Minecraft. You see that he knew that Stoikov is gonna come over with the Laguna Blade, and so bad. He just came back from the dead. Let the guy live a little bit longer. It's gonna be a Laguna Blade, and the right-click damage will be more than enough. The problem is, Kunkka is gonna hit level 6 now, and the Lina doesn't have a TP. So the real question here is, can they kill the Lina once again?
I wouldn't be surprised to see them angling for it, but there are two Radiant wards on mid watching them currently. Stoikov is going to be the one making the first move, but he's very correct to do so.
Very nicely done. This is how you deal with the Kunkka. You get into his face before he can use the boat, before he can get the run buff, and then you do not care about that damage reduction, as he'll be dead. So they get themselves a kill, and the first boat, it's not good enough.
And that is a nice slowdown for that Kunkka as well. That means his catapult wave died. And Focus, in the meanwhile, he had just enough levels to retreat into the jungle on the bottom side, so does not have to face the Timbersaw on the lane. But yeah, that is a free Timber game now.
Pretty free Timber game. We'll see if Stoikov is going to be rotating. He does have the Arcane Boot, so first he's going to be going for the Ether Lens, then maybe bots will be coming out, and before that happens, it's very hard to rotate to the bottom lane and not be spotted. So this should be pretty easy for Vierk to stay alive as top lane. We haven't looked there for quite some time, and now as we are looking, Violent is dying. You're not getting out of this one alive. He's just going to be tossed up in the air. Loopsy comes over just for good measure. His help wasn't even needed. I'm really liking how Desire is playing this Tiny, and it's even more impressive because he probably hasn't played him for quite some time.
Yeah, Tiny is not really all that popular right now, and I feel like that is because he's sort of hit the Earth Spirit support point, you know, where it is still very strong if you've spent like the past 4 years practicing the hero. And so there's like 3 people who do it. And there's a couple of Tiny players like that as well. It's all about making the most of the forced repositioning, which is such a powerful tool that, you know, the rest of the hero had to be nerfed to accommodate for the fact that he has that tool.
Everybody only plays the Earth Spirit, Tiny, Tusk, and those type of... Those are position 4 heroes, not like I'm playing a Grimstroke. Nobody cares. Please give us an Earth Spirit, give us a Jurex type performance. That is what we are looking for in a position 4.
Oh, like... Listen, Valve nerfed that, and here's the Stoikov rotation. Thank you very much, he says. You were alone on your lane because you thought that it was yours. I'll come pick that up.
There's the same thing happening in the top lane.
The problem is that OG won TI twice by playing fun Dota with, like, for example, that aggressive support style play, right? And those were the heydays of like, oh, who's the best POS 4 in the world? Is it Crit? Is it Saxa? Or is it Jerax? And, you know, I think Jerax very decisively answered that one at that time.
You
but
forgot about my boy
style,
FY.
I mean,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
FY... I can't believe I did that.
Yeah, I don't believe it. If Jerax hadn't won TI twice, it wouldn't be that easy of a victory versus FY. That's the type of guy who plays all of that and plus all of these boring ones like the Grimstroke. I'm gonna stay behind and use my Inkswell and whatever, right? But he does the
Surgeon. Yeah. No, I can't. Forgive me, my prince.
No problem. He'll forgive you, or maybe he won't watch the stream. I don't know if he
I hope not.
if he is well versed in the English language. I know that Chinese players have a problem with it. This line is dropping low. That one more hit. It's gonna be the ulti from Loopsy that finishes him off. Very nice Wrath of Nature there in the end to finish him off. He had the boat buff on him, and that's why he wasn't dying to the turn charge.
Stoikov, yeah.
That was so close to getting denied.
Incredible. He hesitated just a second on that decision to deny it, and that's going to cost him a little bit. But otherwise, Stoikov is very happily at the top of the net worth charts now. Has got the Boots of Travel, which means that for the Timbersaw, yeah, his game is not entirely safe. He can get killed. He has already been reminded. And as a result, that top tower has already fallen to the pressure of level up, while the bottom tower, Timbersaw is still carefully chipping away at it.
Okay, the Vai Lama has a career whose name is Kawai Lama. So it is a cute llama. There it is. It's bringing a diffusal blade, so that's gonna be a lone druid even more powerful as we're looking at the cute llama fly away. Violent is losing mana. He will survive, however. They didn't take enough of it. That doesn't mean that he's gonna live. Actually, it does, as Aincrad is coming over with the boat. They want to drown this bear, though. Bears are pretty good at swimming, so he might just find some nice salmon there for himself. And it's actually turning around. The double stun from the line will be amazing. Blood grenade, not connecting on anyone. Who are they focusing on? They're gonna kill both of them, and it is gonna be Vai Lama dead. Now, it is gonna be this poor Nature's Prophet left on his lonesome versus 5 heroes, and Violent, the one who was getting assassinated, will get a double kill.
And that was a little too deep in for the side of level up on a move that was really just, if nobody else is coming there, then you are just pressuring, right? You're fishing for responses without hopefully attracting too much attention. But doing something like this, yeah, that'll attract attention.
Usually when this early in the game you get the bear form out, you can't die, but he really thought he couldn't die literally, even if there's 5 heroes just smashing his face. So that was most likely a mistake.
Yeah, and there is still a Timber in this game as well, which is not to be forgotten. The amount of damage that he can output, as well as the mobility with which he can come in. Yeah, I was about to say, he has a Blink Dagger.
And he got a soul
really enjoy that itemization. That's a baller move right there.
I mean, you have a Grimstroke that's gonna buy a shard, so it makes sense.
Yeah, you've got a bunch of defense. There's only one hero that can reasonably kill you in this game, which is the Lina. And one of your jobs, I do believe, as the Timbersaw, is to be on top of that Lina and kill her before she can kill you. Plus, you know, it's going to help great with killing anybody else on the map, because they all suffer massively from the HP loss. So, but wonderful pickup. You'll love to see it.
I think Level Up are paying dearly for this Alchemist pick. I think it was so unnecessary. You have a Lina and a Lone Druid, both early game heroes that rely on early game timings, who want to farm and from time to time go for kills or pushes. And then you have the Alchemist, who really won't be assisting you with that for quite some time. And it kind of feels bad to give farm to somebody else when you have an Alchemist on your side. So I'm not sure what they were trying to do with that, but it's definitely causing issues.
I mean, if you were anticipating that Wraith King to go offlane, like if you were really sure, I can see it, and later on you're going to get a ton of gold out of all of the Wraith King skellies, right? If you can move up far enough to find them. But I don't think that's happened yet.
No, not just yet. Whenever he shows himself on the map, he's just gonna be dying. If there's a Timbersaw and the Grimstroke combo, he dies. You have your ulti, you don't have your ulti, it doesn't really matter. Stoikov, a little bit deep in enemy territory. He did go for the bots first in this game, and then he finished the Ether Lance, but either way, he does have both at the moment, so he can definitely make plays if he wants to. But I'm liking how Namiga are positioning themselves right now, as they're not the ones making plays at this moment, so they are trying to just keep themselves safe and are able to do so. But Focus is starting to climb up the ladder, so now has the Radiance, and his farm is gonna be it's gonna be even easier to attain.
It's going to accelerate now, yes, and you can see that the positioning on the map here has changed as well. The Vai Lama has learned that he can't do anything more on top with the lineup that he currently has, so he is guarding the bottom side. And right now Stoikov actually smoking towards top, where Einkrad is half health in the jungle.
Dead. Very dead. Psst. Goodbye. Loopsy takes the kill like the good support he is. Kill secure. It was 100% needed. So they set it up nicely for their Nature's Prophet, who already has the Spirit Vessel. If he needed to finish it off, I'd be fine with it. This way, Delina most definitely really wanted that kill, but now he's going to be rotating to the bottom lane when Vierk is going to be caught. That Inkswell not really going to help him all that much, as the shard hasn't been bought just yet, and they're looking for more. They know that the Grimstroke is in the vicinity. He's going to be going onto the left there, and we're going to be looking at Violent chasing down Desire, who's not going to be caught. Force Majeure on the other hand, he had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and will be the third casualty on the map in quick succession in favor of Level Up.
And just like the positioning of the Lone Druid cost them their 2k advantage on the top lane, they now have successfully gotten it back on the bottom side, with all of the pressure still being off focus. Like, as much as Namiga has done a good job positioning their heroes around the map, I think Level Up has, with as awkward as their lineup is, still found a really solid way to keep the pressure off of focus, even if that means that, you know, the Lone Druid hasn't had everything that he could have ever wanted. Delina maybe could have been more farmed as well, but at the very least their Alk has a game.
Violent has a Deso. When we look at the heroes of Level Up, they don't really have much in the armor department, and Stoikov gets a kill once again. Desire will pay for the sins of his Lina, but it is a small price to give away if you're Level Up, so Verki does cut him down with ease. Still, this is looking pretty good for Level Up. So when does Violent get active? Do you still need that blink to actually be a threat?
I think so, yeah. Versus this lineup, you need to be able to get to that Lina. That's really all that matters. And if you can't get it with the first jump, like somebody has to frontline, you need to get it with the second jump in order to get the reaction. Otherwise, Stoikov might not even show. You have this very brief window where one of your frontliners shows, hopefully with enough threats so that Stoikov needs to go on him, and then you immediately need to catch Delina as soon as she shows, because she's otherwise going to delete whoever you were baiting with.
Force Majeure is going into his death, or is he? Because Vierk was there as well. The Inkswell will stun. They're gonna get a 1-for-1 at least. As Force Majeure, he's still alive. The Vailama wants to finish him off, but the bear, he cannot attack. The Vailama is too far away. Now he's gonna be caught. Vierk is doing way too much damage, and the Grimstroke is still alive. They're gonna be bringing him down. Violent gets a kill, and he comes into the fight there. Through the portal they came, and he thought he was gonna kill that Grimstroke faster, but Vierk is too big of a beast. He just cuts people down so fast.
Really very fast, and then with the minus armor on top as well, like you can see the Lone Druid thinking about standing his ground, fighting, lifestealing a bit back up, and he's like, wait, I don't have any armor.
Do you think there's some heroes that are pretty low leveled here, as Raking did lose his life? Now they're going to be looking towards the Desire. He's looking very much dead with the Inkswell. He'll be going down. Violent though does die in the mid lane, was all alone, and they disposed of him easily. You still don't have enough armor to work with this Raid King, and we're going to be looking at this fight yet again. Just look at the Grimstroke surviving barely. So bad came in with that Hex just in time.
Feels bad to be a bear.
You're this apex predator, and they just keep kiting you, running away from you.
Which is not very true to nature. Like, don't run away from bears. Don't do that.
Go and pet them.
Lose.
They're pretty cool. Nice.
True Eastern European answer there.
Easy. I can't explain how many videos I've seen of. I think it's Russians who are drunk and they're just coming close to a bear, and I'm like, how the hell are you still alive? I think even the bear is like, okay, these idiots, I should just let them live. It's not their fault, right? They're coming this close to me.
I mean, it's about the confidence, right? If you're confident that he's not gonna kill you, then the bear's gonna be like, wait, but what if he's right?
Yep. Force Majeure though, he was definitely wrong for being here in the top lane. Loopsy now has the shard there, so with the Curse of the Old Growth, he does have more than enough vision to find him, and it's gonna be another kill for Level Up. So 4k gold lead for Level Up, which is not too bad. Yeah, you do have the Alchemist, but you're also very greedy on your other two cores and on your supports as well. So more gold, and late game, it doesn't mean that you don't win late game here with Level Up. You actually have a pretty decent shot.
Yeah, you do. You're going to get a lot of utility out of this Nature's Prophet here as well. Did my llama really make it out? I don't think so.
That's a very bad usage of the Savage Roar, but he's actually just standing his ground and fighting. He's not getting out. He's turning around to fight Gibbs. He doesn't want to get out. He wants to get in and smash Vierk. There will be a fear. He gets himself away, not for long. Loopsy is there with the ulti. He gets a double kill, and now Violent is being chased down without the reincarnation. He's in so much trouble. He'll have it in 5 seconds. There is a Kunkka behind with a boat ready and a beautiful usage of the X-Torrent. The stun from the Lina, though, comes through, and that's going to be a dead Raid King only the first time. He still has the armor. The boat is coming through. There will be the run bump, but look at on the other side, the toss into a double stun, into another double stun. You're not gonna move, but you are gonna die. The Inkswell, though, Aincrad turns around. He gets some of his HP back, but not nearly enough to live. And Force Majeure coming in to assist. He's just gonna be offering himself up. The Torrent might be cool, but with everybody dead, it won't matter one bit. Level up. They overwhelm Nemiga. Now they get a tower, and they get themselves a huge lead.
That is really quite the blow. That complete wipe without anything in return, and the Kunkka wasn't there for the start of that fight. Nemiga underestimated level up, bring all of their forces, but the truth is that Focus has about finished farming, and I want to say that Nemiga missed a window here. This is the illustration of a missed window, and I'm gonna have to point at Timbersaw for not really leveraging all of that strength that he had in the early game into possible team pressure on towers. Because there was a point where this Timbersaw was nigh unkillable. It could only ever be Stoikov who killed him, and you can keep tabs on that, right? You could take more towers down, you could have taken more terrain, but they haven't, and this is the price tag.
I'm looking more at the failed or non-collaboration of the Kunkka and the Timbersaw. I think these two really needed to play together. Maybe with the Grimstroke somewhere added in there as the Lion is farming the Blink. But now Lina has an Aghanim Scepter and Desire is smoked up. He's hunting. There is going to be a haste found. That's going to be the one picked up for Stoikov. That is a fast Lina. He takes a flight with a Flame Cloak, and that is a very dead Lion. Only 2 spells used. Again, it is the Wrath of Nature that does a lot of damage, and they caught the Kunkka. What is he doing? He's going to get the boat off. That's going to help him run away a little bit, being body blocked. He has the Phase Boots, will be going through the Treants easily as Desire is still coming forward. Stoikov going onto the side. There will be an avalanche. The Inkswell is there. Not an easy target. Miss on the stun there. Force Majeure will be fine. Gets to the high ground. The Laguna Blade is not enough. But now Stoikov, he takes a flight with a Flame Cloak. He wants to go forward. Force Majeure, they're going to finish him off. And now going for Aincrad. The slow will be there from the Diffusal Blade as well. They get the fear. He can't get out of the trees. He's going to be dying, surrounded by nature and burned to a crisp by Stoikov as they're going to be getting down. The Tormentor as well. Level up. They have overwhelmed this game, Tips.
Absolutely. They have bought themselves enough time. They have maybe been given enough time. It's potato at this point because they have all of their items up. And for example, Aincrad, he has spent quite a bit of time farming here as well, but what he has bought with that is just a heart. The man just wants to live, but that is not damage, that is not a way to make plays or to capitalize on any mistakes on the side of level up. That's just simply being bigger. And I don't think you get to leverage that anymore. I think your window for walking up front and like saying, hey, what you gonna do about me, I'm too big to kill, is kind of over. They will either ignore you or take you down anyway.
Yeah, I think they watched those Eastern European bear riding videos as well, and they thought if we just appear bigger it's gonna be good enough, but it's not. Level up, they're not gonna be falling for your bluff. They just continue bringing heroes down left and right. Also, it's kind of cool how 20 minutes into the game nowadays and you say just the heart. Imagine like 5, 6, 7 years ago, 20 minutes into the game, he has just a heart. Oh really, just a heart? That means that he's unkillable. Nowadays that's not really the case.
I mean, it might be if his team was in a different position, but the way the things are going right now, I don't think so. Look at how far up Loopsy is playing. Loopsy has been playing a phenomenal game on this Nature's Prophet here, by the way.
Looking beautiful. Lina has been caught though, a little bit deep. They have the force stun though, and there's gonna be the unstable concoction as well as the double stun. The Inkswell is on the Kunkka. It will purge off any of the stuns, and he'll get healed up a little bit. The double stun there onto the Soulbind. They're gonna be bringing down Focus. The fear comes out just in time. Focus is still alive. Violent, he was near a crit, but he doesn't get it off, and Aincrad will get taken down. Buyback was there from there, but there's the Aghanim Scepter from Loopsy coming in handy. just getting on top of them all. Vroom, vroom. He's putting in the gas, destroying everybody. They're gonna be pulling in Vierk. You just came back from the world of the dead, and you might be going back there very, very soon. So bad, hiding in the trees, but the trees will get burned down and now tossed towards him as well. He gets the stun off before he goes down. That's gonna be the 4th, make it 5th death, as Vierk did buy back, but is it gonna be enough? Is he gonna be surviving? At least he's gonna be able to tell the story of his fallen comrades, but level up, they come out as the victors yet again.
Yeah, and the fact that Delina just gets to sit on that ward for the entire duration of the fight. I mean, the most incredible thing, though, is that Loopsy did more damage.
GG.
And, well, they just call it.
I mean, is there anything more to play here? That was the Amiga using their spells pretty well in that fight. They bought back on one of their cores around their tower, and they still couldn't do anything.
No, I think that is a correct moment to call it, honestly. It feels a bit sad because there's not really like any big breakthrough that happened. The situation wasn't that much more desperate than, like, you know, 2 minutes ago. But it was, they were probably done discussing why they couldn't win it anymore and what they were going to do next already as well.
Yeah, it's the type of moment. Anybody got any ideas? And you just hear silence, right? And at that point, you know that nobody knows how to win this game any longer. I feel though, Kips, as they've had it at some point where they could have put their foot on the gas and threatened this lineup of level up, but they slowed it down. So what do you think is the problem here? Is it the new lineup, the confidence? Why weren't they as aggressive as they maybe could have been?
I'm not entirely sure. Like, to me, it seemed like a case of mistaken confidence. Like, hey, we've done really well at the start of the game. They drafted too greedy. You could even be thinking as an Amiga for most of that game that you're farming more than they are, because it feels like you're making the right moves on the map. But that assessment was clearly wrong, and I think it has a lot to do with the fact that they didn't take enough towers away from the side of level up.
They really did not, and once they started to come together, level up was very, very strong. Stoikov definitely doing the most damage there and finding the right plays, though not to take it away from anybody Desire. And of course, Loopsy were always there to assist Delina, and that's going to be giving game 1 to level up. I'm kind of hoping that this is going to be our first 3-game series, but we will find that one out after the break.
Thank you. This is
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
What a game one! It was pretty short here at the Pinnacle 25-year anniversary show, but it felt a lot longer. I was very surprised, Gibbs, when I went to the break and saw that we haven't even broken an hour since we started this series, which is usually pretty weird, but just goes to show that a lot happened in that less than 30 minute game. So now that the Amiga have seen this, right, and we have seen that they don't adjust too well. They've picked heroes that are gonna do well in the late game, and they played for it, but it never came. Do you think they're gonna be drafting in a different way to set themselves up for success versus level up?
Yeah, I'm not even sure if it, and this is one of the hard things to determine, right? I wouldn't say that this is the draft's fault so much as the fact that they didn't execute well on it. But yeah, are you going to change that execution within the game? Is that going to happen right now? That's what you're going to have to ask for yourself before you go into that second draft. Like, are you just going to make it easier on yourself, pick an offlaner that naturally does more stuff and farms less, for example, or a mid laner that's more of a playmaker instead of a Kunkka is definitely reactive by nature, right? So I can't answer it for you. I can just sketch out this scenario where we see, all right, the draft is going to tell us if they think they can fix the mistake or not.
I've always been looking at Eastern European Dota from the old VP days, right? They pick something, you know what they're gonna do, you think you have an answer to it, they play it perfectly, and you still lose, right? And they very rarely change things up in the middle of the game. They just determine what they're gonna do, they do it too well, and they win versus you. And a lot of Eastern European teams across the years have been following that pattern, but obviously they're not as dominant as Virtus Pro used to be back in that time. So that's why I'm looking at a draft switch up as maybe a better way of approaching things, just because I feel like that's something that they're more used to.
Yeah, and in the case they do that, they have a bunch of different things to fall back on. They might try to get a Weaver through, for example. They might try to play a Chen game. We've seen that Level Up had trouble dealing with Chen when it was played by Falcons. There's a bunch of options on the table that they've already shown this tournament that they're comfortable with, that they could definitely push out here for map number 2.
We'll see if that's something that they're gonna be going for, as they really have played different things when you go through their lineups. There were a lot of different heroes, a lot of different strategies and approaches to the game that they've had. Level Up, I want to say the same for them. Level Up has shown a certain level of versatility. Even if they're not 100% confident that they're going to be playing a certain lineup in a perfect way, they still think it's a good lineup and they go for it. And I think that is a right path to growth to a tier 1 team, right? Because real tier 1 teams in any meta, in any scenario, they can pick whatever they want and still play really, really good Dota. I mean, that's why Spirit have been so dominant in the past couple of years. It's because of their versatility.
Yeah, it is true, and the question is always how are you gonna get there? Like, are you going to... Because a lot of teams out-versatile themselves too early. They're like, okay, that is what we're aiming for. That means that right now we just start with always picking what we think are theoretically the best heroes for any given scenario. And then what ends up is that they never develop a style, they don't learn enough about how these heroes work in different lineups because they're too all over the place and it never gets anywhere. So if you think you're ready, then that is the way to take it to the next level. But if a lot of times the teams that do that, we're actually not ready yet. So I'd like to see a bit more iterations on the same ideas from, well, both of the teams of this level, I'd say.
And as we have been talking about different approaches to the draft, it has started. So we're going to be getting into it to see what the teams have in store for us. And here we are, Kips. It only just started, so we haven't seen a single ban, a single pick. Nothing has been revealed just yet. So let's say you're the coach. Put yourself in a... First of all, who would you rather coach between these two teams? Let's get that out of the way. Which one do you think you'd have more fun with?
It would probably be Level Up, just because I think the communication gap is less wide. Like, working with Vega was a very good experience for me, and I think everybody involved learned a lot from that. But one of the things I learned definitely is that language is a really big deal and should not be ignored.
You just saw the Level Up Mansion bootcamp and you're like, yeah, that's where I want to go. No, of course it's because you would come to Serbia to coach them and then we could hang out. That would also be a nice reason. Yeah. And now I get it. Overall. So let's say, okay, you're in the shoes of Level Up. Do you go still with this approach? It doesn't matter that we cannot play a hero at a high enough level. Go for something that we're a little bit more confident on.
You're one game up. You might want to try to just see if you can get away with more. As long as you do that in like the full confidence, like, okay, this game we are pushing it a little, then yeah, because I think that if you honestly evaluate that previous game, I'm not sure that you're ready to play that Lone Druid or the Alchemist in that sort of lineup against anybody better than the Miga. You should not see that as a confirmation that actually that was a good lineup to pick.
Okay, so Desire is definitely one of the OG position 4 players, as last game he plays a Tiny, now he plays a Tusk, then the third game he should play an Earth Spirit, though I don't think I've seen him play Earth Spirit much, but either way, he usually plays these melee heroes that are all about making plays, and he did make a couple of nice plays in the previous game. It was a short game, so we can't really say he did too much, but there were some nice tossbacks, avalanches into multiple heroes, so I really like what he
the
did.
landing states rotations were very nice.
Pretty nice.
Like the way he divided his time between top and mid was... They were late like once to that mid lane, but after that I think his presence was pretty much impeccable. And Namiga here with a very passive start, almost direct opposite, right? Treant Protector is not gonna go anywhere, will hold on to his lane at any cost, up until healing the tower.
That is true. Though, Tusk is a problem for you generally, right? Because you can do so much damage to the Treant Protector with the Tusk +1 in that lane, as he only has 1 armor. And one of the heroes that I've seen people go for is the Dawnbreaker. And considering that it wasn't banned, I don't know how big of a Dawnbreaker fan Davai Lama is, but it is the type of hero that I would like to see. And we talked about the Weaver in the previous game for Namiga, but this time around Level Up are going to be the one picking it up. So this might not be a Desire Tusk, might be Loopsy playing it, as this is a very good safe lane combo.
Yep, the amount of damage that this combination puts out is also absolutely phenomenal. You get some of those extra Geminate attacks in, and the Weaver already hurts, but with the Tusk on top, hell yeah.
It's absurd. It's really absurd, right? You get the Swarm in, it latches for like a second or two, and then the tag team comes in when the enemy hero is just trying to run away. It's not gonna be happening. Plus, they get a Centaur Water Runner. That's a hero with 0 armor, very low agility gain. You have to start with 2 rings of protection, and even then, you have a measly 4 armor. So I'm very afraid of how this lane is gonna go for Namiga. Plus, Tusk is very good at dodging your hoof stomp, or at least delaying it enough for them to dish in the damage into you.
Yeah, I think so as well. That does not feel like a pick that's going to have a great time here. The fast... I'm not sure if you can afford to build into like a Vanguard rush here at all.
Well, Vierk is a god on catching multiple heroes in a stun. Whenever I watch him play Axe, Centaur, Sand King not for a long time, but those types of heroes either way, he's very good at recognizing when his opportunity to jump in is for a multiple man stun. And considering that you have a Phoenix and the Treant Protector, so have really good chances of winning a fight in an AoE area, I think that can come in handy.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix Treant Protector is like the OG we stand and fight right here combination, right? There's not a lot of heroes that can fight into that comfortably at all, and even on your Lifestealer, you're going to have to itemize probably into an early Satanic just to purge off the overgrowth, and then be able to actually still move in on the Phoenix Egg.
What about a Manta?
I feel like the Satanic is your ticket out of having to buy a Manta.
True, though I'm seeing more and more these Radiance Manta Lifestealers, and it feels bad to buy a Satanic on a Lifestealer, because once you buy a Shard, which is, you know, much cheaper than a Satanic, and it kind of does the same thing. So that's why...
You're not wrong. I guess both of the options are a little awkward, but I'm guessing that no matter which way, like, Focus probably already picked which one of the two he's going to be going for.
So a Kunkka. This time around it's Level Up that's going to be picking up a Kunkka. Are you more in the Davai Lama Kunkka or in the Stoikov Kunkka bracket?
I think this is one of the Stoikov specialties.
Ooh.
I would be expecting this to go mid.
Wait. They picked a puck into a Kunkka. I get it. There isn't much stun on Level Up, but you picked a puck into a Kunkka, so you are forfeiting the mid lane already, and you're hoping that this puck will, because of the lack of lockdown, be good enough. I don't know if this is enough. I am seeing damage problems from Namiga. I don't see lockdown problems, but how do you kill these heroes? That is the question. If the Phoenix is not sun-raying them down, I don't know if they ever die.
Yeah, I guess you do really want a way to deal with this Weaver, right? Keep him in a position, have the silence set ready as well. But now with the way that the Level Up lineup is going, you could even presume that's not a core Weaver anymore, so why emphasize hard on it? And that is now 2 picks taken by Namiga, both the centaur as well as the puck, into laning situations where you're not sure if they're going to get to play at all.
I don't know. I'm not a fan of what Namiga are doing here. Not really a fan. They're putting a lot of emphasis onto that wombo combo team fight, right? We are gonna overwhelm you with the spells in a small area. But what if the boat comes out before you're using your spells? You're not gonna have the damage to kill them, and that is what really, really scares me here for Namiga. And it scares me for my hopes of seeing a 3-game series, as we haven't seen a single one in the playoffs so far.
Yeah, this does not inspire a lot of confidence for me here, and it's even worse because Namiga is going to get to pick their last hero here, which is going to be their carry pickup, and I'm not sure what kind of gotcha pick you've got left in you here that's going to be too hard for level up to answer in their remaining pick. You don't even have the last pick.
I think Terrorblade I like the most.
TB, yeah.
Is there anything else? Like, I wouldn't want the Naga because then you don't have a win condition. You really don't. Even though it's solid and the Lifestealer will get the Radiance, it's going to be a problem for you. I think TB is the right way to go here, as that is a hero that can focus somebody down, that pushes towers, that pushes out lanes. Level Up don't have good ways to deal with the illusions overall. So I'd definitely go that route.
Yeah, I'm looking at if there's any way to make this like a triple medium core lineup, like go into something like a Razor maybe, or a Troll, but it doesn't. All of them have good reasons why you shouldn't do it, and no, that is the Naga. You mentioned her.
I like the Terrorblade better. That's just the case. I understand the idea behind this kind of an approach, but I think that you have put yourself in an even more of a position where you can be punished even more. Like something like a Legion Commander, let's say, for level up, could work out perfectly here in the laning phase and in the game as well.
Yeah, talk about Davai Lama heroes, by the way. Legion Commander is definitely one of his favorites.
LC Dawnbreaker, that is what I see as I would really love for them to go for something like that.
Yep, and then how do you make plays as an Amiga if your lanes don't go well? And I don't think your lanes are set up to go well. Well, that's also
a Llama hero.
A device special, yeah.
I don't necessarily love it. I think some of the other heroes might have been better, but this is putting more emphasis on your comfort than maybe on something else. Plus, good luck killing this guy, really.
Yeah.
If he gets as much as a cloak, I don't see you bringing him down.
No, exactly. I was about to say the same thing. Like, there were already damage issues on Amiga for the other 2 cores, and I think if you're level up, you see it and you're just like, okay, we just put a 3rd hero in that you can't kill. Like, what are you gonna do? You can outplay us, you can pop all your teamfight spells, but what if we just live, lol?
Okay, it has to be Aincrad, right? So, in my mind, this is a Maelstrom Aghanims pocket game. I mean, it is the thing that people are mostly going for. He's yawning, like, easy game for me. I don't think so, bro, but sure, I like the I like the confidence. I think that kind of a build of a puck can maybe make a difference, but the problem still remains. If lanes go badly, and the mid lane in general should go badly for you. Kunkka wins versus the puck 9 out of 10 times. It's a rough one. It's a rough one.
Yeah, I think so as well. The Aincrad really is the key player here for me. If he can somehow pop off in this game, keep on ganking over to the sides, making sure that you actually get time to get out of that laning stage, then maybe we're going to see him take over, and the lane pressures on the side is going to be too much to deal with for such a brawly lineup for level up, but that's a slim chance.
Slim chance. Let's see if that slim chance will be found by Namiga forcing out a game 3, or will we have another 2-0. We get ourselves into game 2 of this best of 3 series, and let's see how it goes. We're seeing Namiga are already going for a smoke. Is it a warding smoke, or are they actually looking for a battle? Seems that the latter, or the first thing, will be the case. as a level up. They are placing some wards, they're getting some watchers, and we are not gonna be getting ourselves an early fight just yet.
The Vailala kinda wants to know if anybody wants to scrap.
And for now,
The team with the Tusk is always gonna look for the level 1 fight, right?
true. You really have that level 1 focus. The thing is though, there's a Puck, there's a Phoenix, so both of those heroes are kind of okay at escape, so that could be a problem. One other thing we haven't discussed, Timbersaw can be left alone, Tusk can destroy the bottom lane, right? That is where my problem is as well. It's gonna be a swarm, it's gonna be a tag team plus the lifestealer, so good luck surviving that.
Yeah, and he's... the Timbersaw should be under no threat whatsoever on that top lane. That is a very defensive one. Getting a Timber kill with a Naga plus anyone is going to be rough. Never mind with bringing in a Phoenix.
So Focus is having some issues. This is not the first time that players are saying that this problem with the cameras, even somebody with a solid PC, sometimes when they're sending the camera to our production, it lags. So hopefully it's gonna be dealt with. Maybe they can put his picture, or they're gonna be finding another solution so that we can see Focus while he's playing, experience all of those emotions that he's experiencing as well, whilst not really being a problem for his gameplay.
Just turn out a resolution a little bit. Get us that, you know, start of the 2000s feels on the webcam.
Or maybe, no, we want to see you perfectly, Focus, and just turn down the resolution in Dota. Like, who cares? Why do you have to play at full HD? Like, it's no problem.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything for you.
I'd hate playing it at bad resolution.
There's still a bunch of people who do it on purpose because they either are used to that or are convinced that they can see more.
I don't... all of those little added things, you know, like critters, fog and stuff like that, I don't use it just because of the possible distraction, right? Because I got used to it playing it when I had a worse PC and when I was streaming. So now when I have a cute caterpillar or a butterfly flying, well, look, a cute butterfly, and then I'm dead. So I don't really want that happening.
A literal, hey, look, a squirrel.
Yep. Hey, look, a squirrel. It's, do you watch South Park? No? Yeah, that's
No.
okay. If you ever get yourself in a South Park world, run away from forest critters. Like, that's just what I wanted to say. Just if you ever get yourself stuck in something like that. I know it's a movie type scenario, but still, it's good to know.
Listen, I live in Finland nowadays. I'm careful of anything I encounter out in the woods. You don't fuck with whatever's out in the woods.
Don't. I saw a sea lion, right? A sea freaking lion, like in Finland on some bay or whatever. I want to see a sea lion live. Like, what the hell?
They have the only like non-saltwater seals in the world. Animal fact. It's been a while.
Oh boy. That's not. It's kind of not. Again. It's kind of not fair. I want to see that as well. As Weaver is getting low, so Force Majeure, he's the one on the Phoenix. It is gonna be the. Oh, actually, he's dead. Force Majeure gets level 1 kill with the Phoenix. That almost never happens, especially not versus a Weaver who was in a pretty defensive position. So a completely opposite thing happened in the previous game. It was Loopsy killing Force Majeure. Now it is gonna be the different kind of a scenario.
Revenge, yeah, you were talking about the potential problems for this puck on the mid lane. They have already started. That's 5 and 3 for the Kunkka. Eincrad already low and hasn't even got that much CS to his name for it. Although, of course, now that I'm praising Stoikov, he promptly misses about 4 CS.
Yep, that's it is normal to have the caster curse. Is so bad. There's gonna be a blood grenade. He's still gonna live. The leech seed is just too strong of a spell, and he's getting that little bit of life out of Desire to get his HP back, so he'll be fine. It just goes to show how much damage these two can do. You reduce his HP and then his low armor. It's even worse when it comes to the tag team.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that he survives now, though, doesn't exactly bode as well for the future, because I don't see a good way for either of those two laners to trade hits with their... It's a double melee lane versus a Timbersaw Tusk, which are both melee destroyers. The next brawl is probably going to go badly for them again.
I imagine usually melee heroes are good at brawling, but then you get versus the two fatter guys, right? The Timbersaw and the Tusk.
Yeah.
And it is very tough because versus these guys, a fist fight is never gonna work.
Yeah, they don't do weight classes in Dota, I'm afraid.
Actually, though, Timbersaw, not Timbersaw, the Treant is actually pretty fat himself, though. He's versus a guy who is literally built to cut down trees, so
Yeah,
he's now chasing him
built
down.
different.
There will be a whirling death. Is it gonna be enough for the kill? For now, Divine Llama, he really wants this. He's gonna be finding a tree. He wants that whirling death so bad, goes into the pit, says, but there's no Roshan here to kill me, so it's gonna have to be Divine that finishes him off.
Having a good time, but then again, so is the center, which is the lane that we were the most concerned about in the beginning. The switch over to the Lifestealer instead of the Weaver did help out that center pick quite a lot, as he is actually both CSing and denying really well at the moment.
He's doing a pretty solid job. It just comes down to his attack damage and, of course, his animation, which is really good for the Centaur. I always keep it up. I always bring it up because it is just so damn good. It's very easy to get a solid amount of CS on the Centaur if you're not being completely bullied.
Yep. Meanwhile, on top, the bullying continues.
Yep.
I don't really see a turning point in this lane for Violent either. It's simply get as much as you can and then hope that your Treant can hold the tower for a little bit longer just to secure your time in the jungle while you get your actual farming kit up.
I guess when Desire decides to go towards the bottom lane, maybe that's when Violent is gonna have a bit of a better time, but he's not having a bad time, so he's still farming quite nicely for himself.
For now.
Yeah, no, that's not looking good. That's first it was a frozen, now it is a filleted fish. So Violent will get taken down easy. Desire and Divine Llama still do quite a lot of damage between the two of them. As Force Majeure will be dying on the bottom lane, and that's a low armor hero. I think he went for a kill here onto Focus, and that's why he died in the end. So it was actually over-aggression that cost him his life.
Yeah, not too bad if you look at where that puts his center down. Man, the kills don't stop coming and they won't stop coming. This top lane is only gonna get worse and worse and worse. Oh,
and Loops is rotating Violent. He
worse,
just came back to the world of the living. They had the blood grenade. He used his mirror image, and that's a triple man snowball fight that Violent is most definitely gonna lose. And Loopsy with his rotation gets the kill. It is a disastrous start for Namiga. Level up. They're really showing up here today in this series.
absolute slaughter. And well, the man that was going to have to help recover from the laning stage, Einkrad, is still busy getting slaughtered by Stoikov in the middle lane as well.
Stoikov getting out his frustrations from what happened yesterday, and I get it because yesterday he really did get get beat up.
Game 2, he sort of did it to himself, though.
Yeah, he asked for it.
willingly walked into that. You never get to say he asked for it, but he did. He's just like, okay, you know what? Give me round 2.
I think both times he picked it into
blue eyes.
Lena. He picked it into Lena both times, so yeah, being confident is nice, but you need to back it up from
And he
time
was
to
not
time.
wrong about the gameplay. I want to say that again. He was not wrong about the gameplay. He was just willing to take the blue eyes in lane first.
Minecraft, he's gonna get the silence off. Is he gonna dodge the X? Barely. Loops is here as well. They're trying to get some damage into the tower. It's not gonna be anything significant as Divine Llama, all on his own, is cutting down trees. Unfortunately, one of those trees belongs to Namiga, and it is gonna be another kill as Loopsy gets a ward behind the tower. Force Majeure taking some damage from this Weaver, and they're now just surrounding the mid lane, knowing just how much more powerful Stoikov is than Einkrad.
Yep. Really making sure that this puck is going to be staying away from the creep wave, most likely losing his tower very soon as well. And yeah, then you can rotate onto the bottom side, because that's the two top side lanes won, and there's only one left. Look how deep they are
Wisdom
here.
rune. Wisdom rune time.
Yeah.
And Force Majeure is coming over to die, it seems. Let's see if the Centaur can maybe equalize this. Ah, the rune is gone. Zar got it. Vierk is now in trouble. He doesn't have the Stampede. He's not gonna have his life either. He turns around to fight, at least maybe get something in return. And it is gonna be Loopsy dying there to the damage of Force Majeure. But it is a small price to pay. You stole their Wisdom Rune. You got the core that was farming the best in the laning stage here on Amiga. It is just a disaster after disaster for Amiga.
Yeah, and look at the levels here as well, by the way. Thanks, production, for bringing that one up. Because Stoikov is absolutely running away with this game right now, but don't forget that the Vailama is getting solo levels right now as well. All of these cores of level up are going to start steaming ahead of Nemiga if this keeps up. They have to make some plays, but the problem is that both of their early game cores need items first. Both the Centaur as well as the Puck need that. What are you oohing about?
I don't know who. I'm asking who is gonna make a play.
Yeah,
That's not who.
that is correct.
I don't know.
That is who. I don't know either.
Look at poor so bad. He actually got stuck between a Timber Saw and the creeps. They're gonna get the silence on the Puck. This is on the Weaver. This is why they picked the Puck to kill the Weaver, and now it's gonna work out. Force Majeure is the one who gets the kill, and the X from the Kunkka not there in time. It's still only level 1, so he's gonna be hitting level 8 fairly soon. So of course we'll be increasing the range of the X quite significantly.
Yep, and with the shield rune here, he really has to. He doesn't have to put up with anything.
And the Puck, just enough mana to get himself away. That was pretty close. Stoikov, he has the shield rune and the illusion rune, so quite a lot to tank the tower and make sure that it goes down.
Yep, and the positioning right now of level up is just so dominant. All of their cores are visible on their respective lanes, very far up, and there is nothing Nemiga is able to do about any of them actively. Like Force Majeure dragging creeps here, the bottom lane, Centaur is just waiting until the wave comes into him. Top, I kind of don't even want to talk about top.
Okay, sure. I'm not gonna make you Kips. It's fine if you want to ignore it. But then now I don't really believe you're a Divine Llama fan any longer, as he is having a great time. You should now be praising him. Divine Llama is such an amazing player. He made sure that the top lane went horribly wrong for Nemiga, and now he's trying to kill Violent once again. Will be rooted though, so the net comes out there onto Divine Llama, allowing Violent to survive barely, however.
Yep. Stoikov took down that middle tower, immediately moves up into the jungle, and they're just squeezing this Naga available space so hard right now. Look how far up the Radiant Vision is as well, and where they have been dewarding. They don't even want to allow Nemiga near the river anymore, which is insane. We are not at 10 minutes yet, guys.
Run, Violent. Stoikov is hunting, and he will be able to get himself away. On the other hand, so bad, he's not gonna be as lucky. It is gonna be Desire killing him once again. He hasn't been in the top lane for quite some time, but he comes to say hello to an old friend.
Yeah, and I'm sure he was remembered very well. I think this is a little early to be playing up, like deliberately playing up this far. It's solid boat though.
Why did he use the torrent there? They're still gonna be going onto the Puck, doing so much damage to him. The coil keeping them away, and of course the fire spirits from Force Majeure. There will be an egg coming out. They're probably gonna focus on it. Nope, the Stampede does get used, and the egg will pop. So the Phoenix does survive, and maybe he can bring down the Kunkka. Force Majeure is doing so much to Stoikov. That is a huge kill, and Force Majeure gets it, turns it around with the Phoenix. Beautiful spell usage, understanding his limits, understanding the limits of the enemy's heroes, and in the end they get a huge one.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why I'm not a fan of playing up that far that early. It's because you don't have enough mobility tools to cross all of that distance, and you're spreading your heroes out way further than the enemy actually will be. So it risks you getting picked off in positions like this.
That living armor on Vierk really makes a difference. The Lifestealer was doing so much damage to him until it came out. It really does allow you to survive those hits from the Lifestealer. But this is the thing that Nemiga have to do, I guess, in this game. Try to shove out the waves as best as they can and wait for level up to overextend. Because level up right now, they feel invincible. But 10 minutes into the game, you never are. You randomly dive at tier 2 and you can all very easily die.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that is kind of the lineup they picked themselves as well, right? You have so much turnaround potential, but not a lot of ways to make plays yourself. Yet.
Yeah,
As of course the blink daggers are going to come in eventually for the centaur and for this puck, and that window is coming, and level up needs to be properly ready for that. Gonna be hard to kill the Vilama though. He's got the Eternal Shroud up already.
yeah, we talked about the cloak. I wasn't thinking he was gonna go for the full shroud. I haven't seen it for quite some time, but I like it. Really, if you look at level up though, maybe Pipe would have been slightly better. But the Vilama, he's known to be this. Okay, I'm gonna win all on my own type of hero, so of players. So I don't
Yes.
mind him taking this route.
It certainly suits him a lot. Like it's a Devi move.
It really is. The gold lead is 2k, 3k, and all three of the cores of level up are at the top of the network chart. But Namiga, they're still getting some levels, and their Phoenix is incredibly powerful. I think it is force majeure that they're gonna really have to put their emphasis on, as this is the guy who can turn the game around.
Again, he's going to provide the damage. He's going to provide a ton of the team fight. Alright, let's see. Can he die?
No. You don't. I don't know why they're trying. They're putting themselves in such a bad position, as the puck will get caught. The uppercut wasn't there. He didn't have the cooldown. Now there will be the stampede, so that is a very fast puck. They caught the Naga Siren. The boat will be there. The torrent as well. Violent is still alive. Doesn't have the song, but he has the movement speed necessary there with the Yasha to get himself away. And finally, he gets his level just now, sleeves them all, and gets himself away. That was a key level there. The creep died in the camp.
That is kind of insane. You'd have to hope that was planned, but the fact that it wasn't, whew.
Yeah, pretty. No, it was planned. He knew what he was doing, right? In that kind of scenario, you're thinking of ideas of how am I going to live, and there is only one solution.
It's true. Yeah. And that just means that we're going to see level up rotate towards this bottom side instead, where Bjerg is correctly hiding first in the true lane, now in his base. And yeah, these Radiant Wards are only going further up.
Not another Wisdom Rune. You can see already that the puck was trying to go towards the top lane. He used the scan, but it's not going to be allowed. So these supports and even the cores of Namiga are going to be having some real level issues. And this is the thing. Their damage comes out from levels as well, quite a lot.
Yep. The Centaur, the Puck, both are really reliant on having all of the points in all of their spells to deal top DPS. And that's going to hurt them.
Okay, the Vilama at this point, he pretty much looks unkillable. Let's see if that is the case. With the Eternal Shroud, okay, they are poking him. There is a Diffusal Blade on Aincrad.
He's really trying to die.
He is trying to die. And Focus comes over, he has the Infest, that is another instance of heal. Has the Rage as well, you need to be very careful. There will be a Stampede. Infest, no! He gets stunned up and silenced up! What a mistake from the Lifestealer, he didn't use the Rage! What the... He got surprised by the Centaur there, and that really should never happen. Of course, on the other side of the map, they did bring down the Naga Siren, but a small price to pay when you lose two heroes that should never die at this point in the game.
Yeah, absolutely not. And that's what happens when you push yourself, right? They are clearly baiting that engagement. They're gonna see if they can play their way out of it. It is, I don't want to say completely unnecessary, like getting more pressure out here and getting all of this information is a really good idea, but you don't have to play it so close to the fire. Like, Focus could have invested several times already. Yeah.
Now, you know, at any point there, he really could have. He didn't get surprised at all. He just didn't go for the rage, and now the Kunkka is going to be caught. The Vilama in the vicinity, but that Spirit Vessel is really coming in handy. Stoico will be dropping down. The shards from Desire do absolutely nothing. As so bad is running away. Aincrad will be able to do that as well. Loop C, he's going to get called. He is infested by the Lighter. They're going to be looking towards so bad, and they're going to be smashed. It looked like he was one-shotted there by Desire, but it was actually the damage of the Vilama that brought him down.
Yeah, and that is a lot of Radiant heroes for only a single kill. Namiga really showing their teeth here.
They definitely are. And it is giving space to Violent to shove out the lanes, which is probably the main reason why you picked this Naga Siren. I don't think he's going to be doing much in fights anyways. Vier goes for a TP out. The Weaver is hoping that the Centaur will be stunning, but there isn't a third unit, so the Centaur will be coming, getting out of that one, and he will not be betrayed by his brethren.
Yep, and much like in the previous game, it feels like level up are this time on the receiving end of the are we leveraging our lead enough curse.
Violent went for the sleep. There will be a snowball. Nice dodge and TP out. Beautiful.
Oh,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
elegant.
Very elegant. I don't know if it was necessary, but maybe he gets caught, right? If the stun is a little bit more than a second, then you have the animation again. It is a problem. His Lifestealer, he's being targeted. If the silence connects, and there it is, they're gonna have enough to finish him off. The stun comes forward as well, and Vierk is the one that finishes him off. TP in from the Vilama. He has that blink, turning around onto so bad with the chakram, trying to do enough damage. This time around, it will be Desire that finishes him off. Aincrad goes through the portal. Nobody is capable of stopping him, so the puck will escape, and it will be a 1-for-1 favoring Nemiga this time around.
Yeah, and you're saying this time around, but that's the past
2-3
three
engagements?
fights now.
Yep.
Yeah. This is a precarious moment for level up. They're bleeding kills, they have these really deep wards, but can't really get the waves back into a position where they can fully play onto those, and they keep needing to bring too many heroes in order to bring down these deep targets that they're constantly gunning for. They're smearing themselves just a little too thin.
True. Though I'm still looking at this Nemiga lineup. I'm still always underestimating the puck AoE damage in the late game. But if I'm looking at their lineup, even late game, I don't think they win. Lifestealer is a pretty decent hero versus the Naga. So are pretty much all of the cores on the side of level up. Plus, I guess only the puck is going to be a problem. But at some point, the Kunkka or anybody gets a Hex.
Yeah, the Hex is going to be huge in this game. That is a 100% necessary pickup here.
Aincrad, he lost the mid lane, but he's having a really good game, actually. He's playing a solid game. Sure, he cannot be caught, but when it comes to aggressive plays, he has been finding the right targets. Plus, I think going for a Diffusal Blade is a very smart choice. It's probably the best damage item that you could have gone for, especially with the chance of turning into a Disperser pretty early on.
Yep, that would be a really nice boon to his team, and I think it's the one item that annoys everybody on the side of level up the most, especially the Timbersaw. Like, normally you just shrug off the right clicks from the puck, but in this case getting hit too much is literally means that at some point you're not going to be dealing damage anymore.
That is
There's
very
Radiance
true.
though.
Radiance is a huge deal. Now the Naga in fights is gonna be even more useless. Though Violent hasn't been part of fights at all. They are looking towards the Vilama with the Spirit Vessel now. It's really not that much of a problem to kill him. Immediately go for the egg. He's surviving a little bit longer. Eternal Shroud helping him. The Snowball save will be there, and the coil comes out way too late. The Lightclear comes over. Does he have the Infest? The Vilama goes to the side, and he doesn't need to use it to save his buddy. Lotus Orb protecting Vera. He gets another stun off. Now trying to get himself away. Doesn't have the Stampede, which means he's not gonna have his life. That is not a punch hook, my friend, but either way, he finishes him off with the Chakram. Desire dropping low, not low enough to die, and this time around, level up, we're ready.
They were indeed, and that's, I mean, still not the worst if you're just trying to attract attention from Nemiga, but this wasn't just trying to attract attention. They were hoping for the kill into tower, and that would be a big deal to them, because it's 20 minutes now, and they still haven't taken down a single tier 1 on the Radiant side, and that gets denied to them now with a beautiful snowball save.
That was really fast from Desire. If it was half a second slower, or even less than that, did you see how fast Aincrad was on his coil as soon as the Tusk blinked in? He was waiting for it, he knew it, but Desire was fast on his fingers. So let's see what now. Level Up, they have a 4K gold lead. They have shown that if they save the Timbersaw in this kind of an attempt on his life, it is going to be a problem. So I'm guessing Violent, with his heart, it's going to be easier for him to shove out the lanes. So immediately, it's going to be easier for Nemiga to find good fights. But before they open up the towers, it is a problem. The only reason this was so hard for them is because every single tier 1 is still standing.
Absolutely. The heart is definitely going to help in bringing those down. It's going to be really rough for level up to keep on defending those towers without buying boots of travel anywhere.
Weaver has an Orchid, so they have something to deal with the Puck, but Puck has something to deal with an Orchid. Now he has a Disperser, so you can throw that out the window. There is a BKB on the Kunkka, so some huge items for level up in general are coming through as the Kunkka is taking to the bottom lane. They're hunting.
Guarding, and Nedley is, Desire is finding
Let's see. No range for the spells. Very nice guess there. Very
The
close.
heart creeps closer. It is, but that is the way that you need to be playing as a Naga, right? If you're not forcing them to come for you while you're behind their lines, forcing them to come all the way back in for nothing, then you're wasting a very important part of your toolkit.
There's the deny on the tower. Finally, it's going to be the mid lane one. I don't think that's necessarily the tower that the Miga are looking for, as they can't really capitalize on it too much. But what Level Up are capitalizing is on the Miga wanting to play this spread out gameplay, and it does open up the Roche. Plus, the song was used, so there's not going to be any kind of problems there coming into the pit. It is going to be an Aegis on focus, and he goes for the
There's
infest. They
several
are going
barriers
for a
up right
chase.
now.
So bad, he breaks the smoke. And he's gonna be slowing them down. The dust comes out a little bit too late. He didn't have
Is
to
the
do
gem
it
still on the
so
tree?
bad. That was dangerous.
That was very dangerous.
Why did he use the leech seed though? He broke the smoke. It was good enough. He really wanted to rub it in their faces. I
Disable
guess.
blinks, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Though nobody was there really. Away though, they're turning it around again. So bad. He didn't scout them. They found the center. A lot of damage will be done to him trying to get out with the stampede, and well, that Lotus Orb, it might have just killed you. It will be a real snowball fight. The torrent immediately waiting for him. That's such a nice timing coming out from Stoikov, stopping any kind of potential of a blink from a centaur. It was just beautiful. So bad. DP's out. Barely.
Barely indeed, and that is the big disengage now down, unless you want to bring Violent in. There's a little bit of a window here for Level Up to set up pretty much anything he wants. Look at the vibe, Llama being annoyed.
He's very annoyed. But in the end,
No
both him
mana,
and
yeah.
Aincrad are incapable of fighting now, right? Because they don't have mana, and that is a coil use. So I don't think Llama is going to be too mad about it.
No, he is not. And with the flamethrower now online, and the fact that he's already proven to be very hard to kill, there is a definite method now for Level Up Online to take these towers down, besides just simply chewing on them.
Focus is just staying so confidently on this bottom lane, and the Tusk is in the vicinity as well. They caught the puck, he'll be fine. He gets himself away. Focus is chasing on the Phoenix. There is an Icarus dive ready, so he's never going to be able to kill him. Force Major immediately goes for a TP out. He understands the dangers and the speed of this lifestealer as the chase is continuing now on towards the Naga Siren. Everybody is so fast to run away. Namiga, they're acting cowardly, but it is keeping them alive. Kunkka with an Arcane Rune. Very dangerous, but he's not going to be chasing any longer, and there will be a song in a couple of seconds, so the life of the Naga is no longer in danger.
Yep, cowards live longer, guys. Cowards live longer.
No. But
another
brave
day.
people are immortal, Kips. That is the thing,
Look at
right?
just 4 specialist arrays. What is that?
I don't know. It's a lot of stats.
It is a lot of stats.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think it illustrates the continued flaws of the neutral item system, though.
There will be a coil onto the Kunkka. Doesn't want to pop the BKB. He's losing some mana, but not enough to really threaten his life. Aincrad, he's just not hesitating at all. And at some point, you might think it's a bluff as well, and you could die. So we'll see if Namiga are going to be ready for something like that. As Violent is threatening with the net. Desire turns around with the snowball. He's going to be safe for now. A lot of damage being done to him. This just goes to show how much this puck does to non-core heroes.
Yeah, and this is turning in a little dance now, where Namiga pokes and Level Up prods back, and neither of them are getting any real hits in. This here, moving towards the middle tower, they're still looking for the kill instead of properly sieging it, but
Radiant's top tower is under
Bottom tower
I guess
as well.
that Namiga will let this one go.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yep.
under attack.
A lot of the tier 2s are being pressured right now, and there it is. Focus gets down one in the mid lane. It will fall as well. Divine Llama, he has the shard, so the flamethrower is there. He'll be able to finish it off too. Usually it's the safe lane tier 2 that falls first, but this is a very nice pickup from Level Up, and they're going even for more. They're not done.
Just blink into the base, why not? Who's gonna stop him exactly? And he is working on a hex on the Vi right now as well, if I saw that correctly, and that is going to be the hardest challenge for the puck to overcome this game.
Violent is going full on in making the illusions be as powerful as possible. But this push is continuing. They really want to force rotations. Even with the living armor, it's not enough to protect your tower. The glyph will protect it for 7 seconds. And was that enough for level up to Bale? They're TPing the Timber Saw to the top lane, but he might have gotten X'd. Nope.
No. No, the reason why it's enough is that I think the wave behind him got cut, so there's nothing really for a level up to sit and wait around for. They gotta mop up their waves now. Because the Naga pressure with some outer towers down and with the extra longevity of this illusion is now definitely starting to kick in.
It really is. Though Naga is going for a full-on my illusions are gonna be hard to kill with the heart and the butterfly. Really wants only to emphasize on shoving out the waves. It is gonna have to be the puck in the end who's killing people, and we'll see if he can itemize that way, but he's gonna be needing a Lincolns in this game 100% versus that Hex.
He is, and it feels like he constantly keeps getting forced into items that are suboptimal, whereas like, yeah, the Diffusal and the Disperser is really good this game, but it does limit your farm speed compared to going for the Maelstrom build up, for example.
Phoenix is dead. He doesn't have the Yules just yet.
Bird's cooked.
Pretty cooked. He couldn't handle the heat. Stoikov is approaching the Aghanim Scepter as well as the Miga are continuing with their shenanigans. The question is, Skips, can you win the game with shenanigans? And Violent actually puts himself in an uncomfortable position. He used the Manta. This is dangerous. He won't get the Song off. Doesn't have a TP. It's a problem. Looking from the side, the Weaver is coming. He'll get the net onto the tusk so that the chase does not continue. Focus is still coming forward, but he gets himself to the high ground, so he'll be fine. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kunkka is hunting for some other heroes, though the puck is a tough one to catch. He actually has a Shadow Blade on the puck, so once a crit, I assume.
Yeah, that is one way to solve your damage problem, and the Wisdom Rune is completely forgotten.
And nobody
so we
cares.
still have an Infest going.
Nobody cares about Wisdom. That's just the thing, Gibbs. We want raw strength and money, right? That's what we want. Capitalism, baby. Let's go. As Treant gets a TP out, the Weaver can't do anything to him, and Desire, he's infested, hunting for an illusion. They're gonna smash it down, and then find out that they've just gotten themselves a 20-30 gold, and that's gonna be it.
Yeah, I also imagine the focus was getting kind of tired of sitting around and waiting.
I guess.
And you can really see this zigzag pattern across the map right now, where they're constantly chasing down the Naga. And right now they're sort of winning still in the terms of that they're actually getting the waves in, but the longer this continues and the longer they don't press their advantage all the way into the base, this Naga is going to get, I don't want to say unignorable, but certainly at some point she's going to push you into a stalemate. A level up right now is in the right position to say no to that, just risk it, go high ground, and get the creep waves on your side. Minecraft's fishing.
Let's see if he can kill the Weaver. He's gonna try his best, and with the help of Yark, it is gonna be a kill. Now they turn around onto the Centaur. He has the Lotus Orb to protect him. There will be a boat. The stuns, they do come through, and also the Lotus Orb plus the Stampede, not enough. The Lifestealer will be doing more than enough damage. Very nice tidal wave usage. And the Miga, they lose their core. The Tusk still alive barely as the puck is trying to finish him off. Now the puck is on the menu. Aincrad in so much trouble, and Focus does more than enough damage to finish him off. These two cores, they do pack a punch. The Timbersaw wasn't even there, right? It's their puck catch with the Hex. He doesn't care. They still bring him down.
He is not around, and that is beautiful use of all of the Kunkka's repositioning and delaying spells here, by the way. Stoikov really putting in the work here with all the waves. I think he's also got the full water park at the ready right now, so we are in for some summertime fun. Unless you're on the Miga.
Definitely. That was the first death of the puck, which is actually quite huge. And despite only dying once, he's still at the bottom when it comes to the network. Just hasn't been able to get that farm. I want to say that this game, with the way that it has been going, maybe he should have gone for a Midas. I understand the Disperser rush. I understand the urgency of having something to deal damage with, but I still don't see Naga as the real win condition. That has to be at least one more hero.
Yeah. We've had come to that agreement a long time ago, right?
Yep.
That Naga is definitely a facilitator of the win, but not actually the one that's going to carry it all by her lonesome. And listen, as long as you keep delaying the game, eventually the puck will get those items. And the game has been delayed. We're at the 30-minute mark now for a lineup that lost the, well, laning stage really hard, and you gotta keep split pushing, you gotta keep risking it, and sometimes you're gonna get picked off.
This time around they find Eincrad. He was the one hunting, but unfortunately he'll be taken down in an instant. In that situation you didn't even need the Hex. He died while he was in the air from the Walrus Punch.
Yep. An immediate TP to the top side as well from the Lifestealer, and they're constantly doing this overall level up. It's actually a real big strain on your communications to play a game like this and not lose any heroes accidentally, but you know what?
That is a dead Violent. Ooh, he gets washed to the shore, and there it's very hard to breathe for a fish, as it will be the Lama who gets the kill. 21-9. They were really good at this game of cat and mouse, Nemiga, but at some point you're gonna get caught.
Yeah, and at some point you're going to break eventually, especially if the enemy just does not make any mistakes in mopping up the creep waves. This is a good delay though. This is a little bit of a recovery.
And they're gonna be trying to make a play in the mid lane where Level Up are already bailing. They're gonna leave their Weaver behind a little bit longer because he's just not worth as much. Nobody cares about the Weaver, but either way he's gonna be able to escape, as the Nemiga are trying to find something outside of their base. But actually, when you look at it, the Lama and the Lifestealer are getting closer. So it is pretty dangerous to continue with the chase.
Yes, it is. They're making their way back in, and they have, well, not an entire creep wave with them anymore. That one has already been cleaned up, but there's new ones incoming. And you can see the puck maneuvering behind them in search of safe farm. As this game creeps slowly but inexorably towards the end. Like, it's hard for me to illustrate how either of these sides can make a mistake that leads to the end, because it just feels like, oh, it's Naga delaying the game, and you know, that's all there is. But she is making them work for it. There is so much communication over on the side of Level Up, and so much stress involved into who do we send back, do we keep our aggression with the 4 that we keep here, like, because we're giving information, we're splitting up, etc. There's a ton of work involved for Level Up, and it's very exhausting. And if that doesn't pay off at some point, Nemiga might just capitalize on it.
Yeah, you get frustrated at some point. The thing is that both teams, I think, are getting frustrated, right? Unless you're like psychopaths and you just enjoy on annoying your enemies, which you might. But when you look into these into the eyes of these players, you see kindness. So no psychos here. They're all normal, and they just want to play normal Dota, and neither of the teams are allowed to do so. Force Majeure, he dies. There's gonna be a Hex on the puck, and he's trying to get that piggy all roasted up. He'll be able to do it. The Lama solo kill, too much damage.
Yeah. And that is exactly the Hex usage we've been waiting for.
Tsar, very nice position there to make sure that he doesn't get caught so bad as the Lotus Orb to protect himself. It's not going to be enough. He's going to get burned down to a crypt, and now they're looking towards Virek, who will, luckily for himself, have the TP out, but that's 3 heroes dead. So I'm seeing Level Up slowly but surely breaking this defense of Nemiga.
Yeah, but it is 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and it has been every single time. Like, the Naga is in their triangle right now. She's going to break the top tower. And at some point you have to stop responding and actually punch through. They have been responding very well, I think, to her split pushing so far. Not overcommitting, but not letting their towers fall either. And now, this is where you go in for the win. You say, you want our tier 2? Fine, have it.
Yeah, you can have it. We're gonna get the Raxes. No more glyphs for Nemiga. They're gonna have their heroes back fairly soon. Focus is focusing the Raxes here. Has another 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. The Naga is pushing the top lane, and he's being tipped. Come back to fight, Violet. At some point, you're gonna have to do it. Stun from Vierk onto the 2 heroes. Again, the Lifelord doesn't get the rage off. Think about going forward. The coil will connect. He has been leashed. So bad. Still alive with Lotus or protecting. He'll be fine. The Egg in a solid position. Are they gonna be focusing it down? No, because the sleep is there. The water park is making it not as hot as this Egg is making it out to be. And the snowball there, protecting the thoughts, going on to Violent. There will be a Walrus Punch. They finally bring down the Flaming Bird. He does have a buyback puck solo, but he gets back into the fountain. The shot's not going to be connecting. Nice attempt this time from Desire, but just did not have the range. And everybody on the side of Nemiga will be alive. Of course, the Phoenix did buy back.
Yeah, but so is everybody on level up and
Oh, Vierk wanted more.
keep on trying.
He went for a multiple man stun and he only got the Tusk. It just isn't enough. Now you don't have the BKB any longer from Violent. He's protected by the Lotus Orb and still staying alive, but still a piggy. And that Chakram, it does so much damage. The lights are finally coming out. They want him dead and will be able to finish him off as the Vailama comes over and focus. Gets the damage in. Shards again gonna be missing, but it doesn't matter. You killed the main guy. No more split pushing. No more annoyance. They can focus on the base. Jump in from there. Instant bash. And he does have a Lotus Orb, but way too early. He got silenced up through it anyways. They get the Hex onto the tree. He'll get cut down very easily. Actually, he gets himself away for now. Beautiful coil in the backline onto the forward, but the Weaver in the backline. He gets the kill. He wasn't caught in a trap, and he gets himself that tree in particular just before he got in Aincrad. He gets silenced up. He thought he could do something, but he was just incapable of getting any kills, and everybody on level up does survive Kips with that. Nemiga, they'll call GG, and it will be their end here at the 25-year Pinnacle show. And look at the Vailama. I very rarely see him this happy. He's very glad that they won that game.
Yeah, that was honestly a bit of a bigger smile than he had when they won the Pinnacle Cup last time with the Hustlers.
Yeah, he must hate rats, as Nemiga, they were doing their best to be that, but I just didn't see their path to victory in this game, especially with the puck being so underfarmed.
No, and it's not just underfarmed, right? But also the fact that the items that he had to go in order to stay in were not the items that would eventually allow him to sort of come over the top, crest that hill, and start punching back. And it was always, I need one more item to stay alive, I need one more item to stay alive. And that is not an out. That is not, I need one more item to stay alive and then one item to win. That point was never in sight for Nemiga here. And the way that they split this game out was a good practice for them, I guess, and good practice for Level Up as well. But ultimately, I do think that this is a very deserved win for Level Up, for cracking through that endless Naga push.
The curse continues, Skips. It is another 2-0, and I have to say, I'm gonna get fat because of this. Because if there is no break, I don't have time to eat. But because everything is a 2-0, now I'm gonna just stuff my face with food. And I'm hoping that our viewers are gonna be doing the same. So, Skips, before we do go onto that 1 hour break to eat, to rest, and to prepare for the Bait versus Team Klee, going into that last series of the day, you had your favorite yesterday. Who do you think wins now? Has anything changed? Have you thought about this series a little bit more?
About this, I mean, this was going to be the closest one, I think I said yesterday, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I have thought about it, and I'm going to, I'm going to go with my heart here. I'm going to be rooting for Bait, and I don't care if that works out for me or not, because I like it when Dendy wins, and he's been doing good things in other tournaments right now. So let's see him continue that.
They won a best of 5 versus Team Tickles recently, so it is a big boost for them and their confidence. Team Klee are a good team, but they don't have that kind of a momentum that Bait is going to be having. Though we'll find out after an hour and 10 minutes. That's how long this break will be, if Bait can continue that momentum and stay here in the 25-year anniversary show, win a much bigger tournament, or will they get eliminated by Team Klee? So guys, take a rest, and we'll see you in an hour.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
organized and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
And we are back here at Pinnacle with the 25-year anniversary show. I'm Harry Freak, joining me is Kips, and we're bringing you the last best of 3 of the day. It's gonna be an elimination series between Klee and Bait. And Kips, you said your heart is with Bait, but what does your amazing Dota mind that has never been wrong say about the series?
Never in the history of Dota 2. As far as Team Klee is concerned, right, it took the Dudley boys a long time to get through to those guys. And the Dudley boys are, in my opinion, one of the favorites for this tournament. So Team Klee really showed off why they were in the upper bracket to begin with. And Bait, you know, they have that momentum, but it's always hard to say when momentum is gonna run out, when it's going to carry you to go too far. It's a very hard to pinpoint kind of substance. So in any normal situation, I would be going with Team Klee, but since we are like at peak momentum for Bait right now, they just won a best of 5 finals versus Team Tickles, which is not exactly the easiest opponent to take down either. I think they have the mental power right now, and if they don't overestimate themselves, I think Team Klee is gonna go down as well.
Do you think that sometimes these teams can maybe get fatigued after a series like that they had a couple of days ago?
It's possible eventually, but I think what you need is series like that day after day after day. Like TI is grueling. Really long group stages for really big tournaments are grueling. Whereas like a single best of 5 for a tournament where you're mostly playing from home, like if you're a pro player, you're playing at least that many pubs plus scrims on top every single day. And if you don't, your team needs to set some standards, because unless you're like the +5 and you're watching all of the replays, 5 games, you need to have those down. Yeah. So, no, I don't think so. They should have none fatigue.
Kips as a coach has a whip, like, you don't want to practice, bam, you better do it right now. But let's get into the rosters here.
Everybody see me as that kind of coach. If you don't want to practice, I'm the kind of person that sits down next to you and is like, hey, how are you feeling, what's happening?
Oh yeah, okay, that's what it sounds from what you're telling us. Nande, Dendi, Stoneback, Staman, and Mary. This is the thing, Nande, it seems that a different photographer took his picture and now everybody's gonna think he's short. This is definitely not looking good for him. But overall, Bait, they're looking really sharp here. But what about their opponents? Let's look at Klee real quick here, as they all had the same photographer, so same height here, no problems whatsoever. So how do you feel about, you know, this scary matchup in general? Nande on one side and Kami on the other. Do you see one as superior to the other?
Normally I wouldn't say really, but I do think that Kami Dream looked a little shaky yesterday. I think he had a couple of deaths that were avoidable, a couple of decisions where I'm like, that was a little riskier than you needed to be. So as far as that is concerned right now, I do think that I would give Nande the hand here.
Okay, we already established yesterday that you're not superstitious, so the 4-leaf clover means means nothing for you. Do you at least get excited if you can find it sometimes in the grass? You're like, oh, I found the 4-leaf
I look
clover.
every time.
Okay.
I look every time.
Okay, that makes sense. That's fine. But and you probably do get excited when you find it. When you have a whole field of it, it's actually you get quite used to finding a 4-leaf clover all the time. But if you don't have like a field close to where you live, it's really something, you know. I learned it when my parents moved to a house with a garden. Now they have 4-leaf clovers everywhere, right? And I used to not see one for a long period of time. But anyways, going into the draft, any heroes in particular that you're thinking that might be super contested and maybe wanted by both teams enough that you allow, you know, one of those key heroes of the meta to pass through?
I think as far as like the bait picks are concerned, they've been rocking the Shadow Shaman a lot, which is actually the opposite. I don't think that that's going to be contested that much at all, and if they want it, they're going to get it. The more contested picks from their side certainly look more like Kunkka. They look more like the Chen that they've been rocking a couple of times as well. And over on the side of Klee, it has been Pugna time for them. And that's one of those heroes I'm also not sure is going to actually make it through all of those first bans.
We do have a draft ready, so let's see which heroes are actually going to make it through the first round of bans as we are getting ourselves into it. And one hero that I'm seeing the bait played in the group stage here, against Level Up actually, is a Night Stalker. They lost, but in my mind, Night Stalker is kind of an underrated hero. We see it banned from time to time, but so many of these supports that are currently being played, Grimstroke, Dark Willow, Treant Protector, Nature's Prophet, all of them hate playing versus the Night Stalker. You literally hunt them down so easily. So do you think that's a hero we might see?
It's entirely possible, yeah. I do think a lot of Bait's threat comes from the a little bit off-kilter hero pool of Stoneback. He's been playing a little off-meta for years, and I've always really enjoyed seeing like the kind of picks that he comes out with. And this Slardar that's just gotten banned has proven critical for them in their best of 5 win before. So I'm a little sad we're not going to get to see it at least in this map, because I love me some fish bonking people action. But you know, maybe we'll get to see him in some other maps still.
He's making a comeback somewhat. The Slardar.
There's the Kunkka gone.
Yeah, there it is. You called it. I mean, it's kind of normal in a meta when there's a Weaver TA. It was only a matter of time before they started comboing it up with the Corrosive Haze.
It really is. I mean, I think that that is where the Alchemist pick in our previous series came from, by the way, like a synergy attempt with the Weaver that went a little off the beaten path. Instead, we open with Grimstroke here. Talking about the Weaver, I do think that means that Klee needs to think about picking that up right now.
Well, we'll see if they want to go that route. They also have a Spirit Breaker if they would want to go that route. So they will go for the Centaur. Okay, I like the Centaur versus the Grimstroke in general. You see the Soulbind, and if things are getting dangerous, you just pop your ulti and you get yourself out.
Yeah, and same goes for like you're really good at dodging these Inkswell combos, right? As long as you're not stunned with the Inkswell threatening to go off on top of you, you can run away and disengage from any possible engages there. Let's see if Bait's gonna go for the good old Weaver here, if they're going to try to secure something different.
Yeah, we'll see if that's something that they want to go for. In he likes range heroes. He He used to play a lot of Clinks, he plays that Weaver now, he doesn't mind the Razor, Luna. All those heroes are something that he's quite confident on. I'm not saying he cannot play the melee heroes, but he has mostly been playing the range ones, so I wouldn't mind the Weaver here whatsoever.
And they are taking some decent time now for the next pickup. Spectre and Morph out. Immediately going in for the carry matchup, so Bait definitely throwing some respect the way of Dream.
It has to be a Weaver ban. I still think they've played it so many times on Bait, but it's actually going to be a Spirit Breaker. Okay.
So Weaver for yourself. Very strong lane with the Centaur.
You could.
Possible carry pickup, of course, still.
Yeah, it's a very flexible pick, and I wouldn't mind them getting it right now. Plus, another hero that can kind of escape the Grimstroke. If you do get hit by the Phantom's Embrace, it can be dangerous, but all in all, you should be fine having multiple ways to escape the Phantom's Embrace before it even reaches you. So I really would like them to go that route, but it's actually going to be a Chen for Klee, which this hero, a lot of the times it was pulled out in this tournament, it really did do quite well. The teams aren't that good at dealing with the hero. It's just that type of a hero that you need to be a very well-oiled machine as a team to deal with it properly.
Yeah, it really switches up the entire dynamic of the game. It's a little bit like, for example, playing against a Broodmother or against a Meepo. Like, the rules have just changed, and you need to deal well with the fact that that, for example, the sense of like, okay, how strong can they be while they have all 5 together at, like, I don't know, 17 minutes. You need to be ready for that, not just, you know, tell to each other, but you need to feel it. Like, they have a Chen, they're gonna have auras, they're gonna smack our faces in. And well, Bait, the Shadow Shaman, I was kind of expecting it to come out, but it's still pretty strange to see a team lean that hard on a hero that nobody else really picks right now.
Yeah, very rarely do we see it. It got some minuscule buff in the E patch, as you get 5% more damage on the Hex. And there's the Night Stalker. Overall though, Chen and the Centaur don't really look like the type that are necessarily afraid of the Night Stalkers. So I'm not 100% set on this pick from Bait. Though Shadow Shaman and the Grimstroke, this combo I really do like, as all of the Shadow Shaman spells doubled up is insane.
Oh yeah. They deal a lot of damage together. They have great wave clearing potential together, and of course the Shadow Shaman is a rat, a phenomenal rat. See DJ and his. I wonder if DJ is still like playing Radiant Shadow Shaman, lurking on the top lane somewhere right now.
It's way too fun not to do.
I know, right? But yeah, this Night Stalker pick here, I'm not convinced either. Centaur is often picked into NS. Chen is sometimes also picked into NS, just because NS doesn't actually deal well with grouped up lineups, doesn't deal well with burst heal, and Centaur Warrunner is going to enable the supports to step out of the Night Stalker AoE and get their saving spells off. And this Dark Willow also very hard for the NS to bring down, because of course you get to step into your Shadow Realm and out of the slapping distance, I'd like to say, if you are in time, of course.
One good thing is for the Night Stalker is that there's no burst or any kind of heavy damage on the side of Klee, unless they really get on top of him, and you don't necessarily want to do that. So I would want to see a carry or a mid laner that can actually stand there and threaten the Night Stalker if he tries to go into the backlines, though, because Night Stalker might not be good versus what Klee have, but he's very good with the Grimstroke and the Shadow Shaman, because if these two heroes have good vision, you are gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is an interesting thing about Stonebank, I think. I do think that he's good at flexing these slightly off-kilter heroes into more of a... Like, I don't want to say that this is going to be utility Night Stalker, but I think you are correct that the way that he plays this suits being backed up by his supports instead of just being the threat on his own.
Okay, so they didn't go for the overwhelming damage on their carry, but they did go on something that can stand in front. I have to say, there is a lot of things here for the Lifestealer to be afraid of. So this Stampede is gonna have to be saved to get him out of a bad situation. Because Night Stalker, Shadow Shaman, Grimstroke, if they get on top of him before the rage is off, he is, he's kind of gone.
Yeah. Yeah, anybody can die currently over on the side of Klee. And to just the support plus NS or plus any of the other possible mobile heroes that Bait is going to pick up. And I do think that you want at the very least a mid laner that can also serve as a combination with, especially with the Grimstroke coming in, right? So you're looking for mobility, or at the very least frontline capabilities.
I'm still rooting for a Terrorblade here. I really... Again. Versus the Lifestealer, it's just too good of a hero to pass out. I don't know why people tend to not go for it. It's just so easy. They're gonna go with another ranged hero, let's say. This one also does a huge amount of damage. And I guess you do a little bit better versus units as a Luna.
Yes.
Though I'm afraid for Bait because Luna usually does need some type of a buff. And other than an Inkswell, you've got nothing. So I'm afraid that she's just gonna get overwhelmed once they run into her.
Yeah, it goes both ways, right? With the extra units coming in. You can say like, oh, she's good at dealing with them. Or you can say, oh, well, that just means that there's a lot of extra meat to absorb those glaives. And a lot less of those bounces are going to be hitting heroes.
That is true. That is true. If Bait had like a Tidehunter or something, I'd be saying, oh, this Luna is awesome. But because you have no utility heroes, no aura builders, that's why I'm a little bit afraid of how this Luna will work out. I think she needs to be ahead by quite a lot for the entirety of the game if they want to win.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I'm a little hesitant about all of these Luna picks in general. Not only do you need to be ahead, but then also you only have a fairly short, like 10-minute window between 25 and 35 minutes where you're going to need to convert that into a win. So that's two conditions already, where most of the heroes that you need to build up damage on are then usually good until like ultra late, or the heroes that you don't need the damage on are still good until 35. And she has both conditions, which just feels a little iffy to me. Also, mid lane bans from Klee. Looking pretty good here. It feels like it's going to be hard for Bait to find the kind of hero that you really want to put that Inkswell on still.
But they did ban out the Lina. So it just might mean that they're looking to do really well in the mid lane, despite not having the last pick, and the Invoker will get removed as well. So Klee's not gonna be getting to play those. So what's the Dandy hero here?
Thinking, well, you don't want to play Ember into Dark Willow, really.
Fuck.
Banned.
Oh, there he is. There he is. I'm crazy. I'm looking at it. I saw it being banned, and I'm still calling it out because it would be such a great pickup.
Yeah. Yes, it would be. So, all we're going with, well, you were talking about the necessity for a buff. There is definitely a damage buff for both the Luna and the Night Stalker, extra farm for that NS, extra mobility and jump. This does tie the lineup together, even though I'm concerned that 4 of the ranged bullies are gone at the very least. Wonder if Klee has a good enough counter pick for this.
I love it actually. You have during nighttime, Klee cannot fight, right? Because usually you would send in the creeps, you would send in maybe the Centaur or the Lifestealer to hit towers. But when Night Stalker uses his ulti, and even when he doesn't, with the extra vision, you're gonna be in trouble. I like the Necro in a sense that he's gonna be doing well versus the Magnus in lane, but I don't like these slow heroes versus the Magnus in general. And unless you bring down that mid lane tower early, once there is a blink on Dandy, he's gonna be skewering you into the tower over and over again. And you look at Bait's heroes, they have the magic damage necessary to kill you even inside of the Ghost Shroud. So I have to say, this last pick, Magnus, it surprised me, but I love it.
Yep. I really think this is a great Magnus pick as well. And the man picks the remains of his last defeated opponent out of his teeth before moving on to the next one.
He definitely doesn't want multiple opponents there, as this is a dandy hero. I really like that we're gonna be seeing it. I think both of the teams got what they wanted out of the draft, but I am leaning bait after the last picks here.
Yeah, I'm not a Necro hater in this matchup per se. Like, I actually think that is about as good of a pick as they were going to get. They can totally bully Dandy with that pick if Young G plays his cards right. And then if Dandy has a hard game, what happens if you have a Magnus that is supposed to be empowering your two other cores, but the Magnus is low? He's actually going to be taking up a ton of farm himself, and it's going to delay the entire game of the entire team. So if they can shut him down hard enough and Young G can get the ball rolling, I do think that we're going to get at a risk of this Luna not hitting her timing.
Let's see if that's gonna be happening. It is a real risk, but we'll find out if Klee are gonna be disciplined enough, if they're gonna play Dota well enough to actually punish this Magnus pick, to make him not do as well as he would like. Though, if I look at this Magnus here, Kips, I'm thinking then they might even go for the, Blink Force Staff type of build. I really wouldn't hate it, as you already have enough physical damage, but we're gonna keep that on the side, as we're gonna be looking at this level 1 movement Stone Bank. He is a Night Stalker, he has extra night vision, they're gonna be seeing Lays, and they know that there are supports behind there. The Bramble Maze is a very tough opponent in those narrow fields, and they see him, but they don't want to go for him.
No, the Centaur as well. They're gonna just get a little bit more information, but that damage is really not gonna stick.
Yeah, nothing too important. It's a Centaur. He has 800 HP on level 1. Sure, his armor isn't great, but he has two rings of protection, so he was never really a target, especially with all of the heroes being behind there. Luna does have the Lunar Blessing, so the extra night vision is still there. Nande?
Yeah,
Body
that
blocks?
was an optimistic route.
He's actually gone, and they're gonna give it. No, Lays! You should have given it to Young G. Either way, it is a good way to start off the game with the first blood on the enemy carry, and you get it on a core that is actually gonna be laning versus that carry. So not the biggest deal, and Young G should do well in a lane anyways, right?
He should, but he's gonna be a little annoyed that he was in position to block just a little bit more and then get out of his position in order to not get the kill.
So talk to me about this bottom lane, or the top now that Nande is kind of already on the back foot. But overall, side lanes, where are the kills gonna be happening? When I look at the side lanes, there's actually kill potential on both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this Lays lane on top, especially with the start that he's got, and the fact that Luna is just really fragile at the start. Like, we're going to see action there around, maybe on level 2 already, but certainly on 3. They are going to try for a kill on, hopefully, the Luna for Klee there. And over on the other side, we've got the Night Stalker, who is most likely not going to do anything that early on in the laning stage, but they will certainly lay the hurt into this Chen if they get the opportunity.
Stomanen will be doing solid amounts of damage to them, and then sometimes people make a mistake of going for the Night Stalker early. You need to make sure that you utilize his inability for aggression. He's not that easy to kill. He has very high armor, very high HP, 1J. He's very low in HP. The Blood Grenade will connect, and the stun, has he baited this one perfectly? The Blood Grenade is still working, but it's not working enough. He gets the kill. Nande, of course, he finishes off 1J first with a Lucent Beam. So overall, it's a 1-for-1, and considering that Nande got the kill, I'm gonna say that Bait got the better end of that one.
I think so as well, yeah. I think that was possible to end in just a kill for Klee, but instead, little bit of a misstep there, and they end up trading.
Stomanen is in trouble. You're dealing with the speed aura as one of the slowest heroes.
Slow.
And
so
now Stonebank is in trouble.
Slow. Yeah, and one of the reasons why we haven't seen Shadow Shaman in such a long time is just because he used to hit like an absolute truck in the laning stage, and it took so much of his right-click damage away, and now he has the same old problems that the Zero has always had, like since the dawn of Dota, which is that his range is kind of bad, and he just straight up gets outlaned by any other support.
Dendi, he has the bottle, he has the fairy fire, he'll live. But being alive like this, is it even worth it? The courier is delivering something, though it is definitely not a healing salve, and he'll have to wait for the bounty rune as Young G continues to completely dominate the mid lane. It's not that bad for Dendi, though. He got 13 CS, so he's not getting... Yeah, okay, Kips, I know.
It's getting worse, because this is the mistake that a lot of people make when playing the Necrophos. They're like, oh, I'm a lane dominator, I'm going to dominate this lane starting at level 1. And that is not the way to do it. You slowly... like plague them out of existence, shove them further and further back, make them buy more regen, make them lose levels by having to step back, and you are going to slowly but steadily take over, and this discrepancy between Dendi and Young G is only going to increase.
Luna has been caught. Nande standing his ground. He might actually win this one versus Laze. That Shadow Realm attack, though, is going to be too strong, as that was an unnecessary double edge for sure, and Nande was dead out of that Shadow Realm, but Laze decides that they're both gonna die, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, a little bit of a shame, because there is a salve on 1J still. I think if you live there, maybe 1J doesn't die either, and you just get to use that salve when you come back. But instead, bloodbath on the top lane.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Bait, they need to be making bloodbaths happen, as the laning phase is not going well for them. I mean, when you look at the CS, all three of the cores of Klee are at the top, and I don't see that changing, especially in the mid lane. I mean, we already went through it. Dendi is gonna be in even more trouble as the laning stage progresses.
Yes, I mean, his most important task now is just to avoid losing too much tower HP to these steadily increasing pushes of Young G, and see if he can get himself some stacks up. And one of the problems that he has currently is that you'd love for your supports to be making some stacks for you, but both of these supports are very busy over on the side lanes, making sure that their laner gets to stay in at all.
That's just how it is, and when nighttime comes, it's gonna be even bigger. Stonebank, he's hoping for that sun to set. Please, sun, go down so that I can be faster, but it's gonna be way too late. It might be nighttime, but he's still gonna die completely helpless once it did struck. Those purges are insane. Yesterday we saw Davai Lama just get destroyed by the Satyr. Now it's gonna be the Night Stalker here in Stonebank.
Yeah. And the reason why he dies there as well is because the Shadow Shaman was not with him. Shadow Shaman was in mid, trying to help out Dendi stay in his lane just a little bit longer.
Crow got level 6. He's saving a skill point there for a potential Ghost Shroud if it does come to it. So even a skewer into the tower is not something that's gonna really threaten his life. At this point, I don't think that Bait should be focusing on Necro. He seems pretty impossible to kill.
Absolutely. What they need to do now is make sure they secure some stacks for Dendi, or for literally anyone. Yep. And that's the hard question now, right? Because you're playing with the mag. Like, are you going to let the mag catch up first before he helps the rest catch up, or not? And that puts a lot of pressures on the shoulders of Stomanen, who is like his only, Stoneback. His only option is to snowball through kills. You don't get to farm as a Night Stalker. Maybe you buy a Midas if you're having a really good game, but that's about it. And especially if his other two cores are playing catch-up, it's going to be hard for him to get that snowball going.
So you had your fears about the early game of Bait. Is this what you feared, that the lanes are gonna go this badly?
Maybe not this badly, but certainly any kind of like hiccup. If you're running like a triple core like this over on Bait, which is a pretty greedy one, then any kind of hiccup in one hero's timing is going to delay the rest by a lot as well.
It is turning out to be a problem, especially with Young G applying so much pressure. Now he even has the Reaper Scythe, so things have become even more dangerous for Dendi. But the RP is ready now, so that means that Young G might actually be a viable target.
Yeah, top 3 all currently in the hands of Klee, though not by that large of a margin. I think I'm actually pretty happy with how well the Luna is doing, considering how hard her lane has been pressured. But this is a problem as well, because this Necrophos right now, the only ones that can kill him are the supports. The supports still busy keeping their cores alive.
Yep, this supports Stomanen. He can't keep himself alive. Actually, Kami is taking some damage. He's gonna get level 6, meaning that Stonebank, he can't kill him. There is gonna be Seeds of the Serenity on ground. Even more heal for Kami as that Penitence. They're really punishing Stonebank. Kami dropping low. He's gonna be infesting the Ghost and now coming out to get himself a double kill. Mary, you're the one that needs to be careful here, as you might be the third hero that gets ran down. Klee with complete domination of the early game.
Yep, looking really very solid here. They're not overdoing anything. They're just playing their heroes and getting the very natural pressure out of it. And yet, kill onto Nande as well. And where into the jungle are you going to retreat that isn't already occupied by either your own Magnus or by, you know, a roaming young G who feels free as a bird to do whatever he wants?
I guess there's so many camps now, so you might be okay. But if with this lineup of bait you cannot at least threaten kills, it's a problem. Shadow Shaman, Grimstroke, Night Stalker, even the Luna in the early game can contribute to when it comes to killing people. So I think this is a catastrophic start for bait, and I don't know how you get out of it. I think Magnus Blink might be the way forward.
I think so as well. You need to get playmaking ability and hope that you get that Blink Dagger early enough that you have enough burst damage just out of spells on your supports in order to actually capitalize on it. That's going to be your way back in. But yeah, this is normally the time, especially in a Night Stalker's lane, where you get to turn around and hit back for the fact that you've been used as a punching bag for the first 4 minutes. And that's just not happening for Stonebank either. He is barely holding on to a core level of net worth here.
4k gold lead for Klee. They're in such a dominating position. Dendy's at least farming some stacks, and we're seeing that he's rushing the Blink. He doesn't even want to finish off the power treads. He understands just how uncomfortable of a game his team is having, and they're having troubles dealing with this Chen creeps, and I'm not even going to be talking about anything else.
Alright, no rage either. Got me feeling...
Has a skill point.
Yeah. You know, as long as you can get away with not using it.
It's just so many resources coming out from the Chen that are helping him in the lane. Even that Penitence, getting more hits in per second, it just allows you to heal more. The Necro has the bots, so we saw that. Of course, you want it with this hero because your mobility is catastrophic, so you want to have some way of getting yourself across the map, and it is gonna be needed, as that Blink on Dendy will be coming out fairly soon. So if they're targeting some other heroes, Youngji wants to be ready to respond.
Exactly. Necro very good at the turnaround game, keeping other heroes alive and punishing any overextensions with the massive damage of the Reaper's Scythe. And the bots as well are going to be a farming item for him, of course. You're going to see a lot of these, like a lot of his other cores will be involved in fighting as well. This is one of those really easy to play lineups for Klee, in the sense that any of your cores can go play with your supports and make something happen. You are not that item dependent. You'll mostly have your levels down now. You've got the Vanguard on Lace. He's not easy to kill going into the Blink Dagger next. Top tower already gone, so he's got himself a lot of space right there. Yeah, and his bottom tower is still completely healthy. And in fact, Kami is knocking on. Yeah, and he's going to be flying in the armlet right now.
So that bottom tower dying is a huge deal. If the mid lane tower for bait dies without the Magnus getting anything significant done with the Blink Dagger, that usually means that you're going to lose the game, as that mid lane tower is where you're going to be catching people. There, he's TPing. Young G knows. He actually knows what's going on.
Yeah. Well, he didn't know it well enough though. But
he knew it perfectly. His team is here, and they're gonna be turning it around with the terrorist. Young G is alive. There's gonna be a Reaper sight, and that's gonna be a punishment. Kips, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but this game is looking over.
Oh, this game's looking so over. I mean, Debbie Downer. I mean, I'm feeling decent about myself because I saw this one coming. It's just that, you know, it's kind of like looking at an oncoming train, and there's a deer on the tracks, and you can't do anything.
No, there's nothing.
I'm like,
now
yeah,
with
this deer's gonna die. Good job, woman.
Yeah, this is This is insane how they baited them. This was the timing of bait. This is when they turn it around. I have a blink dagger, guys. I'm coming. And well, then the Magnus with a blink we have seen in the past. This guy's a living legend. And this hero is one of the ones that he has made his name on. And he did absolutely nothing. Now the centaur will have a blink. So Cleve will mostly play defensively. Now gonna be super strong. Kami comes over to save his buddy. 1J will live. Stonebank, at least he can pick up some flowers as a consolation prize. But I don't think he's getting a kill.
I don't think so either. Chen's still in the vicinity as well. This is, he's just foraging for scraps right now. Yeah, get that courier.
Easy. This is what you do. When you lose a fight to somebody stronger in the playground, you just find the weak kid.
Yeah.
And you show your power. That's a big one. This is a nice kill. Lace is not getting out of this one alive. He gets the hoof stomp off, but it won't change the fact that he's dead. You have to use multiple spells to get even these small pickups. We see Stamanen just go for his ulti. You, at this point in the game, you don't have the luxury to save spells.
Yeah, which is a shame because that spell is the only way that they're ever going to get any towers on bait right now. Unless they, for some reason, get a huge RP and win a fight very convincingly. But as you can see by the positioning of Klee here, they're really not about to let that happen. The way that they took down a tier 2 tower at, it's not even 14 minutes yet.
Oh, big RP onto the three of them. Dendi showing just how strong he is. The damage is gonna be non-existent as they don't have any. Kami just stands his ground. There's gonna be another Reaper sight. His mid lane counterpart is destroying him yet again. And that was an amazing RP, which gives them absolutely nothing. At least none. They can clear out the Chen creeps. But it's not gonna stop your enemies from getting the Wisdom Rune and from killing your Magnus yet again.
Yeah, and that's where you really see the limitations of magical burst damage, because they have a ton there, right, with both of the swords. The problem is just that if it's not enough, you have literally nothing else to toss on top of it. That was most of it. It was the Ether Shock, that was the Stroke of Fate. That's a lot of damage, and if it's then not enough, you have nothing to follow up with anymore.
Nande needed to be ready there. If Nande was ready there, maybe they clean up house.
Yeah, I think so as well.
They found Nande. Speaking about him, he is not gonna be cleaning up house. He's gonna be cleaned up by Young Ji, who comes over with a Heartstopper. Aura actually gets the kill. Stamanen, well, that shackle is only gonna keep you alive so much. Terrorize not needed. Stonebank in the vicinity. Now they're gonna use the Terrorize. The hoof stomp not gonna be coming through, and they get Young Ji over to finish off Stamanen. He's healing himself up with the shackles, and they might be able to bring him down. That's a little bit too deep from Young Ji. The chase is on. Stonebank, he has the Curse Crown on himself. They actually lost. The poor Shadow Shaman in the back there to the Shadow Realm. And the 1J, he gets the Bramble Maze down. It's gonna catch the Night Stalker, but it doesn't matter. Dendi, he gets another grab. He's really playing this Magnus well. And it's gonna be two pretty solid kills for bait.
Yeah, it is, and those were almost, I don't want to say like deliberately given up by Klee, but certainly Kami was not in a position whatsoever to join, was not going to do that, and Chen as well was simply farming his own jungle. That was never supposed to be a full go.
The Shackles heal really did change things here. Stamanen stayed alive for so long.
Absolutely wild.
You remember when it didn't heal you? The Heartstopper aura would just kill him there under the tower.
I
And
know,
then we
right?
would be seeing
Something in my brain was still like, huh, why isn't he dead?
It is what it is.
I mean, it is what it is, and it is a phenomenal change for the quality of life of the Shadow Shaman. But, you know, in the end, if you think about it, Nande still died there. Kami was still farming. Chen was still farming. It's a win for bait, but it's only as much of a win as Klee allows them to have.
Exactly, and while we were not looking, Stonebank died yet again. So 1J, he dropped it down. Him and Lace have been playing together. Hoof stomp into a Bedlam. It is an easy kill, and you very rarely see this. Same cooldown for Bedlam and Terrorize. Exactly the same, and they're gonna be coming off cooldown.
Pretty unusual. And yeah, by the way, another tower fell as well. Now here, this is why Stomanen was unhappy to have to use the Serpent Wards earlier. Because this is your only way to get towers in this game. This is his mission. This is the one thing he's going to be doing over and over again, lurking on the side lane, seeing if he can snipe down towers.
We'll see how long the game lasts and how much he'll be able
Yeah.
to do, though, as it's not going well at the moment. The Lifestealer is actually going for an AC. This means that they are looking to end, right? You very rarely see a second item AC on the Lifestealer, almost never, actually.
Almost never, which is a shame, I think, because this is actually a very strong moment in the game for a lifestealer where a lot of carries are simply not ready. And especially when you know how limited the enemy is on magic burst damage, the AC armor is going to do so much work for you, both versus the towers as well as just versus the possibility of you dying, and you have burst heal on your side. I think it's a purchase that should happen a little more often.
Let's see, they're thinking about going for Roche. They definitely have the auras necessary to do it,
Yep.
but none of the cores from Klee are looking towards it. The Lifestealer might start making his way over, and that should be the big Roche taken. It feels like a preparation for a World of Warcraft raid here, what
Yeah.
I'm seeing as they're gonna be engaging now.
Yeah, it's not quite the race to world first, but
Roche is the probably the guy that died the most ever.
Radiant's bottom tower
Poor
is
guy.
under attack.
yeah, it's something out of a Greek tragedy, isn't it? Oh wait, we will never be rid of Robin Roll at this rate.
No. It's he has implemented himself into our
Yeah.
cast as well. But Kami, he'll get a second life for himself, 20 gold away from the AC. He'll have it right now. Submarine has been doing a solid job pushing out, and he's going for a blink. And this
Yep.
blink, it is an initiation tool, but also it is an escape tool, a split pushing tool for a Shadow
Exactly.
Shaman. So it is definitely gonna be giving him more options when it comes to pushing out the lanes.
Yeah, it's really the only one you need in order to split push efficiently on a Shadow Shaman. You have the best tower take of anybody who's, like, not necessary to be there himself. Just drop the wards.
This Necro is too
get out
tanky.
again.
Like,
Yes.
look at him.
Yes, he is.
Has a heart, is gonna have a shard now. I'm guessing an Aghanim Scepter will be somewhere in there, as you do want to do even more damage with that Heartstopper aura. So this is dangerous. But Bait, they have been able to stop the bleeding. 6k gold lead, it is not too much at this point in the game. But look at the hunt kips. They're trying to find somebody.
Very close to bleeding more.
And that's a huge one. That's the most important one, because he would save this Luna. The Terrorize will be there. Eclipse will change absolutely nothing. There's a Reaper sight to end Nande's life. And you talked about maybe it's good for the Luna to clear them out, but it's also good for these creeps to soak in all the damage.
Yep.
The Eclipse, the Glaives, they did absolutely nothing.
Radiant's
Absolutely nothing indeed. And now they're going to simply march up to the high ground. This Necrophos can't die. This Lifestealer, well, he'd have to die twice. AC,
And he can
full
die.
glory. And does it Jen have a pipe as well? Yeah, minus 11 armor on that tower. Watch it go.
Bye-bye, tower.
Radiant's middle tower
And it's very good to push the side lanes versus the Magnus, as he can't skewer you into tier 4s that easily. He's just trying to spam out the shockwaves, though he has just revealed his positioning. And it's very easy to read where he is. Look at, they're all together, the rage is there, you don't want the RP, and that's pretty much it. I really liked what Klee was doing. They were all clumped up just enough to force Dendi to jump on them, but also just enough to dodge, at least with two of the heroes, the RP that he would try to use. So I really liked how they approached that on Klee. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah. And till the end right now, I don't think you can do this.
They kind of have to. Dendi's taking so much damage, though. He does skewer back the Centaur. He's in a lot of trouble, surrounded by enemies. The shackles are there, but the pipe will protect him. There's also going to be Infest, so easily going to be surviving that one double lucid beam. It doesn't change anything, as they're going to be going in for the Stampede. You wanted us, and now we're going to be getting into your base. Actually, they decide it's much better to take it easy still, as they have an Aegis for another 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
So the Aegis in their hands. I think what you want to do here is you do want to make sure that you have the pipe again instead of going fully into their base. And that is such a powerful duo to have this early on, by the way. You have the AC plus the pipe. You're very much protected from both the physical and the magical damages. Yeah, Aegis taken down, but at what cost?
Blaze just came in, he killed the Shadow Shaman, and now Kami going for the Rage. Nande's in a lot of trouble. The Manta is only gonna help you so much against the Reaper Scythe. Nande is dead, does have a buyback. You're gonna have to use it. It's now or never versus 2 lanes. Rex, possibly 3. You're not gonna be winning this game. Still saving the RP. It's gonna be a 5-man RP, Dandy. And is it enough with the Inkswell fall up? It's gonna be into their tier 4s, but the Yules is there. And they don't get caught by the Inkswell. The Skewer, he got him away from Stonebank. And now it's just gonna be way too easy to survive versus no damage of Bait, who called GG. And even with the 5-man RP, they clumped up together just to allow Dandy to feel his former glory, but there were no teammates to assist him in it.
No, and it happened a couple of times, right? And I think that's not just on Bait, like, hey, oh, they're not playing well enough together. No, it's really that Dandy is playing at the tippy tips of his experience, finding openings in what is basically a shut game already. And his supports do not have the time or can afford to sit around him to wait for, like, maybe he's going to get a grip on this one. Like, there is just literally so much to do and so little time to react to, like, maybe he's going to get it, maybe he won't. Well, he did 2 or 3 times, but the rest of his team was too far behind to actually capitalize on it.
So this clump up of 5 heroes, it reminded me of, I don't know if you remember the old Tidehunter Sing Sing clip where they're winning the game and he's like, okay, let's make it a little bit more even, and he uses the Ravage and nothing, and then the enemies jump in and they still die because they are that far behind. That is how this felt. Yo,
Yeah.
Dandy, come, we have a 5-man RP for you, let's go. He gets it off and it doesn't change anything, as of course his lineup doesn't have any damage there. So Klee, they win the laning phase and they never let go of the lead. Here's the question, Kips. When you see a Chen, can you actually go for heroes like this that do not have any utility? Is Bait gonna reconsider, and will Klee maybe try to play a similar lineup? Because Bait definitely didn't do too well versus it.
No, they did not. I would, if I'm on Glee, I'm picking that Chen again 100%, and you just see what they can come up with. And I guess in this case, the lesson you have to learn here as Bait is that you can, if you really want that Night Stalker, you're going to have to do better in actually empowering him. You cannot go as greedy on all of these lanes and be forced into a last pick Magnus when you already have several heroes that are going to be behind. So they need to do something about their money management, man.
Yeah, they definitely need to. Though this game, they didn't really have that much money to manage at all. First the collection, then the management. Though this was a very short game, and we're gonna have a very short break, because you don't need really to rest a long time after a game like this. And then we'll be back with the second game of the series, which might be the final game of the day.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Pinnacle has been with us 25 years, but I'm just hoping, Kibbs, that we get at least a 25-minute game, as the first game of the 3rd series and now the first game of this 4th series of the day, they have been incredibly fast and easy for the winning team. And if we're going by what has already happened in this tournament, we're again gonna be seeing a 2-0, and I'm gonna jinx it now. It's gonna be a 2-0. I've been asking for a 2-1. It's gonna be a 2-0. 100%, guys. For sure, there is no way that we're going into a game 3. There it is, Kips. We are finally maybe gonna be seeing more than 8 games in a day.
Thank you for your sacrifice. It's always rough to put your, believability on the line for something, but I think this is worth it, and I do think that Bait can give us what we want, because even with their draft looking wonky, I do think that we saw some plays there. Their lanes did not go as badly as they could have either. I just really think the collapse game afterwards, when there was literally no core to play for, which is a scenario that a team should never be in. So we haven't really seen Bait yet today, is what I'm trying to say. And as long as we get to see them, I believe they can take that map.
For me, the turning point was the mid lane, when then they bought the blink, right? That should have been the turning point where they get a kill and then they continue to maybe go for pickoffs. And when that failed, I was at that point already certain that the game is over, because you have expended all of your early game timings, let's put it that way, and you had nothing more to play with. But you can set yourself up for success in the draft, so let's get into it.
Let's see, and I do completely agree with you. You could have literally called it right there as Bait, and I would have had 100% agreement. You've sacrificed everything for the moment, and it's not just your the fact that, like, physically now you have to reset on the map and you're all respawning again, but it's all like mentally you have been playing for this moment, and now this moment is gone, and all you got was another loss. The mental reset and trying to find like a new out that will somehow let you win the game at that point, that's a bunch of work as well. And I certainly didn't see a new out for them to work towards.
No, not really. They were at that point. We're farming on the Luna, and we're hoping our enemies are gonna make a mistake, and then your enemies are so confident they make the biggest mistake of them all to get 5-man RP'd, and you see just how helpless you actually are. We're gonna be seeing a centaur ban, and I like that. Really one of the biggest parts of the victory of Klee, and it was a first picked hero, so definitely something that you don't want to be dealing with again.
Yep, that does mean that we're seeing opportunity here for the Chen to, yeah. Chen will most likely make it through again. A bait deciding that that hero was not the biggest issue.
Do you pick it? I think not, though. It's not really a first phase hero currently.
Is it not a first phase hero because nobody else had done it? Like, if somebody first phases Chen in front of you, what do you do? What is your big gotcha answer? Like, haha, this is why you can't pick it first phase.
In this game, Kunkka,
Yeah.
if it doesn't get banned out, let's say, that could be an approach.
Yeah, Kunkka could be decent.
Then you could set up for a good Naga Siren game versus a Chen with some of your other picks as well. Those are a perfect Naga Siren lineup, I think, deals well with the Chen lineup. As you split push them, at some point they lose their strength, and then actually the Naga Siren is strong in the fights themselves. Plus, she's very good at cutting waves, which is something that you hate. So
Yeah.
they get a Kunkka themselves, so maybe they are setting up for the Chen. As that would make a lot of sense. Both plus the Chen creeps, that's
Yeah.
scary.
That is incredibly scary. If you thought that Bait had damage problems in the previous game, I mean, I don't want to say that they'll be outdone by a Chen Kunkka lineup just because they were outdone very hard indeed in that previous map. But Klee can do the same thing again, and well, they're saying damage? Damage will pick damage.
I was never a fan though of ATA versus the Kunkka. It just feels kind of dumb that you have a level 1 torrent that gets rid of all of the refraction charges, because the torrent has just so many small instances of damage. It's kind of unfair.
Yeah,
So
it is. But they're most likely not going to lane against each other, right? Because this for sure is going to be a Nande.
yeah, probably it is a non-day TA, and that is something that he has been doing well on for quite some time. Though 10 DTA, that's not out of the question.
It is not, but certainly they're going to be dodging this Kunkka, so whatever support is going to go to the safe lane has to be a deterrent for this Kunkka to actually make it there, because indeed the Kunkka does do really well versus the TA.
Clean misclick, they wanted to pick the Chen. You think that's not the case?
I mean, maybe if it was this ban, I could see it. But the first ban out of 2? No.
Maybe they kind of reverted back to the old picking order. First, there's gonna be 2 picks in the first picking phase, right? You never
It's
know.
possible.
Kips,
I
you
mean,
never know.
they're playing versus Dendy. Like, what year is it?
Okay, let's go back. Did you have 2 picks when Dendy got into the scene? Yeah, I think you did. It has been 2 picks in the first phase forever, right?
Yeah. Yes, it has.
We haven't put much emphasis on how big of a and how monumental of a change this is, that after the first pick there's actually some bans to add, 2 for one side and 1 for the other.
I think we went into it like a bunch when the change first came out, and now we're all pretending that we understand because it's been so long.
Okay, so long, 5 months.
Yeah,
Has it
that's
been? Or maybe more. It has been more actually.
it has been more. I mean, I realize that is not a long time in like human years, but
It's a December. It's
Dota
December,
time.
Kips. What the
I
hell?
know. I've already had 2 chocolates out of my Christmas calendar.
Goodbye Christmas calendar. Oh, is that like the one you buy for December and then each day you
Yes.
eat one?
Exactly.
How do you stop yourself from not eating all of them?
Oh, it's very simple. I am autistic, and there's a 3 on the next one, and I can't open it until the day is 3.
Yeah, I have some kind of an issue when I see chocolate, it just disappears, and that is maybe
Curious.
it's magic. I don't know what it is, but it cannot stay.
I think it's a condition that plagues quite a lot of humanity. I have that problem as well, but as long as the number is on the door, I can refrain. Gyrocopter. So yeah, they are hating on this Templar Assassin. All three of these heroes have their
Quite a
ways
lot.
of taking off the refraction.
Quite a lot of hate. They have the Grimstroke Purge versus the Treant Root. I like that as well. You have really good protection for these two supports that sometimes are not afraid to go deep into the fight. And Bait, they really, really love this Shadow Shaman. Stomanen, it feels like he doesn't want to play anything else.
Yeah, but you beat Team Tickles with it. Like it's sort of hard to argue with at least the results of these picks.
True. That is very true. Though I do like the Shadow Shaman with the TA in general. Once the TA gets the blink, you have this burst damage potential that with these two heroes, you can just go around the map killing everybody.
Yeah.
And nowadays, very rarely are players together, right? So you can use, even if they're just, you know, maybe a tower distance apart or a little bit more than that, you can delete the hero super fast with these two and just pull out. This is why I like combos like this. In particular with the TA, the Shadow Shaman, the Lion, and the like.
Exactly. It is much like getting a Skywrath Mage on your team. You're always going to get the opportunity for one disable into the kill, which is... it is important to kill people fast enough so that backup doesn't turn up. Of course, in the case of Klee here, they don't have that much save necessarily. There is not nearly as much of the heal on board right now as there was in the previous map. There is just the opportunity for them to punish you, for the Kunkka to X you, and say, right, fine, you took a support of ours, we take a core of yours, that sort of thing.
I guess the Inkswell is kind of nasty when you look at the Shadow Shaman, right? You shackle somebody and you think they're not going to be moving, and then suddenly there's an Inkswell. If you want to pop it immediately, it's an instant purge, and a hero is saved, at least for the time being. So that is something that you need to look out for. And I'm still baffled just by how strong that shard of the Grimstroke is. I mean, it's such a long range purge. Not even talking about the stun damage and the heal part of it.
The heal, yeah. I mean, that was when it was first introduced. That was the most nuts about it, I think. Okay, now we have the Magnus pick again, and now we are looking at a game where you could still put it on different lanes. They have flexibility left, and they're going to be picking one more core, which can be as low econ and as strong of a laner as you need it to be. And are going to get to perfectly tailor that one for the game. And then you have your Magnus with all of the tricks up his sleeve that Dendi had before, as well as a Phantom Assassin who's not only going to be profiting just a little bit from that the damage boost, but also is phenomenal follow-up once again for these pick-off opportunities. And there is yet TB. Are you happy, Harry?
I am very happy. I was thinking TB or Naga Siren, and I also had an idea. Okay, nobody is picking a TB. Nobody likes this hero for some reason. They're gonna go for the Naga, but they go for the Terrorblade. And I like it more in a sense that it's not gonna be that much emphasis on out-pushing the waves, which you can do with this hero, but more so on using the pretty huge amount of lockdown that Klee has, right? You catch one hero and the Terrorblade is going to rip him apart, and this is the thing with the Terrorblade, you rip apart one hero. If it's a 4 versus 5 scenario, nobody will engage on you, and that will open a tower for you. So I really like that they went for the Terrorblade. I think the synergy is quite nice.
Yeah, I do think the synergy is really good here as well. And this is a high armor hero versus the Templar Assassin. Right now, the burst damage over on the side of Bait is physical. And they were looking for, hopefully, a low econ last pick. And now instead, you're looking at a scenario where you're staring down the barrel of a Terrorblade. And if you want to deal with this man, then you kind of want Magic Burst on your side. Do you know any low econ Magic Burst mid laners? Or off laners? Because I don't.
You can maybe get away with the Puck. No, you can't versus the Kunkka. I wouldn't even ban it. It's a rough one.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie.
I don't think that Puck is even that low econ these days.
No. The thing though, I have seen so many TAs out carry the Terrorblade, which a couple of years back was impossible.
Yeah,
nowadays,
I would be laughing at you.
Nowadays there is like Revenant's Brooch, and suddenly you 3-shot the unkillable 50 armor Terrorblade.
Yep.
So I don't necessarily think that you have to stop the Terrorblade from getting strong and that you actually have to hurry with the TA lineup, because when this hero hits level 25, it's very strong. You still need to be contesting Roche and stuff.
Yes, absolutely. And there is Dawnbreaker. So you got some real brawlers up in front for Klee.
Huge. When I'm looking at Klee heroes and then I'm looking at Bait heroes, the Spore, Shadow Shaman, Trim Protector, and the TA, these first 3 picks from Bait, they are food. They make a mistake and put themselves out there, put themselves in a bad position, they're just gonna get destroyed. But on the other hand, it might just mean good bait for the Magnus to get a good RP or a skewer or whatever. So I'm pretty curious to see how Bait play this. I can see multiple scenarios in which they come out well out of some attempts from Klee, but some scenarios where they just get blown up.
Yeah, and I think their real issue is that they have to outplay. And well, I was insisting on low econ, but this is not low econ anymore. This is once again 3 greedy cores that are going to all need to do well in lanes. And sure, now you have a proper late game matchup versus the TB. I am not the biggest fan of the morph into the TB though, because it does decently, but you're not actually a better TB than TB.
No, you're not. And the Terrorblade gets a Skadi pretty early on, probably the earliest out of any Dota heroes.
Yeah.
And Bait are again pretty greedy, Kips.
Yeah, I don't like this last pick either. I don't. I think today has been the day of the suboptimal last picks.
Yeah, I really haven't been the biggest fan of that. Did you see how we saw the Trim Protector there in Mary's glasses?
Oh, I did not.
You weren't paying attention. It was.
I missed the anime moment.
There
Oh,
it is.
yes.
Lift your head.
Beautiful.
He's not listening.
Well, better.
Oh, okay.
If he would have looked up right there, I think this match was over.
Okay, he got into the dark there for a second. But overall, though, Gibbs, now looking at it, do you think Bait are gonna be able to get away with this greed now? Is it a little bit better since you're not playing versus a Chen?
Yeah, you're not playing versus a Chen, which is very important. You're not going to get punished as fast. And the enemy lineup, depending on how much the Terrorblade gets involved, maybe you don't bleed towers as fast either. They are mostly brawly. I think you can trick yourself into a decent position here, but every once in a while casters suddenly get all up on their high horse about ease of execution, and this is once again a game where I'd like to treat you to that old song. The ease of execution is certainly on Klee's side.
That is the case, guys, and if you are going to pinnacle.gg/odds, you better listen to what Kips is saying, because she's 100% right every single time. So you have to be 18 plus, of course, if you want to put some money there, and we do advise you to only bet responsibly and carefully and put down as much as you're willing to spend, but it will spice up your watching experience for sure if you go and check those out. Of course, Dota is not the only title that we have. We have had 25 years of Pinnacle, but some would say only 13 years they have been in esports, but that is a long time in esports years, because that's pretty much how long it has existed.
Yeah, they did get in really earlier than me, certainly.
The battle begins.
I think I was still
That was
at
a
university
long time ago.
when Pinnacle got into esports. Yeah.
Yes, it is. But anyways, we got a treat in the previous game in seeing the Dandy Magnus. Sure, it got stomped. Sure, he got a 5-man RP and it meant nothing. But now we're gonna be getting a treat as well, a Dandy TA. Is this gonna be Klee completely dismantling the legend of Dandy in front of our eyes? Do you think that's possible?
A lot is down to the fancy footwork on Dandy here, right? Because we've said it before, Kunkka, really good matchup into the TA. You take off all of the refraction, which is one of her biggest advantages in these matchups, especially versus the melees. As
Shaman is dead.
Shaman?
Yeah, I don't know why I'm asking that question. He's obviously dead on our screen. He did die to the creep, so no first blood. Until the end might be a casualty. The Magnus doesn't get on top of him. Nande in some trouble. Of course, with the attribute shift, he will be able to survive. It is not as weak level 1 as it used to be, so he'll be able to get himself away. But this is what you want to do. Apply pressure on him so he doesn't have as much damage as he would like.
Yep, and super important, especially since you are a melee laner over on that Dawnbreaker as well. You want to be sure that when you're taking all of that extra harass that you can't do anything in return to, well, except for slapping back their supports, that is. That it is as low damage as possible.
This is not looking too good for Bait when it comes to the first couple of waves. After the first wave, I was about to say all 4 cores of Klee are topping the CS chart, as the Gyro was ahead of every single core of Bait. Of course, that's gonna be changing as the lanes progress, but definitely not something you want to see after just 2 waves.
No, it really isn't. At the very least, Bait are doing a good job here of playing over on the side. It is hard to do this versus a gyrocopter. He is especially meant to be hard to 1v1, much like a clockwork. But they do need to make sure that they stick together for that part then. As Dendi, yeah, he's just straight up bringing the hurt to Youngji. It's like, well, you hit me, I hit you back. Because he is going to get hit. There's no 2 ways about it.
We didn't talk much about the Gyro and how good this matchup is versus the Shadow Shaman in the lane in general. Because the Shadow Shaman starts running at you and you just use the homing missile on him. And you know that the Shackles is not going to be an issue whatsoever. So I'm really liking how Klee are utilizing it in the lane.
It's one of those times where the rocket having a delay is actually really good for you instead of annoying.
Yeah, sometimes it is annoying, though not really versus a hero that has very low attack speed like the Shadow Shaman and very low range, as you pointed out in the previous game. So these two, very unlikely to be able to bring down the homing missile before it reaches its target.
And that leaves Bait with very little kill potential on the bottom lane, though. I must say that it's decently likely that the Magnus will at least get an okay lane out of it. Not a fan of offlane Magnus for the reasons of you need your Magnus to have farm himself as well, and certainly these days you're not useful enough as just a pure empower machine in order to actually, you know, get out of the lane. You've only gotten empower and you're just going to walk after your carry and hand it over. So he's gonna do fine, but it's still gonna have to be a blink dagger and a bunch of outplays for him to actually make an impact in this game.
I've seen Magnuses be greedy though. But when you have a Morphling and the TA on your side TA to pick up your stacks, Morphling for you to buff,
sure
it's
you
very
can.
unlikely.
Just if he does it this game, I don't want to be friends anymore, Stonebank, I'm sorry.
The mana is dropping low, he will die, and it's a problem. You're shackling Gyro, you're healing with the shackle, but you're not healing to the rocket barrage.
No.
Even being split there between the Magnus and the Shadow Shaman, it's still not enough.
Absolutely not. And anytime a Shadow Shaman isn't here, the Magnus just gets completely zoned. As Dendi doing decent here in the mid lane. Youngji is not exactly shoving him out just yet. And that is very good news for Dendi and for his tower.
While that rotation or TP to refill the bottle was happening, the wave was pretty close to Stonebank. So in general, it's pretty solid for them. Mary is in trouble. 1J as well. Nande, think about coming forward. He doesn't have the waveform, so he probably won't be able to get this kill. Oh, he doesn't want to go through the Nature's Grasp. No. No chance to get the adaptive strike there from Nande, so no chance for a kill. Very nicely done by Klee. Another kill for them. 3-0 start. They're continuing with the momentum of the previous game.
Dendi though, like... I admire the way that he's been playing this lane.
Pretty well.
Really taking the fight. Of course, the downside to that is that I don't think he's made any stacks for himself just yet, because he has been so far up in this lane every single time. But that's okay, since he's going to farm faster than Youngji when he goes into the jungle anyway.
I mean, what are my shitty supports for? If I'm gonna be stacking for myself, like go stack. Chain Protector and the Shadow Shaman. That's your job. The Terrorblade has been caught. He's taking a lot of damage. Now he's gonna stand his ground, and with a Healing Lotus plus the Styx, Kami gets so much HP back. Not a chance in hell that these two are gonna be able to bring him down. Nice attempt though, but just not successful.
Yep, and unfortunately most of the creep wave dies there as well, so no pressure added to the tower, which means that right now the Jarkopper is free to actually rotate towards the mid lane, and everybody's converging now.
Submarine is there to refill the bottle. They want the first power rune, and it is going to be going towards till the end. He understood the dangers, and he knew that the Kunkka can't get there, as the entirety of the mid lane is laced with traps.
Till the end, really, that is such a good minute that he had there. You get a kill, you leave your teammate with a wave under the tower. Oh no, and now Dendi is a goner.
Yeah, he's gone. Submarine a little bit too late. Now he's going to be silenced as well. I don't think they're getting the kill, especially with the traps being there, but it still is a solid amount of pressure and a TP forced out. That is the 5th kill in a row. We talked about the momentum of the grand final in a different tournament that Bait have played, but Klee, they're riding the momentum of this series, Skips, and they're looking unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, they really are, and I hate doing this as a commentator because it feels so reductive. It's like, oh, well, the draft is done. You don't have to, like, keep on coming back to it. But Bait really didn't give themselves the best shot here. That last pick, Morphling, and the decision to run these two heroes not as a safe laner, as a mid laner, but as mid and off, is really hampering any chances they have of coming out of this laning stage well.
The part of coming out of the laning stage well, I think, has gone.
Yeah,
they even tried to
sailed.
kill Laze now, and it's impossible. It's just impossible. It's a 6-0 start. Bait still haven't gotten a kill, and it's also the psychological factor of this being present, as you haven't been able to bring down a single hero. You must feel like you're under pressure.
Yeah, you feel like you're under pressure, and you feel like the same thing is happening again that happened in the previous game, which is that you're losing all 3 lanes, which is not entirely true this time around. But it's a little too close to the truth, and that is one of those things that you always, losing 3 lanes feels dreadful. You know that you're about to enter a phase in the game where moving the game is not up to you because they have outdone you on every single. There's the the delay on that stun. Feels good, man.
Submarine is dead again. Dendi, he was killing a ward instead of coming to fight, coming to help. Now he's going to be surrounded by enemies. He goes inside of the meld. Immediately, there is a Solar Guardian. Dex is there as well. They go through the refractions, and now they're going to go through the HP as well. No chance in hell that you're getting out of that with Lion. Stonebank comes over. I want to die as well. No problem. You're going to be taken down. The homing missile actually goes towards poor Mary. He's a level 4 Chain Protector. That's level 6 on the Gyro, and the 3rd hero will fall inside of the mid lane. Absolutely no chances that he's gonna survive the overwhelming physical damage of the Tidebringer, and now the tower will be pressured as well. Bait are overwhelmed, Gibbs.
100%. And they did it to themselves. There was an overly optimistic TP from Stonebank there. And they're really feeling the pressure right now. That's what that's showing. He's showing that he thinks that they're not going to get that many opportunities to turn things around, especially not on their own strength, relying on their own timings, and instead he wants to play reactive, and he tries to make an opportunity where there is none.
Osterman, and he survived here barely. Though I think on the retreat, he's most likely gonna die. That's a level 3 Shadow Shaman. Oh, Gyro spotted him. Bye-bye, Stomanen. Oh,
yeah, I mean, maybe if he sneaks away through the river right now, but no, that's...
He doesn't know how close to death he actually is. He's gonna be fine.
I mean, the real problem is that now actually Stonebank is going to get kicked out of his ancient area by just the enemy safe lane support.
Who is level 6 pre-minute 10. Close to...
And is securing another rune. And he is really on the rune game until the end.
I think he understands just how important it is to play around the Kunkka. If these two supports have the buff of the boat, it's gonna be very easy for them not to die and go in to do their damage, right? Because look at their levels. If you're not killing these supports as bait, you're losing the game 100%.
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of the few things that you could honestly have going for you. Like, you could hope that you run into one of these supports solo and you actually get to pump some experience into your poor supports by killing them. Like, these are potential experience bags, but if you don't get to pop those balloons, then yeah, that's a problem.
Run, Piggy. Run, Piggy. Those illusions are pretty fast, though. Stonebank is gonna be in trouble still. He should be able to escape, right? Right? Yeah, we're not even gonna look. He's alive 100%. He's kind of dying. He finally does kill the illusion, so we'll be able to survive. Yang Ji is the one going for the Spirit Vessel, despite his supports actually doing so well. And I understand it, because with the Grimstroke you want the shard, and with the Gyro Veil is gonna be on the menu. I think that's so good in this game. Everybody on bait is just going to die.
Absolutely, and I love it when cores play like this. Like, he will maybe not have like this super ultra cool I'm cool guy with 4 crits kind of build, but instead he empowers his team to build the items that are going to help them make the most of their game, while he is still going to be contributing plenty of damage and be plenty survivable there. And it also indicates that he will be playing active and forward, getting those charges.
Okay, so Kips, considering that this game is kind of bad for bait, and it's easy to give predictions that they're most likely gonna lose this game, the series, and be eliminated from the tournament, we'll get a kill in this game. Oh, they might get it now.
Yeah, I think that's the one. That's the experience bag.
Let's go. Let's go. Nande gets the kill. Too aggressive from till the end. Does that kill mean much, however?
No, because that was still not level 6 for the Shadow Shaman.
Okay. They smoked on top of a trap on the side of Klee, so this could be a time to surprise your opponents if you are bait, especially with Dendi having a blink dagger, so he can get active in a fight.
I mean, you'd hope so, but I think the Shadow Shaman is currently in for a lot of hurt.
Yeah, not gonna last long, right? They're gonna be humanely killing him. 1J is the one that gets the kill there with the Phantom's Embrace, but immediately they're invading the triangle. They understand just how much more powerful they are. They push out Nande out of the triangle, they push Dendi out of it, and they're just not allowing any kind of farm to happen there on the bottom lane.
Absolutely not, and that really leaves bait squished into that top left side of the map, where there is Vision constantly watching their jungle, and the Dawnbreaker is lurking as well. I think that if you, like, you have to try and play for some sort of out on bait here, right? You do have a bunch of burst damage in hand, both physical and magical, because of your delicate Morphling. That's a
Kunkka, is he in
dodge
trouble?
for now.
It's gonna be fine. That's a double silence. The Soulbind does connect. It's very hard for them to get out of it. Mary, they've isolated him on the left. He needs some help from his teammates. He doesn't have the overgrowth any longer, but they bring down the Grimstroke. That's gonna be a nice kill for bait. And the chase is on. They have the RP. Let's see if they can use it in a good way. It's only gonna be till the end that is caught. And look at the damage that they're taking. Laze goes forward to Submarine, trying to heal himself up with that shackle. And he's keeping himself alive for a long time, but in the end, he'll still be going down. Laze, he needs to escape out of this one. Goodbye armor, goodbye movement speed with the trap being activated. And that should be another one with the Celestial Hammer. He gets himself away, but there's the Adaptive Strike to drown him. And Klee, they lose 3 of their heroes, only bringing down 2. Sure, the Terrorblade is farming, but Kips, this is a good start for a comeback when it comes
to go. You can really see bait waiting out Klee, seeing them use those spells for no direct returns. Till the end goes in all the way here, but they're not actually going to start punishing him yet, because they have some other spells to deal with here on the side. And this chase of Mary with a bunch of their damage, and especially Young G coming in from the side as well. Klee is too trigger happy to get that kill, gives up a support kill, and now is at a numbers disadvantage, especially because the Terrorblade will never come in and Nande has decided to join the fight.
Stomanen surviving for long times because of this shackle was a thing in the previous game, and now it's really making a difference in this game as well, as it is not that easy for Klee to overwhelm you because they don't have a Chen. It's that easy.
Lacking a little bit of the sustain, lacking a little bit of the absolute horde of targets that bait would have to go through. That said, they have a lot more single target damage this time around right now, so as long as they do shot call their targets well, and then he made a couple of good target switches in that fight as well. then they do have the damage, which is actually what I was about to say when that fight started off. It's like they do have magic and physical damage burst plus some mobility. Like, they do have plays to make, even though it's looking pretty unlikely that they're going to get an opening.
They're looking towards the Dawnbreaker. Both of the teams have kind of swapped out sides in a bit of an unconventional way, but Klee are the ones that are going to be pressuring down the tower, and in the end, it is the thing what matters. The damage that you cannot heal is when your tower falls. That's going to be the first tier 2 of the game. 16 minutes in. Klee again are opening up the map as Tomanen might be walking into his own death. Yeah, he's very dead.
It's very, very sad when you're not even allowed to be here.
You don't have your tier 2, you don't have your triangle, you don't have your life, and your tier 3 might be in trouble as well. Kami comes forward, he's at least gonna force you to use the glyph, but maybe so much more. There is a blink on the Magnus, this could be a problem. Laze, he kills Mary on the other side of the map. It's a 3 versus 5 actually, as Laze can come over. The Vivex coming through, the RP is there, on to kill them. Kami gets put inside of the base, but Kami is just running away. Still the end is staying behind to keep them at bay. The homing missile coming towards Kami, he doesn't have the Manta to dodge, he's in so much trouble. The homing missile will connect, he needs help, he needs it now, and he will never get it. Solar Guardian, let's see if it's gonna be enough. There's the Sunder. He got just enough HP and he baited them into their death. 1J with Inkswell will finish off the Morphling, and the chase is on Tomanen. He's gonna be riding the wave outside of the base. Definitely not enjoying the surf here, as he will be taken down. Laze pulled into tier 4s. He has to run away. Too much damage from the towers, but he'll be able to get himself away with the Celestial Hammer. Bait. They got baited for sure out of their base. Kami survives just long enough.
Oh, that feels so bad. And once again, this feels like the straw to break the camel's back, right? Because you make the play here, you have the skewer back, you have Nande and Dendi in a decent position, but they just don't quite have the range to actually stop him from, yeah. Nande stuns him at the right time, but because of how far he shifted into agility, that stun lasts barely a quarter of a second.
What if he went for the damage adaptive strike? I think they get the kill.
Yeah, it's possible. But you'd have to run the math. Like, I don't dare to say that they could have gotten that kill. I don't.
Yeah,
Well,
G
did
got
this
silenced.
one? No,
He's fine. And now with the tidal wave, he pushes them back. Morphling, he's just not as big of a wave. Now the boat is coming through. Laze is still surviving. He's gonna be drenched in rum. Not enough. Mary still alive, gonna be getting himself away. The homing missile does connect on Dendi, and he's looking very much dead. They're gonna be destroying him from the air. Mary trying to get himself out. Kami chasing forward. He has the metamorphosis, but you cannot kill him if you don't see him. Invincibility, that is what he has. Meanwhile, other parts of the fight, that's gonna be a Shadow Shaman caught, silenced up, and brought down by the 2 supports. He's trying to heal himself up with the Seeds of Serenity. Not enough. Nande morphing into agility, getting more damage, and gets a kill until the end. As Mary is coming back into the fight. Kami not doing that, so 1J could be in trouble, but he gets himself away in time.
Yes, Tomanen getting the kill over on the Kunkka at the end of the fight there as well, even though Young G made it out all the way at the start. Bait are really not about to let themselves be defeated so easily, which is... It is remarkable how much toothpaste they're still squeezing out of what I consider to be a very empty tube.
Yeah, it's so you are the type of person who just throws it away. Yeah, I don't like that. I get every single little bit out of it. As,
oh yeah, do you also cut it open?
No. I'm just so strong that I can get it all out without doing it.
No. You cut it open to get the last toothpaste out.
No. Anyways, 21-8, a 10k goal lead. Bait are keeping themselves in it, but the Roche still hasn't been taken, and there's only one outer tower left. So in general, this game is going badly for Bait, but I'm liking what Nande is doing. He's going for the crit. He understands the importance of having more damage.
He does, and this is a pretty decent game to go full YOLO in. Like, the amount of burst damage over on Klee is relatively limited. I don't want to say that they have none, like, you bring in the Dawnbreaker, you bring in the Kunkka, there's a bunch of magic burst as well. But if you play this, you know, on the edge of your seat as a Morphling, you can certainly get away with a lot of stuff, and Nande has been pushing the limits for sure. And this is exactly what I was talking about when I'm talking about, like, they have a high execution lineup, because sure, you can do a lot as long as you clutch it every single time. He has been.
Kami now has a Manta, he has a Scotty, he's going towards a Butterfly. That Butterfly is a game-ending item. You're seeing that he's actually not coming into these fights, right? Not at least committing 100%, because he understands once he gets this item and the Roche, the game just ends. They think it's a bait. They think this is a bait. They're not going for him, but he's all alone. Okay, now it's turning into a bait.
And they have all retreated already, and that puts the Roshan pit pretty firmly into the hands of Klee, which is unfortunate because if you are the one with the lineup with the Templar Assassin, surely you would want to be the one to capitalize on the fact that you can take it the fastest. But with that Desolator just purchased up by the Dawnbreaker, I don't think that is the case anymore.
Yeah, it's debatable who gets it faster. Though you have the Overgrowth, you have the RP. Those are some really good spells to fight the Roche. I don't know if I agree with them just letting it go. I know it's a hard fight, but it's gonna be even tougher when Klee come to your base with an Aegis.
I'm not entirely sure. The way that Bait have been winning these fights so far is waiting until Klee splits up and then picking them off one by one, making use of the fact that they have slightly more maneuverability, that they have a little bit more individual burst damage on their heroes as opposed to having to combo up. So I think this is Bait listening to what their draft is able to do. They could risk the game there, but I don't think they're lost if they don't. I think they have another opportunity here.
We'll see if they'll be able to get that opportunity for themselves. Lays continuing to farm. He has that Deso, Blink, and the BKB are something that he's going to be going for. Currently has the Shard as well, so this Dawnbreaker not to be underestimated. He might need some help to finish off that that Tormentor. He doesn't think so, though now he's going to be thinking again.
He gave it the old college try.
You remember the S4 Dazzle attempt? Sometimes
Listen,
it's
he
so
got
weird.
it the second time.
He did. He did. Sometimes
I'll
it's so
learn from
weird
your
how
mistakes.
people get frustrated.
So here's the issue though. If you're in a base siege, unless you can make sure that the enemy dives you, you will not get the separated out fight that you would love to have if you are Bait.
I guess Skewer, Kami in. Is that too dangerous? I mean, first you need to have the Magnus in the base, right?
Yeah, exactly. And besides, that's really not the guy you want to have. You really want to create the numbers disadvantage for the enemy as fast as possible, and it's just not going to happen with Kami. Especially not if for some reason he gets his Sunder off.
The smoke is there, Bait. They know they have to go for this one. You can't just let the Raxus fall, and there's the Harpoon. He only gets the illusion. Nope, not the one that you were looking for. Now your Raxus are gone. You don't have the glyph. You don't have anything. Actually, that's gonna be the Metamorphosis done. So probably the timing that they were gunning for, as Klee will be for now. Nande breaks the Kunkka.
On the back lines.
Stun is flying towards him. They're trying to finish him off. They will be able to do it. Solar Guardian way too late. He's gonna be jumping in, but his Kunkka has already died. Nande in some trouble. They're chasing him down with the Scotty, but he sends him away. Now it's a 3 versus 5 scenario, not counting the Aegis, and the Hex is there. Stomanen in really good position, just catching them one by one. Nande gets a double kill, beautifully opened by Nande, and this is what you were talking about, Kips. One by one, spreading the fight.
Yeah, and Nande has been instrumental to his team pulling this off, and here he is again, all the way on the backlines in what looks frankly like a suicidal position, but this is just the right moment where Klee is not quite expecting the attack to come in. The attempt on the front line failed. They feel safe. They feel ready to retreat and try again, and Nande says, I don't think so.
This is the no burst damage on Klee that you were talking about. They really cannot punish things like this, and especially if their Kunkka dies. And considering that he went for an item to punish the Morphling early game, he's just not as strong as he would want to be at the moment.
No, he's not. I praised that item build up earlier because that was really going to make sure that they were able to play fast, and I think they've been capitalizing on that. As I think if you're Bait, you're letting this one go.
Yeah,
Mary?
you are. They're coming over. They want to fight. There will be an overgrowth onto all of them. The buyback from the Magnus, but there's the Torrent Storm. You can't get close. Nothing you can do about it. Mary will be going down. Till the end is the one who gets the double kill. And Young G...
No.
Nope, you don't do it, huh, Kips? You wanted them to run?
Ah, man. No, sorry, I'm talking about bait. Like, it's incredible that they know so well not to fight the Roche pit and instead do it at the base. They execute it perfectly, but now, Dendi, my man.
Yeah, that was a mistake with the Torrent. He used the Torrent, then the X. But either way, they do bring down Stomanen, so it is bait just like that, losing a bunch of heroes. And Dendi is again looking to cut the wave, and that is pretty huge. But with the DD on the Terrorblade and the wave still coming for the base, Klee can go for a push.
Absolutely. Anande is not currently in there. I think this is going to cost him Rex, which is unfortunate because they just held so well. And it's... they understood their own fight conditions, and then as soon as they capitalized on them and won, they forgot them for the second, it feels like. Because there was no outside pressure for Klee in any way, shape or form to not be grouped as 5 right there. They could just stand on top of the Kunkka, have him pop off the water park, and there's absolutely nothing Bait can do about it. Because Klee has no reasons to split off. And you can't force them. You're still not in a position where you can force them. They split themselves up the last couple of times that you won the fights.
Dendi's decision making has been really good in this game.
Yeah.
I really like how he's choosing the fights, how he's choosing to cut the waves, and him cutting the wave right now is literally what saved Bait. Losing your melee Raxes, the range ones is fine, but if you lost the melee ones in the mid lane, it would be a problem with the Magnus lineup. Look at the poor Grimstroke. Like, what is he to do now? Use the Inkswell on yourself, Blood. Nope, not gonna be happening.
Very, very nice. And that was an important kill on a properly separated off target. And once again, Bait just flexing the fact that they have pick-off threat is very important just for them in order to keep their farm up so that Klee doesn't feel safe to farm literally everywhere they want to. And they're still hunting.
They are, and they should be. Really, when you look at their lineup, the Morphling with the Silver Edge, Shadow Shaman with a Blink, and the Magnus with the Blink and the Harpoon, they are... It doesn't get much better than this when it comes to finding pickoffs.
I mean, they might be a little short on the vision, I'd say. Like, they do have to spend a lot of time groping around in the dark and or shoving creep waves out just in order to get the people that they want to delete. But it's true, if you have somebody, the deletion goes real fast. This one, though...
Oh, the RP into the backlines. They found the perfect ones. If they bring down the Kunkka, the Solar Guardian a little bit too early, as they're gonna get skewered away from it. No heals for you. Nande gets a double kill. Stomanen will get smashed into the ground by the Starbreaker. Lace trying to get away. Nande, he has the Starbreaker now as well. Taste of your own medicine? No. They try to get him, but the Inkswell will stun both of them and get the heal. Soulbind as well on both the Morphling and the Magnus. Kami think about going in, decides not to go into the high ground. It would have been a mistake in a 4 versus 3 scenario.
Yeah, and that's some cojones on Stonebank right there, because he bought back and he's jumping into the backlines. If that go fails, the game is over. Dunzo. And instead, once again, Kunkka gets separated off, dies. No water park for you, good sir. And another improbable one fight for Bait.
Are they, yeah, really good vision from Bait as well. They had such good idea what was going on there. 3 wards, one of them now got taken down, but they still have very good vision of the top lane still. If that doesn't get found, it is gonna be huge if they can maybe utilize that vision again.
It would be. Their window is fairly limited though. The Kunkka is building up into a BKB, and that's going to make it much harder for them to get the chain control off and the burst that they have been relying on for so long. As Mary...
He's dead. And they do have a glyph, however you do not have a tower, meaning that these creeps are not gonna die. This should be a melee Rax, and immediately Kami is turning towards the bottom lane with another wave coming in as well. This is a problem for Bait. You better buy back, you better fight right now. Without the RP though, Kips, they don't want to do it. It's too hard.
No, and once again, no matter how painful it is, they are correct not to fight there. There's nothing you can do about it.
This feels so wrong. You do everything right, and you just can't get this game back in your control.
No, you cannot, which is It's a darn shame because I've really enjoyed what Bait has been bringing up, and you know, they're gonna be making their attempts still. And they have one Rex left standing. It's not all over. Look, they're on the backlines again.
They found the Kunkka once more. He's taking the damage. The Grimstroke as well, dropping low. But no, it's gonna be the Shadow Shaman that loses his life. The Morphling in so much trouble. Dante dodges the Starbreaker. That was so beautiful. But he won't be able to dodge the damage going his way. Kami finishes him off. And that's about it for Bait. It was a good attempt. It was a good try. But in the end, they're not gonna be good enough.
Yeah, and very impressive of them to pull it off as far as like they did this. I have, in the past, I want to say year or so, I have been consistently impressed with both Bait's tenacity and their fight shot calling. Like their understanding of who they need to go on and who needs to go on who is really top tier. Unfortunately though, to put yourself in a position where it's necessary to pull that off in order to win, that's the part that I disagree with.
What Kips wants to say, Bait, call Kips to coach you, to fix that little bit of a problem that they have. But overall, Bait have been looking pretty solid. But here versus Klee today, they just weren't even close. Terrorblade is not taking any damage. He's gonna be protected by the Glimmer Cake. They want to get him into the fountain. He dodges the skewer with the Manta. Now he's hexed up. He's not moving. There's gonna be a Shackles as well, but the boat is coming in your fountain to drench you in rum. Finding the skewer into the fountain, and that should be enough for the kill. Kami, he has the Sunder, but he will never get it off because he has been stunned for 30 seconds now. I don't know what that was, but he just couldn't move. Laze will try to get himself away. Not gonna be happening. Bait are not gonna give up on this tournament. They won another one. They want another title here at the 25-year anniversary show, and you're not gonna push them out of it that easily.
That was one slippery Terrorblade as well. He, like, surely you're supposed to, just for sportsmanship, step in at this point, but I don't think Kami is of that particular persuasion. He stays out of it, and incredibly enough, they still get shoved in here. Teamy nearly makes it out and gets harpooned back in. And we're going to get another, well, I'd say 2 minutes of Bait defending the Ancient, because you don't get to separate. You don't get to separate the enemy team when they can just, you know, stand as 5 around your Ancients and or your Ancient and slap it.
Hips, where's your sense of comeback? This is what we've been looking for. This is the type of series that we
I'll
want.
eat my hat.
Let's see. Nande. He gets the Aegis. He gets the cheese. And he's going for a Rapier. He really wants to win this game. When you count in the Magnus in power as well, on top of the damages he's gonna have, if he gets the Rapier, it will be insane. So we are looking at these two heavy damage dealers on Bait to hold their own.
And they are now entering the phase of the game and the amount of farm where they can do some serious damage. And the question is just a little bit if Klee is actually ready for that, or if their itemization for mid-game dominance has slowed them down a little bit in that department.
Yeah, of course, the thing that makes it easier is that you have Mega Creeps, the enemies don't have tier 4s, and their throne has even been attacked, but it won't matter if you get deleted.
Let's see if Bait's going to get to do any deleting.
Are they gonna go for throne here? Are they? No, please. Come on, Klee. Finish them off. Man mode.
You're giving them bad advice because you want to see more.
Yeah, for sure. Now there's the Dark Portrait, though. Grimstroke seems to not be good with the brush, as that Dark Portrait will die easily. Harpoon, not gonna be good enough. Young G responds with the BKB. Now going on to the Magnus. That is a big deal if you can bring him down. He doesn't have a buyback. Stonebank will be fine. Fantasy Ray going back. That's gonna be a dead 1J. Ghost Scepter not gonna be protecting you. Now the boat and a nice Torrent Storm. You're not getting out of it alive, but there is still an Aegis on the Morphin. Grimstroke does buy back. They feel like this is the end. They could end the game right now. Nande running away for the time being. Mega Creeps focusing on the throne. They're not playing it safe, and Stonebank gets pushed out. He's gonna be RPing the ground. His last RP of the tournament is gonna be so underwhelming, while Kami just breaking legs here in the enemy base. But the Creeps, they're breaking something much more important, Gibbs. That is the throne.
Unfortunate. And Kami almost looks like what did they just do to me? Why did they make me play for so much longer? But that's a Dendy team, man. Like, as long as this guy is at the helm, they are never, ever, ever going to give up.
You don't give up, you know throughout your long career that you have lost some unlosable games and you have won some unwinnable ones. Unfortunately, this one was too hard for Bait. The entire series, Team Klee dominant from start to finish. I think they set themselves up for success in the drafting phase, or more so, not that much Bait. They just went too greedy versus a team that is not afraid to really push the issue.
Yeah, exactly. I really enjoyed Team Klee's itemization, especially in game 1, really understanding with the auras that they can just finish this one early instead of, waffling about Tunda's style for 20 more minutes or so. So very, very enjoyable. And then in game 2, I mean, the fight shot calling, I want to see Bait play with an easier to execute lineup, because I know that we're going to see more of those plays then. And you almost have to ask yourself, it's like a sort of an Ouroboros, right? Because they pick themselves difficult lineups, their shot calling needs to be good, and that is why their fighting style is so impressive. Maybe I'm asking for something that will make them weaker in the long run. But between you and me and everybody watching, I do want to say that in general, the motto of teams that win TI has been make the game as easy for yourself as possible. And Bait has not adhered to that today.
And the teams that went through to the second round of the lower bracket have all had a pretty easy path. They made the games easy for themselves, and we got 4 teams eliminated today, Kips. Don't shed tears, right? I know it's hard saying goodbye to some teams, but we're going to be seeing that more and more as we progress to the later portions of the tournament. SIBE got eliminated, Alliance got eliminated, Namiga got eliminated, and Bait got eliminated. So we got 2 legends from the legendary TI3 Grand Finals, both S4 and Dendi, being sent home today. But that just means that there's more room for young blood, Kips. So any teams that have particularly surprised you today, or were all these the results that you were expecting? Maybe somebody surprised you in a bad way.
Surprised me in a bad way. I think that always feels a little shitty to say after they've already lost. I did expect more from Namiga, I think.
Okay.
And that's, they're gonna come back. That's what Namiga does. They're always going to be right back up and at it. That's something that the org has always found players to do. But yeah, they were a little on the disappointing side, and I gotta say, I really would have liked to see Alliance take a map off of Na'Vi as well. I do think that this Alliance lineup can do better, needs to do better, and it's just getting so heartbreaking to watch them struggle.
It is. It really is, though. I don't know why you have such a hard time saying that somebody disappointed you. If they disappointed you, that means that you had higher expectations of them and you think they can do better. So I would say that's fine. Tomorrow, though, Kips, you and me are gonna be on the 2 upper bracket series, and our colleagues are gonna be on the 2 lower bracket ones. So before we wrap it up for the day, who's getting eliminated tomorrow? It's Yellow Submarine versus Na'Vi, and it's gonna be Level Up versus Klee. So to which 2 teams are we saying goodbye tomorrow?
Let's see, because I've got Zayats over on Na'Vi, right? That's one of my boys, and then I guess the Lama over on Level Up. I think Klee is going to beat Level Up. I think that's going to happen. Sorry, Devi. And then Yellow Submarine versus Na'Vi. I'm gonna call Na'Vi on that one. Navi's gonna win that.
Okay,
Klee and Na'Vi through.
That makes sense. I think those 2 teams actually met in the tournament, or maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, they met versus Na'Vi and they won 2-0, so on November the 29th, so not that long ago, only 3 days. We'll see if Na'Vi can get their revenge, though for now we're gonna be calling it a day here. We're gonna be taking a nice long rest, and tomorrow we'll be back again at same time, same place. The Dota will continue, so you guys be sure to be here, as it's gonna be even more amazing. See you then.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, And surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way. Sorry. Go on, go back. That's it. That's better. Keep going. Let's bring that down here. No. Keep going. Go. Roll. And cut. Cut the thing. I'm going. Where are you going? Where are you going? Hey, come back. Guys, ladies. I don't know if that's correct. No.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Bye.